What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Whoa, you're mega loud in my ear. Are you unreasonably loud?
How am I? Am I loud in your ear, Wireman?
All good here, all good here. Let me mess with my volume. Yeah, I think all good.
Yeah, I think I haven't changed any settings, Finn.
Yeah, maybe it's me, or maybe it's just in the stream yard. I don't know.
Yeah, let me bring it down a bit then. Wireman, it's so good to have you on the channel finally, bro. But it's been a long time coming, I guess.
Yeah, sorry I didn't see you in Birmingham. It was a really short turnaround for me. I think it was less than 24 hours when I actually count up how long I was there for.
Yeah. No, I was standing right behind you.
Yeah.
But you guys were. I didn't want to like appear on comms and be like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And then everyone on streams like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Oh no, all good. But yeah, that was a blur. Like I've not done commentary in like 7, maybe 8 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, like we just blinked and like 3 hours had gone by and we had to take like a half-time break and then blinked again and it was done. Like it was
How did you find it?
really good to be back. My throat doesn't hurt. I was worried that like and I've not got sick. I don't know about you. I always get like sick and migraines and sore throats when I've been to events and I've came back completely fine. So
were you there for 3 days?
No, just the one, which is probably why as well. Like I turned up Saturday night, did a little bit of casuals. We had like the air conditioned room. What's it called? Like studio, was it called or something? Station. We had station, and then we moved out to that platform area, which is really good for the Sunday. Yeah, I think there was at one point we were possibly going to take the Tekken stage for top 8, but because we had that big area, I think we just stuck there the whole time.
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed the top 8. It was the only match I didn't like was the Eileen match. I was like, oh, get this shit off my screen.
There was a lot of Eileen. We got a good range of characters. We were quite lucky that we did get a good range of characters. I think the UK is pretty diverse with that at the moment, but a lot of Eileen in the top 8. Yeah.
Well, Chad, good to see you, bro. I know you're out there now.
Shit, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Can indeed.
Do we still sound loud, by the way?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay. Sorry, Chad, go on.
I was gonna say I've got a jerry-rigged setup, so if I'm not audible, if things ain't looking great, just let me know. But yeah, how you doing, fellas? How you doing? Yai?
Yeah, man, good. Glad to have you back on the channel. And
it's good to be back.
How's Taiwan been?
Man, I should have left Britain a long time ago, man. EU's cooked. Y'all need to learn Chinese. Y'all need to move out here. Shit's good. Nah, I'm loving it. But I did miss you guys. And I don't want to hear no Eileen slander. Just learn the matchup, losers. Just learn the fucking matchup, man.
Do you know what it is? It's not even a matchup thing. She's visually nauseating to look at.
It's great.
You know when she jumps in you and does that stupid.
Oh yeah, the fucking monkey demon flip, and she goes for the grab. And
yeah, I hate
that shit's great, bro. I think no, but jokes aside, like there's so many different characters in many 3D fighting games. I'm so surprised that Virtua Fighter is the only one that has a monkey style kung fu character. Like that just seems like a no-brainer. Why isn't Tekken stolen that and given someone monkey style kung? Because it is iconic. It's an iconic style.
I guess like Miyazu has that attack where she just literally scratches your face, which looks really ridiculous and dumb.
It does, it does.
Maybe that's part of the reason why, I don't know.
Did I ever tell you my theory that I think once upon a time Miyazu was gonna be a monkey style kung fu character, but then they were like, we can't have an African character be doing the monkey style kung fu. That's just a so then they just said, and they were like, all right, fine, we'll just change it. She's a unicorn now, and and the dragon. It's like, all right, cool. Safe.
The thing is though, is that like I've seen like I think the movie's called Mad Monkey. Or Shaolin Monkey or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but you can present monkey style in a way where I'm like, oh, okay, this is really cool. It's just Eileen, it's just her. Maybe they'll age her up in VF6 and she'll have a bit more of like a rugged take on it, but
Matt said a rugged take on monkey style. It has to be diminutive, small, annoying. It has to be like, you know what I mean? It has to be believable for them to kind of go like this and it to be
I mean, you could also do like gorilla style, right? Like a gorilla.
That's a different thing. Now we just invented in shit.
By the way, when I saw your intro again, Mike, and also like the film reference note, I watched a good one recently, like The Furious. It's like a Chinese movie. Did you guys watch it? Did anyone watch it?
The Furious.
I've not seen it yet. Everyone's talking about it, though. That's the big thing.
It's really good. It has like the same kind of visceral energy that like The Raid has.
The Raid,
it's really good.
LD Wells is my martial arts movie like master, and he was just like, Chad, you gotta don't talk to me until you've seen that film. Just don't talk to me. I'm like, all right, cool. I have to check it out.
I want to watch it, but unfortunately, it came out in every cinema that's like 100 miles from me. So I was like, I'm not traveling. I'll wait until it comes out on Blu-ray or something.
I hear it. Yeah, it was a limited release for sure. It didn't have big money release, which is a shame. So apparently, it's one of the best. It's one of the best action films to come out in a while.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess the reason that we're here is firstly because it's Wireman's first time on the channel, and secondly because I've binge watched all your videos. Like especially the last one that you did, the Bakunawa Killer one. I thought that was the best. It was the sickest video that I've seen, like theorizing who this guy could be. And so the reason I asked Wireman to be here was to like sort of do something similar, but you come out with something different now, right?
I've definitely expanded on it since then, at the very least. Yeah.
Expanded, bro.
Like when I was in Birmingham, people were asking, they were like, "Oh, where did all that come from?" I was like, "That was within 24 hours of the trailer coming out. That was just excitement more than anything, you know." But I'll cover some of that stuff off. But I've had a few responses from people. A few people, I've had a chance to watch other people's reactions. Chad, I saw yours straight away, and good job as well. I think me and you had a lot of similar observations there.
Yeah, so but yours was, I was proud of my observations, but yours was like mine, but high definition. It was so good. It was like watching. Have you ever seen Justice League Unlimited? You know, Question. You know, like you're just there. Truly just there with your whiteboard full of newspaper clippings and red string. It was so deep. Northern Shaolin versus Southern Shaolin. Here's the history of this. Okay, tangent. We need to discuss the Warring States period of China. I'm like, wait, what? It was so good. I loved it.
That's it, man. Giving people history lessons without them realizing.
100%.
Yeah, the video was so good that like I was gonna do my own video on Bakunawa Killer, and I was like, there's just no point now. I'll just point them in Wireman's direction.
I'm with you. I was glad I did mine first, because I was like, nah, I ain't saying shit.
Oh no, I've quite liked that though. Like everyone seems to be like weighing in on the new on the Crossroads stuff, and that's really cool to see. Like it used to be there was like one or two like Twitter accounts and stuff that would be doing that stuff, but like seeing 10 channels do it, that doesn't make me go, oh no, that's my thing or anything. That makes me go, oh sick, this is like a great thing for everyone, because nobody just watches one of those videos, right? You watch one and then you watch someone else's, then you watch someone else's. So it's good for everyone, I think, as well, to like put that stuff out. So yeah, definitely don't look at someone else's and go, oh, they've talked about it already, I'll not talk about it. Like, I think everyone's got their own perspective and point of view of it. You know?
I guess so, but like everything I was gonna say was like a primitive version of what you did. And when you got into breaking down Hunger and Tiger Soul, I was like, I'm just gonna leave it. I'll just leave. Even my girl, she has no interest in anything to do with VF. She doesn't even really understand it, and she was even sitting here like, oh, so like it was a Netflix documentary. Yeah, we were just it was
a Netflix documentary for real.
Yeah, it was sick. It was very sick. But how? So have you got something that you want me to put on screen? Because I can share stuff on here.
Yeah, I think. Let me have a quick check just to make sure that this is view only. It is view only, right? So I can send you. I'll send you on Discord. But yeah, anyone that can have a wander around on this board. To be fair, like I think it's locked down. See how brave you're feeling. But yeah, I'll send you that on Discord. But yeah, you can click on there and navigate around it. But I can share a screen here as well if you want. And
if you want to share your screen, you can kind of like, I guess, direct it, and then we'll ask you questions based on
what the
fuck.
Jesus
made Christ.
Finn doesn't know that.
Wireman.
No, Mike was going on about the video like weeks ago and was like, "Yo, this shit is like crazy." And then I was like, "Shall I watch it or you know,
blind.
and then Mike was like,
Yeah,
oh, maybe
yeah.
he's gonna recreate some of this here. So I was like, most of the time when we do stuff like document stuff, I'm like the uninitiated who is
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, the first reaction, and then I ask dumb questions.
And we are
right,
This
well,
is wild.
yeah, you'll get a
crazy.
whistle stop tour of this one, and then
This is so
Wait,
good.
just gonna.
By the way,
while you're finding your spot, I actually had a question because obviously Wireman. Just for those of you who don't know, like in the chat, right? Wireman. I'm not just saying this to Glaze. Wireman's actually like one of my favorite type of people in the FGC. And the reason why I say this is because Virtua Fighter 5 for the longest time before Revo, had a very small player base. It still does, right? And whenever you play a small fighting game, it's easy to be a fan of a fighting game when it's massive, right? You have to have real love for it to be a lot smaller. Wireman, you have one of the most like comprehensive like tutorial guides out there, and you're not doing that shit for views. No one's making VF5 tutorials for views, right? And you went even so far as you went back to like VF4, which famously has one of the best tutorials ever for any fighting game, and I recreated them in 5 to help people get good. And the reason why I'm such a cheerleader is because when someone just goes, hey, I love this thing, and even though it's not necessarily popular, I want to help other people get to where I am or even better faster. Like that shows a lot of love. Do you know what I mean? And there are probably many people here who don't know that they've heard your voice before because perhaps they saw the VF5 stuff that Blatter Salami was doing, right? And you were the one who assisted him with that stuff, at least. Yeah, you were the one who assisted him with that stuff. So yeah, someone just said, yeah, A to Z tutorials. So my point is, it's like, y'all gotta go follow this motherfucker because there's people out here doing no work with thousands of fucking views. Meanwhile, Wireman FGC is out here carrying the whole fucking VF5 FGC on his back, and he's got like 12 views, and I got no time for it. I got no fucking time for it. Go follow this. I don't care if you like VF. I don't give a fuck. Just do it. Just go do it. And you're about to see the level of his fucking obsession when we go into this fucking crazy man, into this fucking slide. So yeah, 100%.
Oh well, thank you. And again, you've been saying that for like a long time as well.
As long as I've known you, Jesus.
I appreciate that as well. It is worth saying, like a lot of what I do is a reflection on like how good the VF scene's been to me and how good like the FGC's been to me in general, I would say as well. I think I've been very lucky and had a very good experience with a lot of the places where I've gone. But yeah, with VF, a lot of those videos I made straight away, I had like Chanchai and Mike and people after they saw the first couple of videos going, let me help you, let me make sure that you get this stuff right and pointing me in the right direction and stuff. You know as well as anyone, like navigating the 20 years, like the tomes of Virtua Fighter is really hard. Bro. So yeah,
Finn can speak to that as well because obviously Finn, YouTube, like you were like, I always say like Finn, just give it a month, try and get good, and you were like, all right, I'm gonna apply myself, and just watching your journey, being like, where the fuck do I find a relevant combo? Where do I do this? And like treading in the work. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the thing also is the problem is there's so much good stuff, right? Like Juicebox has done significant work. Also, the live stream he did with another streamer who wanted to learn the game is like super good. Yep. The problem is kind of if you're like a super casual, you almost can't find it because if you input like YouTube like Virtua Fighter stuff, you just find you need to scroll, right? You need to it's a bit Google page 2, and how many motherfuckers find Google page 2, right? It's unfortunate.
Yeah. That's such a good way of putting it. Yeah, so much of the good stuff is like on page 2 because the algorithm is open you for shit, and it's like you need to know a guy. You need to know a guy who knows a guy to send you to the link to the 3-hour-long video from 14 years ago to help you learn the basics. Like, okay, cool, go.
I was talking to Blackmore about this the other day as well. Of like, it's hard to even recommend some people's channels because they don't play Virtua Fighter anymore. So you send it to their channel, and it's just like videos of their like home barbecues and things, and you're like, you're not going to help anyone, you know?
That's hilarious. By the way, Wireman, every now and then I might like just read out some chats for any super chats people bring in. So sometimes people ask random questions, so little deviations might happen here and there, but we'll try and stay on topic.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be talking a lot about Kung Fu today, and there's a great quote, which is that a blocked sword doesn't sing, you know, so like get people challenging me and asking me questions and things, and we'll see how it goes, you know. I see Razanoff in the chat as well, which is good.
Blocked sword doesn't sing. Wireman never changed, bro. Fucking hell, bro.
Actually, you know, I'm going to ask you a question after I read out these super chats because I was very curious about your background in martial arts because I saw some pictures of you. But yeah, I'll just quickly read these out. YouTube Espada, thank you for the $2. Have I seen the recent Street Fighter trailer? The one with Maximilian Yipes and who was it? Someone else was in there. I skipped over it because I was like, I don't want to. I'm gonna watch the movie, so I don't like watching trailers. I saw Jason Momoa.
Wait,
and I
wait,
was like,
what?
okay.
Wait, hold on. Oh, you mean the movie?
Yeah, Max Yipes and somebody else is in the movie.
That's
okay. That's kind of that's kind of fun. That's cool. That's cool. That's kind of
yeah,
cool.
it's kind of cool, but also a little bit.
A little bit like all corporate
little bit
shit,
memey,
like
yeah, a little
but,
bit memey. Because I'm like,
bro,
the film is gonna be a meme, right? So,
but let's be real, bro. Let's say they make another Tekken movie, right? That's as equally shitty as the last one, and then you suddenly, as like the tournament announcer, you have main man Sui. Like, bro, I would be like, okay, that's fire.
Okay, I hear it. But if you just spent the past hour trying to make me believe in like Kazuya is gonna destroy the world, blah blah, and you just have main man Sui here, I'm like, you kind of ruined the mystique.
I mean, I guess
it depends on the tone you're trying to set, right?
It's the appearances that there seems to be a fight going on between Ryu and Blanca, and there's a bunch of prisoners locked up shouting, and Max Yipes and Justin Wong are the prisoners.
Oh, okay, so it's just background.
They're just background characters.
If you know, you know. Okay, no, that's different. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. The direct counter, thank you for the $5. Yo, can you talk about Six Arakin abusing the copyright system and doxing people in his streams while extorting the detractor channels like OCD Gamer?
I don't want to be weird, but this Six Arakin guy, right? He is British, yeah?
Yeah, he's English.
Is he mentally ill? Like, for real? I don't want to be...
So, not to deviate, because obviously I want to get to in this presentation, but loads of people have been... full disclosure, I've been contacted by so many people about Six Arakin. I know enough about him. The problem is that if I bring Six Arakin on here to have a discussion with him, and he doesn't like how the conversation goes, he's just going to copyright strike my channel, and I'm gonna have to get into a whole proceeding with dealing with that, even though it'd be a false one, because he's done it to Joe Budden, he's done it to other people, and so I can't
already
had
that.
Yeah, I can't talk to people like that. There's no point. I can't talk to another grown man that does those things. So, unfortunately, I don't really know how to deal with Six Arakin because he does know how to abuse the copyright system, and if you bring him on your platform, and he's also streaming. The last situation that took place that's how it played out. He was streaming, then he said that this person's using my content. YouTube don't check anything, so you're just screwed either way. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how to deal with someone like Six Arakin. He's not up for conversations. Lemon Tea, thank you for the 10 gifted, bro. I appreciate you very, very much. Lemon Tea's giving me like 100 memberships, man. It's crazy.
Damn, hell yeah. Let's go.
And this is the last one I'll read for now. GGB, thank you for the $5. Shouts to Wire's coverage on the legendary VF4 tutorials and how they relate to modern Virtua Fighter. What gave him the idea for that, and will it continue?
That's a great question. I've struggled to finish that series just because I don't have time. I'm nearly through the beginner part of it. Originally it was part of a wider series as well, right? Like, I think if you've been around in the FGC long enough, you see a lot of really good artifacts, let's call them. Whether that's like Domination 101 or the Footsie's Handbook and all of those kinds of things. Yeah. I'd love to see how loads of those apply to modern games, because we all try it sometimes, right? Someone will read the Footsie's Handbook and go, yeah, that made sense for Super Turbo and that made sense for like CVS and stuff, but does it make sense for Street Fighter 6? And if it doesn't, what do you do about that, right? How does Drive Rush fit inside all of the theory of footsies, So, originally it was meant to be part of a bigger thing. And I was like, I'll blast that out in like a year. And then I'll move on to the next like cool book and bring that in as well. I've even thought about doing it with some actual martial arts books and some of the theory of some of them, so like Book of Five Rings and things. I was
literally, like, I literally have videos of me just like doing training things with just audio of Book of Five Rings. I'm like, I'm trying to coach you, motherfuckers. Y'all need to. If you're trying to get into a fighting game and you ain't read or at least listened to Book of Five Rings, you're missing out. It's good advice for any conflict stuff, but also life. So yeah, 100%. Spread that wisdom.
it applies to everything. But yeah, if you're reading the no stance, you go, yeah, that is neutral game, right? That is preparing for anything. So like, yeah, I've thought about doing it in a few different directions. I've just struggled to ever find the time to make this stuff more than anything. But yeah.
Before we start the presentation, I wanted to ask you, so do you do martial arts yourself then?
Yeah, always have, from quite a young age, from probably about 4 years old. Classic kind of thing. I've got bullied in school once and then got sent to a judo class by my parents. So, which is what, what wasn't
You're
on the
bringing
cool
dishonor
side.
to the family name. Learn to flip a motherfucker. Let's go.
Basically, so that was where it came from originally. That there's no dignity to it. It was I got beat up once. So then and it's one of them things. You learn that stuff, and people leave you alone straight away anyway, because then school talks and all the rest of it. So then you never really get to use it until you hit college and get in trouble in different ways, But yeah, I did a good chunk of that, good chunk of boxing in high school and college after the judo. So dabbled in a couple of little things before then, but not even worth mentioning. But like I've touched like taekwondo and Shinsen Tang Sudo for short, I suppose. And things like that as well. And then, going into college and into my adult life, picked up a little bit of Wing Chun, and then found my way to Baji Chen and the general Wutan school, which is, I'm not working with them like right now. I've taken a year out just because I've just moved house and things, and it was getting too expensive and too much time all at once. I'm still doing the stuff myself every night. But yeah, I'm not taking any further lessons. I will be going back to them though. But Wutan is a school of mostly Northern Kung Fu styles. It's there to preserve them by making sure they stay relevant, not preserve them by just remembering them like a lot of places do it. It's like, how does this stuff still apply in this day and age? And they do Baji Chuan, which is really popular, obviously, Baguazhang, Mizongyi. So all these styles that you do see in like Tekken and Virtua Fighter and stuff, like they do a lot of those styles, and it's mixed martial arts in the truest sense. So you're learning lots of mixtures of martial arts, but you're not in a cage doing it,
Yeah, that's super cool, man. Well done to you. I've only ever done like super obvious things like jiu-jitsu. So like hearing you say that, I'm like, oh, man, talking to a black belt here.
It's good though. But I find that I always say that it's. Wireman can speak to this better than anyone, but regardless of the martial art, it is just good to apply yourself physically to a martial art, even if it could be 5 years of blah blah blah, it could be like 3 months of blah blah blah, but just having that sense of getting used to being in a conflict situation with another human and just getting your sort of like brain chemistry used, because it's very intimidating at first, of course, right? And it's very scary, and like a lot of the times you have like some sort of built-in instinct that will be either fight or flight or whatever, but teaching yourself to sort of like hone that sort of monkey brain instinct into something that's more sharp, regardless of the martial art you use, is actually really useful. Like, and you don't want the first time you've ever been in a fight to be in a real fight. Do you know what I mean? You want the first time you've been in a fight to be in a controlled situation. You've been here enough time so that if you do find yourself in a real fight, you're not completely out in the ocean. It's like, okay, I'm still a bit nervous, but I kind of know what to be looking for. And I think obviously, if we could choose, you would choose to be a master of all martial arts, like fucking Wireman over here. But you shouldn't feel bad to be like, no, I only did Western boxing, or only did like, it's good to do that. Already puts you above most people who have never actually applied themselves in any martial art. It's really good for you.
Yeah, 100%.
The advice I got is the best dojo is the one nearest your house, because you'll go every day. It doesn't matter what they teach you. If you can go there, that's it. And when we got our B-men, so like our certificate to say that we were like on the inside club at Wutan, basically, we'd done our like 3 years of hard work and stuff. When he gave that certificate, it wasn't like you're a black belt now or anything like that. It was, how many adults do something every single week without stopping for 3 years? And he was like, that's the hard part. Like the martial arts part isn't the hard part. Like being that consistent for 3 years, that's Kung Fu, right? That is the whole of it, So yeah, just trying to test yourself like that and go, no matter how bad my week's been or whatever, I've got to turn up. I've got to put my reps in. Like that's such a cool thing to feel once you're on the other side of it,
Oh man, you're inspiring me. I've got a boxing studio right around the corner from me, but I've always done like wrestling or jiu-jitsu. I did kickboxing a little bit, but I never got into it. But I think after that little speech, I might just have to go and get on the heavy.
It's good for the soul, man. It's good for the soul. You got nothing to prove to anyone else, just for you, man. Just yeah. Consistency is good. It's good.
100%. All right, I'm super excited to see where this is going to go, given how the first video was. So, Wireman, I'll leave it in your hands. If you want me to put anything on screen that you haven't put in here, then just let me know.
Yeah, so there's a couple of video links and things that might work best if I share them with you, but we'll get to that stuff, I think, as we go through. Finn, for you especially, I'll give a very quick whistle-stop tour of what happened and all the rest of it. So have you seen the Bakunawa Killer trailer to begin with?
Yeah. I've seen it multiple times. Obviously amazing.
Oh, fantastic. So, yeah, when that dropped, immediately, I think, within 24 hours, this was made, basically, what you can see on the screen now, where I was just like, I was seeing people writing theories of I think it's this person, I think it's that person. The coolest thing for me is that Sega and RGG, I feel like they knew people were going to do that. And like they were playing chess with us. And it was like, I'm going to show you enough stuff on the screen that no matter what your theory is, if it's Lao, if it's Lei, if it's Landy, we're going to show you enough stuff that you see the stuff you want to see. And you go, oh yeah, this is definitely, like, aesthetically, this is true. Like my idea was right. So again, everyone's been coming up going, yeah, it's Lei Fei, isn't it? It's definitely Lei Fei and stuff like that. And I'm going, I don't know. But yeah, the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to talk about it. So yeah, within the first 24 hours, I threw together one of those kind of Sherlock Holmes boards with the red string and all the rest of it. And I just pulled out some like key moments from the video that I was like, that's quite interesting. Let me see if I can reference all of this stuff. And very quickly for me, and I think for a lot of martial artists, it became quite clear that it wasn't someone that we know yet. And I know this still isn't verified or anything, but like the more I look at it, the more I'm like, this is not a character that we know. Or if it is, there's a much bigger twist going on there. And I think, Chad, when I watched your video, you were very much the same. Like within 10 seconds, you were like, yeah, it's Hungar. This is a Hungar fighter. Yeah. We don't have a Hungar fighter in Virtua Fighter. And that's the thing, I think. To a martial artist, just seeing a claw isn't enough. Seeing how that claw moves through the air and how the rest of the body interacts with it and stuff like that, that's what tells you what it is. So they knew that, and they gave us all these still pictures of, oh yeah, this is like Lao's end of the match celebration and things like that. And oh yeah, like he's fighting with his hands behind his back, so it must be Lei Fei because he does a bunch of that, and Lao does that, and Landy does that. So he must know Tiger Swallow Fist, and all of this kind of stuff was coming out as well. And it was like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, that's only when you abstract it, only when you pull it out of what the actual video is doing, is that the case. So I really wanted to talk about that. And that was the video I was trying to make, was just, they are very clever and they really know what they're doing here. And they're taking us all for a ride was the point of the video. But yeah, everyone who's came up to me since just goes, nah, you're wrong. It's Lei Fei. And
it's like, cool video, bro. It's Lei Fei.
It's Tiger Swallow Fist. It's definitely Tiger Swallow Fist. And that wound me up a little bit more. So Finn, so this was the original video, was this stuff of me just going, oh yeah, here's some stuff. Here's Hungar, and here's the examples of the Hungar. Here's what I thought was Shinyi Liuhochuan, because of this.
Wait, do you speak Chinese?
I say words very confidently. Chad can tell you.
Okay, because I was like, this pronunciation is like...
he pronounces it accurately. That's what it is. Yeah.
But it's, so that Wutan school that I go to, they advertise that they teach Kung Fu in English, but very quickly when you're doing yard routines and things like that, like you are speaking... You're saying the words anyway. You're saying Chinese words for punches 100%. And kicks, and you're counting to 10 and all of that kind of stuff.
If I'm learning Chinese martial arts and my teacher's English is like flawless, I'm suspicious, bro. I need some mistakes. I need
one quick thing, because I saw that in the chat. I mean, someone said Finn also did martial arts. Well, to be precise, I did kickboxing, but mostly it consisted of me getting my nose broken, punched in the mouth by my brother.
That counts, baby.
Most of the day. I mean, that's reality, right? Like better people will just slaughter you. I mean, also it was kind of rough. It was probably illegal what the coach let happen there. But I mean, it is what it is.
Some street karate, yeah.
I mean, you're not supposed to spar like with full power. Like you're not. But I mean, no. He was like, yeah. all right, but I mean, it's whatever it is.
Sweep the leg, Finn. I love it. That's what made you the man you are today.
It's all experience, isn't it? I'm my head sideways right now. If it's straight on, I've got a nice crooked, broken nose, and I left a tooth in a gum shield at one point, and it's still there. Like that
Feels
stuff
character.
happens, you know. Yeah.
I understand. I remember, like, I did a few martial arts, and there is something very humbling about realizing I'm not good at this. Like, I remember I used to box, and I know in my heart I'm a bad boxer. I was fascinated by the sweet science, but I just wasn't good at it. Wrestling came more naturally to me, so I was a better wrestler. But like, yeah, it's just there was something very visceral about being in a ring, trying to do violence against another person, and knowing in your heart and in your body. This is one of the things that perhaps what's it called? Where Yujiro is from.
Baki.
That's probably one of the things that Baki probably does better than everyone. That sense of like, there is a psychological story you tell yourself about where do I rank against this other human, and you be like, oh no, I'm not there. And it's like I'm actually not there. And I think that Baki probably does the best job of capturing that sense of like, shit. Like, what do I do that I know I'm not here? I can't run. Yeah, it's good shit. It's good shit.
One of the humbling things for me, I went back into judo in my 30s, and adult judo, very different from kids judo for starters. But like, you're gonna get choked out by someone that looks like a substitute teacher, and then you just go, literally, that could have been anyone on the street. Like, I'm never pushing someone back or anything like that for no reason, right? At a bus stop or whatever. Like, it could be anyone out there, and I think when you learn that and go, this person's really good and looks really normal, that humbles you and settles.
You learn manners. You learn manners real quick. You learn manners real good. 100%.
Definitely. But yeah, so that was what I went through in the last one, and it was a 4-hour long stream of me just talking about all of this stuff. There's some Kenji manga stuff in here, like there always is. I'm a big fan of the Kenji manga series. If you've not watched the Kenji manga series, read the Kenji manga series, it was the inspiration for a lot of Virtua Fighter. It was the inspiration for a lot of Shenmue, and I think through all of that as well, it was Seiichi Ishii that was bringing that stuff to Sega. He went on to work on Tekken and things as well. He designed Nina Williams and characters like that, did the Tobal series. So that design and a lot of the philosophy and stuff that comes from Kenji is in all fighting games. Again, like Third Strike, all of that stuff. Like there's loads of it where you'll find that source material in the Kenji manga. So definitely look out for the Kenji manga. They're not officially translated into English, but you'll find English translations online in all the usual places. But yeah, so I went through all of that stuff. A couple of other important features here, I would say, from the original stream. Like I say, Hungar is the clear main style, and we'll get into more of that. I've done a proper.
So that's a kung fu style, yeah. So I'm like a complete uninitiated.
Yeah, so like I say, I'm mostly almost entirely a northern kung fu practitioner, but Hungar is a southern kung fu style from Fujian province, not too far from where Chad is right now. And a lot of kung fu is broken down into northern and southern. A lot of the northern stuff is near Beijing and the capital, because obviously you had a lot of martial artists that were working as bodyguards, working as soldiers and things. And then the other ones a lot of them are sort of around Fujian province and the south coast, because that's where pirates were, and that's where the keys were, and all of the rest of it, right? So they were the two sort of big warring kind of areas. That's also near Taiwan, it's near Japan and things like that. So there was a lot of trade and things happening in that area. So martial arts in China are mostly born of these two areas, and for that reason, there's a very distinctly different language between the two styles. So if you spent enough time with northern or southern or both, you can look at kung fu and go, that's from the north of China or it's from the south of China, quite easily, I would say.
So this pose, right? Feng Wei in Tekken has the same pose.
Yeah.
Also, this exactly. Is that like a trademark for for which one was it? The north or south? Is that
in Hungar in particular? So it's a type of kung fu. There's a few other styles that do this, but this is really well known as a Hungar thing. Mm-hmm. If you watch 36 Chambers of Shaolin and things like that, they start with that kind of stuff as well.
Also the metal rings around it's like a very iconic look, like with Feng Wei, right? The metal rings around his sort of wrist, where he's going, and they kind of do the shit, they move forward. That is such a Hungar cinematic thing. So yeah, you recognize. Finn, you say that like, oh, I'm uninitiated, but you actually do know. You just got it through osmosis. You'll see a bunch of, oh, I recognize this from there. I recognize this from there. So yeah, it's good.
So are they like the posers?
That were very well known. These are known as bridge hands. There's lots of different types of bridge hand technique. If you try to push your hand outwards but pull it in at the same time, so it like shakes and it moves outwards, that's kind of what they're trying to do there. Is they're trying to build this tension as they're pushing their hands out. Like I said, I'm not a Southern practitioner, so I can't talk too much on it, but you'll feel that resistance in your arms as you're pushing your hands out. And it's to build this internal resistance. So if you are like hand to hand with someone and their arms up against yours, if you constantly be pushing against yourself, you can do that kind of stuff. I think I actually have an iron ring handy. It's a bigger one.
That shit. I have them too, but they're on my curtains.
Really? So this is a Wing Chun ring instead. But it's a similar kind of concept where you're practicing things with your hands like this. You're constantly pushing your hands outwards. If you think about it, if you were in a situation where someone's got their hands on the outside of your hands pushing inwards, like you don't have a lot of strength that way out. It's not something that you exercise that regularly. So doing stuff like this and doing the bridge hand techniques so you can build that kind of tension and strength, really beneficial for that. Or at least they believed it was, so that's why they practice that kind of stuff. But yeah, lots of good tools like that you can pick up as well. But yeah, and Hungar, it means the immense fist, and we'll get into that a little bit later on as well. But yeah, it's mainly known as a 5-animal style. Depending on the lineage, there's different animals, but mostly tiger and crane are two of the big ones. And again, I think that's where some of this is misleading, is you're seeing a guy looking like he's behaving like a tiger and a swallow. He's actually behaving like a tiger and a crane.
Right. Oh, Faye J, sorry to interrupt. Faye I wonder if this was the inspiration for a lot of earthbending in the Avatar series. Like
the earthbenders are Hungar, minus a couple of them, Toph's not for some reason. But yeah, earthbending.
So sorry.
Is it earthbending is Hungar? Then I think waterbending is
Hungar, but also has a lot of like Baji Chuan, because there's a lot of like the big stomps and like sharp thrust, right? And then like airbending is definitely like Bagua
and
like Tai Chi, Tai Chi. There's some Tai Chi's like any martial art that has a lot of like circular movements was kind of put into. Bagua was air. Tai Chi is probably a lot of like water bending, actually.
Yeah. So
Tai Chi was water
you see it in that new fighting game. One of the water benders stands in single whip while they're like in the neutral stance, which is kind of cool. So yeah, they're all pulled from real.
But I don't know what fire was. Fire was cool looking, but I don't really know which martial art. I couldn't eyeball it. But it definitely had a set style. But I just don't know. I couldn't eyeball it myself. But yeah, very cool.
No. But Hungar is in a bunch of places, and once you know what to look for, like that sort of tension. Again, iron wire is a name that I used a lot in the video, which is the sort of training technique as well. And they also practice something called Qigong, which is like an internal exercise of breathing and doing that sort of stuff as well. You'll actually see if you watch the versus fighting top 8. Marley, who's a Wing Chun practitioner, he does a little bit of Qigong between rounds at one point, which is kind of sick. So
I should have known that guy had. I should have known Marley J had strong chi. That motherfucker.
Oh, we had it.
Why he'd be fucking me up in Virtua Fighter? I was like, this man's chi is too strong, bro. It's coming through the screen.
We had a really authentic moment in Birmingham. There's like a Chinese restaurant nearby, but it's like a proper Chinese restaurant where like all of the menus are in Chinese and all the rest of it. And there's me and him sat there talking about Wing Chun and stuff. It was a good time for sure.
Birmingham.
See, we have communities for people, man.
Bro, I'm listening too much to British English, because like Hasboy, like a Claudio player, right? He was playing. I was like, wait a minute, I know how he talks. That's Birmingham. I asked him where he's from. He's like Birmingham. So when I, as a German, can like actually, I was like impressed by myself. I'm like, what? I can hear Birmingham. Okay, that's it.
You're one of us. You're one of us. Bro. You're one of us in your heart. You're one of us. You're a Brummie.
But yeah, so that's an important note. Is this is Southern Kung Fu, and what I did in that original video was I broke down by language and martial art the fact that pretty much every Virtua Fighter character, minus one or two. So Jackie is a Jeet Kune Do practitioner, so that's kind of Hong Kong. But But yeah, they're pretty much all northern styles. And again, it's because a lot of it comes from the Kenji manga and stuff, which is all based off of relatively true story of the author spending time as a Japanese person studying northern kung fu. But yeah, we broke it down by where each character was born, where their styles came from, and then also broke it down by what languages they speak, because at the end of that Bakunawa Killer trailer there is a little bit of Cantonese, and in the first trailer there was a bit of Cantonese as well, so we're hearing a lot of Cantonese in the video. And again, it's like, if it was Lau, why would Lau be naturally speaking Cantonese? He's not from southern China, so he definitely knows it, because I think his wife was from Hong Kong, and Pai was born in Hong Kong, but he wouldn't just naturally be speaking it like that. So yeah, there was all of that kind of breakdown in that video as well. We looked at this, which has been provided by RGG, that sort of storyboard of all of the characters and how they relate to Cielo, and again the Bakunawa Killer's up there, along with Wai Lung, who's also in that trailer.
What does it say? Just wants to kill? What?
Oh yeah. Wants to kill and cannot forgive.
It's Cielo. It's Cielo's relation to other characters and their relation to Cielo. So I think Cielo wants to kill someone. He wants to kill Wai Long, I think.
Yeah.
I think is he the one who tried to harm Thingy's sister in the trailer, or is that why, or is that someone else?
That's someone else. This is the guy that he knocks out in the sort of bare knuckle boxing ring. And then the Bakunawa Killer one, he's like, why did you let him go, or something like that? Like, that's that guy. And it's interesting that they're near each other on here. There's no links to Bakunawa Killer whatsoever. They've left that ambiguous on purpose, which is quite cool. But if you look really carefully, there is like a hashed, like white striped box around the two of them that says like Longhua Mang, I think can sometimes mean like a group of people. So they might be part of like the same gang or something.
Right.
Have you got the Bakunawa Killer's mask behind you there?
You see that? Yeah. So I bought this for Versus Fighting, because if you know Redline always wears a Tengu mask when he starts to feel himself in matches. So I was like, if he does that to me, I'm putting on the Bakunawa mask. But we didn't end up facing off. But this is an actual Bakunawa mask. So this is one of the other reasons that this is all interesting, is that this person definitely does Hungar, which is definitely a southern kung fu style. The mythos of the Bakunawa, which is this dragon here that is known to try to devour the moon, basically. That's Filipino sort of legends and lore.
Mythology, yeah.
And the game itself is going to take place in like a mythical city, like a fictitious city of Villa Separa, but it is explicitly in the Philippines, I think near Manila. So it's interesting that this character has some visual aesthetic from the Philippines, but clearly fights with a Southern Chinese style. And again, it just raises more questions. Is this like a kung fu guy because these masks, they're not that authentic these days. Like these are mostly sold to tourists, kind of like a Venetian mask in Venice, right? People aren't walking around Venice in masks or anything, or have them in their houses.
These kind of masks, like who would wear this? Like, is this like did people wear masks like this?
There is some tradition around it. I have to be careful to say where, because I think in the Philippines there was like an indigenous Philippine race before the sort of main Philippine people are there now. I don't know who it was that used to wear them, but yeah, one of the sort of traditional Filipino cultures would wear these masks in sort of reverence of the Bakunawa, this huge scary dragon. And then, like I say, whenever they did have like a lunar eclipse and it was devouring the moon, they would come out and like bang drums and their pots and pans and shout into the sky and things like that to scare off the Bakunawa dragon and get the moon back. And obviously, it's an eclipse; the moon comes back.
I had a question I wanted to run by you though. So, but obviously, we know the Bakunawa is like the dragon who legendarily killed or like would swallow or try to swallow the moon. Right? Here's the thing: I get the feeling from a writing perspective, he probably didn't give himself that name. Right, like he was probably being called the Bakunawa Killer by other people. Like, do you think it's just a case of, he only comes out at night? It's the Batman. It's the Bakunawa Killer. Do you reckon it's maybe a bit like that, or we don't know, obviously, so we're just speculating on our ass. But like, after watching your videos, like I reckon the extent of the Bakunawa relevance might literally be he's the dragon, he's the night dragon, which is the Bakunawa. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally that sense of like, oh shit, it's him. But then again, like you said, but he does wear a mask and seems to lean into it. So maybe that's why. Oh, a bit of a column. Where does your gut speak on that? Where did the Bakunawa thing come from, do you reckon?
I think it could even be, like you say, it could be as straightforward as this guy came from mainland China to solve some unfinished business, picked this up in the airport to hide his identity on the way in and put it on, right? And then entered the tournament. Because the other big thing there is that in the dialogue, they're saying this guy's killing people backstage, but he's not even part of the tournament. So what's his stake in it? So like, it could be just as basic as that. But there is this hope, right, that, you know, he's given Shaw Brothers and he's given sort of Hong Kong old school cinema villain, right? So, like, I think there is a bit of hope of, no, he's a legend in the area or something. And yeah, that's just the mystique of it, right? But yeah, I think both would be viable. I think it would be really funny if people like me are going absolutely off on one, trying to figure out who this guy is, and then they just go, yeah, he picked it up in the airport on the way to the fight or something.
That'd be heartbreaking at this point. I thought that it was a thing where there was somebody in the Philippines that was, you know, when fighters become so legendary, they refer to them as like dragons or tigers or whatever. You know, like in Yakuza, they call Kiri the dragon of Dojima.
The dragon of Dojima, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought, what if he killed the Philippines dragon and became the Bakunawa Killer through that?
Oh, yeah.
I love the idea that all of our theories, there's people, we're just fans, and the thing like, I hear he fucking killed the like, I hear he picked up the mask at the airport. All these theories are true. None of them are true.
Oh no, but that's the exciting. That's another place where they've done such a good job. I think, like starting this off with a mystery, because again, fighting games, I think sometimes pull back the curtain a little too fast. Like when it's a character announcement and things. Here it's just like you're gonna be super invested in this person, no matter whether you like new characters or old characters. To get old fighting game fans on board with a new character, like it's rare that it's this successful. I think, which is quite cool.
No, you're right. Normally, new characters get they get a hard time. Really hard time.
I've heard people already just going, "This is my main." I don't care. Yeah,
I think it's Leifei, but if it's not Leifei, don't care. It's my main. Fuck it.
No, we'll get onto that. But yeah, so that was all a big part of the breakdown. Though, is there is a little bit of a juxtaposition there of like, yeah, this person's very clearly Southern Chinese in a lot of ways, whether it's they're speaking Cantonese, whether it's the martial arts style that they do, but then there's something there to do with the Philippines tying them in. I do think it would be a bit of a loss to not also have like a Filipino fighter that's doing like harness or one of those kind of martial arts. Like that would be a huge miss if they didn't do that. So I would still expect to see a proper Filipino fighter in this game at some point. But yeah, there is layer upon layer of mystery in there. And then another bit that I went into was he stands in front of this sign, which in Chinese says kind of the Dragon and Phoenix apartment complex or Dragon and Phoenix hotel type building. And in the video, the Phoenix one snuffs out. And again, like if you know Dragon and Phoenix and the Shenmue lore, like there's these two opposing forces that are the Dragon and the Phoenix. So again, for this guy to be representative of a dragon and for the Phoenix light behind him to like flicker out.
Flickering out.
It's like, is this like a Landy or a Shenmue thing or a Chiyu Men thing, if you know the Shenmue lore? Like, right? Shit. Like there's a bunch of different... It points in every direction, which is really cool. So like, yeah, whatever your theory is, there's the Dragon and Phoenix mirrors there from Shenmue 3. But yeah, wherever your theory is, like they've sprinkled enough in there that you can kind of run down that path, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like when I saw the Bakunawa Killer trailer, it was like a very layer one take, but because of the way he was standing, I was like, that must be Landy. It must be someone related to him because you always see him standing like that.
I hear it. And that's like Wireman saying, that's a classic. That's a great piece of. That's how you know you've designed something well. Where everyone's like, dude, it's clearly Landy. It's clearly Leifei. It's clearly Lao. It feels like it's clearly none of these characters. This is a new person, and everyone's convinced. I'm like, yeah, that's strong design. That's a strong design. It's like whenever you're playing like a strategy game, and like you're like, well, clearly I find the best build, and it's this. And you talk to other people, but like, no, clearly I found the best build, and it's this. And like 4 different people are playing the games in 4 different ways, and they're all convinced that they have found the optimal ways. Like that's the hallmark of great design. It's a similar thing here. I was like, I didn't even think about Landy until other people started saying it. I was like, there's no way. And you'd be like, oh no, I see it. I see it now. It's like a Rorschach test.
Red Gunner in the chat's just pointed out the Phoenix on the clothes. It's also like they've put that Phoenix motif under his name in the writing as well, if you look really closely. So like, there's all this Dragon Phoenix imagery, which doesn't need to be there. That's kind of, again, they've put that there just to mess with us. So they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they did a great job. I really hope they don't pull the trigger when the game comes out and lets us discover who he is through playing the story mode. Like 8 hours in, the mask slips and now we see who it is. Because if they tell us beforehand, I feel like the mystique around the character is going to be gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. One thing I didn't pick up on my video that I thought was, again, a really cool like martial arts thing was Dark Nova VF, if you know Dark Nova, Sarah Main. They're, I think they do like Kobudo and Kendo and martial arts like that. So they're a swordsman, like they practice with swords.
Pause.
Yeah. This is Virtua Fighter, right? Everyone.
Pause. Virtua Fighter community is the best. I keep saying it, bro. Everyone's like, yeah, this motherfucker trains with actual real swords. Budgie Twad. VF's the best, bro. And it comes across in the way they act. I'm telling you, everyone's going to take a month and play some VF. You've just got to. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, definitely. But he pointed out, because this is something only a swordsman would notice, is when the mask slips off in the video, Pai's hands go from here to there. And he's like, that's her surrendering, right? That's her going, I don't want to fight this person. Like, you would only drop a guard like that if you were willing to put yourself at risk. And it was like, that was so... I think everyone looking at the look on her face went, oh, yeah, she knows this person. And she says, like, how can this be? But the way he was just like, no, the guard came down. So not only does she know this person, she doesn't want to fight this person. And it was just like, that's such a cool, again, like, this has been made by big martial arts fans.
Yeah.
And picked up by big martial arts fans. You know, it's like...
Yeah, 100%. So good. I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
So do you think the guy's just, like, that she knows him? We don't know yet at all who this could be, because like maybe a legendary fighter or something which is not yet introduced, or do you think it has to be someone who she already has a previous relationship with, which you would know, like a previous character?
She has to know him. I feel like it might still be a character that we, the audience, have never seen before. That's still a possibility, but it's clear everything from the cinematic framing, the facial expression, obviously like the stance of like I'm putting my like. It's clear she recognizes him, even if we don't. So yeah, it's great.
There's one theory, which is, and again, this is from the anime, which isn't canon, but there is one theory of who does Pai know that we've not seen yet in the Virtua Fighter games that she would react to like that. And there's this guy here called Liu Jiolong or Liu Kowloon, depending on your subtitles and subs over dub sort of thing. But like, but he is taught by Lao. Like consensually, he's like Lao's student, and
this guy has the vibes already.
He does. Right? He does those Li Chaolan slick vibes, right?
And he is from Hong Kong, so he would speak Cantonese. He would know similar sort of styles, and he tries to force Pai to marry him in the anime series. So her reaction would kind of fit that. So. Right. That is another theory that a lot of people, I think it was VF Numbers that originally called that one out. Shout outs to them. But like, that was another one that has appeared and technically has been in Virtua Fighter games if you include the Master System. Sorry, not the Master System, the Game Gear, the Game Gear game. Sorry, these stills are from. So he is in the Game Gear Virtua Fighter.
So are the Game Gear ones, are they canon?
No, so the Game Gear is just based off of the anime series, and they're almost basically the same story, just
so it's not canon.
In the Game Gear game,
But again, I feel like canon and uncanon doesn't matter, because I think that they are just going to do a mega mix, because they're just like they're just going to take the best ideas from VF and add their own shit and just go with it. So if they like it from a non-canon thing, they'll put that shit in, rightfully so. So it's possible. It has to be considered.
Yeah, but the other reason that would be a surprise is spoilers for anyone that hasn't watched the anime series, but like He does die in that.
But wait,
maybe
yes, not.
Finn, say it.
But
exactly,
maybe
Finn, say
not.
It. Exactly.
Because that's when the reaction would make sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you exactly, Finn. It's like, what? But you're dead. Totally tracks.
Yeah. So this
how
is
did he
it.
die? How did he die?
So he gets shot by the sort of main girl in it called Eva, and then sort of finished off by Jural. So like two people.
Okay, so fuck. So he's definitely fucking dead, yeah.
No, but does he lose his head?
I don't think you see it. If I remember rightly, you see he gets shot and left in a corridor by Eva, and then you sort of see Jural's eyes go red, which again, like classic.
You can walk that out. You can walk that off.
Yeah,
you can walk that off. Whatever.
When I saw the helicopter there, I was like, maybe he's like, oh, he just has fallen out of the helicopter, and no one has seen him again. You know, across the Atlantic.
Exactly.
So, but unfortunately, he got shot. So, okay. Fuck.
Hey. So what? It's martial art. If your cheek gun is strong enough, you can shake off a bullet.
Well, we'll get into whether or not Kung Fu makes you immune to bullets later on as well. I don't know if you know where I'm going with that, but this theory gets deeper today.
It's not outside of the realms of possibility for RGG to bring back a character that literally got 100%. Shot in the head. Like 100%. They who's the head of the Chinese mafia in Kiwami 2 that you see get shot in the head?
Yeah, I know. I don't know the name, but I know who you mean. Yeah,
and he's in Infinite Wealth. Like when you play one of the sub stories, you go to the underground part where you buy weapons, and he looks at Kiryu and he's like, "Wait, ain't you supposed to be dead?" And Kiryu's like, "Ain't you supposed to be dead?" And like there's this big scar going down his face. So they bring back guys that have supposedly dead. So I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that's another big thing, isn't it? Having the Yakuza team on a Virtua Fighter IP, like.
Yeah,
they make good, engaging stories that fit this aesthetic very well as well.
Yeah, so anything's possible.
It's very exciting. But yeah, that's just about everything that I looked into in that one. Like I say, I broke down sort of what moves each character had in common with them and things like that. But like I say, the resounding thing is if you know the difference between Northern and Southern Kung Fu, it's too different. It's too different. Like it could still be Lei Fei if they only shown Lei Fei doing Southern Kung Fu moves. And he's completely either obliterated and forgotten about everything he's learned, which is weird because he collects martial arts for a living. That's like his sort of lore is that he fights for a secret society that are trying to erase like really powerful martial arts, and he collects them basically as he does that. So unless they just deliberately didn't show any of his sort of core stuff, it can't really be him. But yeah, as a really like high level overview of like the difference between Northern and Southern. Like the Southern ones are normally a bit more animal style. So when they do Southern mantis, they move and bob their heads around like a mantis and things like that. And like they're just a little bit more, they take the animal style of it really seriously. Whereas the Northern styles use what's called Shinfa, which means like spirit. So you've got the spirit of a tiger. You don't necessarily have to like growl and like move around. Like again, when you hear Hong Kong cinema where they're making like loud noises, obviously Bruce Lee does that in a lot of his movies and things. That's very indicative of Southern styles in that they're whooping like a monkey or like a bird and things like that. That's and then the other thing is that in the Northern styles, which took place like Northern Kung Fu, they were fighting on the plains of Northern China and things. A lot more room to move around. So like their hands and legs move together, and that's something that I've been taught quite a lot doing a lot of my Northern styles is. There's not stances. People talk about stances a lot. Like a stance, the word is bu, which kind of means patch. You're going from one step to another step. So as your legs move forwards, your hands are moving with them, so that your body weight moves with them, and that makes something more impactful. And again, the Northern styles being more military style, it didn't really matter how much you were protecting yourself. It mattered that you were moving forwards because you were probably part of an army and stuff like that. So that style is completely different. Whereas Southern styles, they might have been fighting on boats and things like that. They move their legs first, get themselves stable, and then they strike. And again, you'll see that in Southern styles where they'll jump, legs go solid, and then they do their punch. Not as powerful, and like I say, harder to advance, but they're not doing it for military reasons. They're doing it more one-on-one. And again, when you watch the Bakunawa Killer, he's legs and then hands, not legs and hands at the same time. Whereas Lei Fei, legs and hands because he's Northern Shaolin.
That makes sense.
It's interesting to think about martial arts in terms of the problems they're trying to solve, right? Like you said, Northern martial arts is army-based state-building type, whereas the Southern martial artists are dealing with raiders and pirates. So it's a different type of problem. Like they're more Southern will be focused on dealing with individual threats or less organized threats, where it's like you said, Northern style is like, no, you are unit one of however many hundreds, so there is a higher focus on synchronicity, advancing, blah blah blah. Like it's fun to think about that on a. I almost find fight science more interesting than like anything else about fighting, and I understand the problem that the martial artists are trying to solve. Even the story of Jeet Kune Do is like, okay, I want to try and create like a synthesis of Chinese martial arts that does away with the frills. Like whether they succeed or not is a separate thing, but there's that problem. Watching a thinker try to solve that problem is very interesting. And yeah, that's just me being nerdy.
Oh, thank you, Jay, as well. Apologies again, I didn't get to see you at Birmingham because it was a whistle stop, but hope you had
he was with me when I was standing behind you.
Oh, really?
But we saw you on comms, we just didn't want to bother you.
Oh no.
I have a question. What's with is his hair in any form significant, like his hairstyle?
Oh, wonderful question. Yeah, so we'll get onto that a little bit. This is going to go deep. Looking at the time now, I was like, oh yeah, 2 hours. It'll be no problem.
Oh hell no! When Mike said 2 hours, I'm like, you as if. Let's go.
Well, to be fair, I said to you guys, probably want to aim for 3.
Yeah,
that seems more reasonable because we are going to yap.
I think so. But yeah, so that's called a Q, and that is a Manchu hairstyle, which is very contradictory with a Hung Gar fighter, because Hung Gar is also a rebel style. So as much as I've just said, like the purpose of different kung fu is lots of different reasons, Hung Gar was taught to rebels to fight against the Manchurians. They rejected the Qing dynasty, which is the people who had these hairstyles. When you watch old kung fu movies and everyone's got the like shaved forehead with the long ponytail, that's when the Manchurians ran China, basically, which was up until about 1911, not actually that long ago. So yeah, that Q is often a reflection of someone from ancient times or that's got reverence for ancient times. But yeah, again, Hung Gar fighters were very much rejecting of that style and that aesthetic as well. So it's interesting. Again, another bit of a juxtaposition there that they'd make them look like that. But I think they've done that because Lan Di and Lao do that. And depending on their history, they could be more on board with the Qing dynasty stuff, which we'll get into.
I just wanted to take a tangent just because C4 just said that I remember hearing the difference between North and South within breakdancing too. North tends to have better moves and South has crazier power moves. And obviously, if you've played in any fighting game for a long time, you'd be like, oh, there's EU Tekken and there's NA Tekken and there's Japanese Tekken. Like that is where like the sort of the relationship between any craft, right, that is developing in a region, because you're competing with people in that region, you all sort of take on aspects of that region. And it is always fun to see those styles crop up: North style, East style, West style, South style. Like, yeah, it's super dope. Yeah, you see it in all fighting games pretty much with large scenes. You see it in breakdancing, you see it everywhere. So I was like, yeah, I love it.
Southern style's more rushed down. They're all flipping and kicking and jumping, and then they start striking, So,
and American style, they drop their combos. Hey, anyway.
So on that, any more questions on the original network here before I zoom out?
Yes. You did in the south portion of your map. I think there's the I just wanted to have an explanation on the, how do you even call this? The dots on the head of Lei. I mean, that's Lei Fei, but like, could you explain this very shortly to me, because I'm just interested.
Yeah, so these are called Jieba. They're kind. So this is kind of proof that Lei Fei's a bad dude as well. So these are kind of outlawed in this day and age. Like Shaolin don't do this anymore. This used to be a sort of sign of commitment. You can see from this color photograph that sometimes this still does happen. But yeah, this was a sign of commitment. You can get different numbers of dots. So sometimes there's 2 rows, sometimes there's 3 rows. Again, when you look at like Dragon Ball and things like that, there's some references to these things. But you can see when your hair grows back in, because that's a scar. It's like, those little incense cones. It's like the equivalent of them put on your head, lit, and then you just have to like meditate and get through it until it's scarred your head. and then that area is going to be forever bald. So what was interesting there was, again, like if you're going really firmly on it's definitely him, there is some quite close-up shots of his face and things as well, and it just doesn't seem like, it would be hard to see with long hair, but it just felt like that would maybe be something they would sprinkle in as a clue, would be like a slightly lighter spot on his head or something like that, if that was still there. He did have long hair in Virtua Fighter 4, and you could pick costumes and things where he's got that as well. And people already in Virtua Fighter 5 have been making custom costumes, because he does have a mask and a dark suit and things in Virtua Fighter 5's costume selection as well. So people have gone off in that direction and went, it's still him.
Proof it's him.
If we're going off costume selection, I mean, Final Showdown would bring up all kinds of weird theories. But
why does it mean that he's like a bad guy?
Oh, sorry. So like I say, that's something that Shaolin don't really do anymore. It's quite frowned upon amongst them. So he's part of like a secret society of martial artists rather than part of the classic sort of northern or southern Shaolin temples. Okay. I think if you were in the temple and you did that these days, they'd probably ask you to leave. There's a lot of very strict rules to, especially the northern Shaolin temple, where you have to basically give up any other religion that you've got before you go through the door, give up a lot of your past, and you really are there to focus on one thing. So you wouldn't do something for aesthetics or something personal anymore in there. So it's highly unlikely that as much as he dresses like a Shaolin and he fights Shaolin styles, he probably met some people and formed a secret society within the Shaolin that he knew, and then went off and did that elsewhere. He's not really a classic, like, honorable, stoic Shaolin person,
I hear it.
Very interesting. Just before you move on to the next part, Wireman, I'm just going to read out these 3 super chats real quick. Blackmore, thank you for the $5. Shouts to everyone speaking in this podcast. I've been waiting for this to drop for a while. Wireman, I found one of my Venom masks. Got to send you a pic.
Oh, nice. So so Blackmore's also a big Shaw Brothers fan. I know that you are, Mike. But yeah, Blackmore's got the 5 Deadly Venoms masks, and if you've seen 5 Deadly Venoms, very similar in style to the Bakunawa masks in that they cover the whole face and normally have like an object sticking out of them. Like this one does have like a dragon face, sort of sticking out of the front of it there. So they're kind of similar in that theme as well. I think they were definitely thinking Shaw Brothers when they designed this character to
also worth mentioning, Blackmore also has a YouTube channel. It's a small YouTube channel, but it's good shit. And he, again, Virtua Fighter player, real life martial artist, shares a lot of good thoughts. So yeah, definitely check him out if you're interested in this. If you're watching this chat, there's definitely stuff on his channel you'd appreciate. If you enjoy like listening to people talk about martial arts on a philosophical level and a historical level, Blackmore's definitely got some shit. So shout out to him.
He has done a video on Tiger Swallow as well. So
there you go.
I started watching one of his videos actually. Yeah, his channel is really, really cool. There's a lot of people that are like, I hope get a lot more attention now that we're going into this game. Definitely check out Blackmore's channel. Street Sharks, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry I spilled rice in your Cheerios, Grandma. Hey, Street Sharks, you need to go back to the asylum, bro. I appreciate you though.
We'll go back to the asylum, bro. Take your pills, Grandpa.
Batman must have been sleeping. They let you up. Tom, thank you for the $5. I'm done with fighting games at this point. I rage broke my controller again with Street Fighter 6. I had 1,650 MR to 1,520. Tired of throw loops, missing inputs, etc. Oh, bro, it's time to come play some VF.
I mean, most people are tired of throw loops, to be honest.
Tom, like,
but that actually, I have a trivia question for that then, because I have confirmed this actually. I want to know if anyone of you knows someone who has the record, or maybe can take the record, because the guy who also I brought him to the mod fight in Tekken, right? Arthur in English, I guess. He plays on an Xbox pad, right? And he uses these like, what is it like? They cost like 120 euros, right? Now, over the course of him playing Tekken for like now, what is it, like 8 years? He has broken over 20 of them out of rage.
Fuck?
I've actually confirmed this. Does any one of you can take this record? Does anyone of you know someone who's like more tilted than this guy?
If you're breaking 20 pads, you're doing well financially, bro. You're actually doing well. I actually don't. I don't think even at my highest earning potential, I don't think I was ever in a position where I could afford to be breaking 20 pads. Bro. That's crazy. That's actually
he's
crazy.
in the military. He
Oh, there you go. Then fuck it. Break more. You're fine. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't got it like that. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I think so. Not for rage, but like Broski goes through a lot of pads, but it is just hours that he puts in. But I think the pads he likes. I think I can't remember what D-pad style it is, but yeah, he wears through that rubber part underneath it and squishes
the most pads I've ever gone through is playing the old Budokai games, because you know when you beam clash.
Oh, you have to roll. You have to roll. Yeah.
Bro, but and back then the pads weren't that expensive, thankfully.
Okay, but all of it's not rage, right?
Yeah, but
I've never broken a controller out of rage. I think Tom's loaded, which is why he probably smashes controls at random.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. It's connected. You have to be loaded to be able to do that. It's a luxury.
Tom's got money, so he can throw the control at the wall. If I threw the control at the wall, I'd instantly feel whatever pain the control would have felt in my chest.
Yeah, I'm like, oh no, I broke my left analog stick. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But yeah, all right, cool. Sorry, Wireman, not to interrupt you.
No, all good. Very quickly, there's one question there that says, are hitboxes frowned upon in the VF community? And I've got to say, no. They've got really, really popular. Like, diagonals are super important in Virtua Fighter. So hitting a consistent diagonal is, a big thing. So yeah, at Versus Fighting, I would say majority are still stick, but like very close behind it would be all button controllers, and then pads probably third. Yeah, pad can be rough for Virtua Fighter, I will say.
It can. Yeah, I didn't realize it because I've only recently kind of broken into the sort of intermediate level where I'm really trying to use movement to get around stuff. And like you said, it's the diagonal double diagonal inputs quickly. You realize, oh, okay, I see why the higher level players are roll on pads, and I've been on hitboxes and stick because it gets. If you want to keep up if you're trying to keep up with Gentleman Thief, it's like you better think faster, you better move faster, or he's gonna kill you.
Yeah, the tech community is really racist though towards the hitbox. In case anyone wanted to know, yeah.
Against hitbox,
pretty.
They're not there yet. They're not. I mean, I still have my reservations about it, but I'm opening up to the idea about it.
I might get on that shit, especially when Token comes out. I'm definitely going to. Token's going to be like the first tag fighter I'm actually going to give a legit shot to. I'm like, fuck it. The best time to try and learn a new input mechanic is when you're playing the new game in general. So yeah, I might jump onto that. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a lot of buttons that game from what I've heard as well.
That's what I'm hearing too. So I'm like, all right, now it's time.
Nice one. Right, but yeah, so this was originally it, and like I say, the more I thought about this, and the more people replied, going, "Okay, cool, but I think it's Leifei," or "Okay, cool, but it's definitely Tiger Swallow," and it's just like, in my head, I'm just going, "You're wrong, you're really wrong," and it's going to bother us.
But what's their argument for it being? Did anyone? Usually, when I have videos where I have where I have a strong opinion, I think it's the same for you. I usually will get people that just say, "Yo, it's that," and they are sometimes aggressive about it. And then you ask them, what do you have to, what fundament does your opinion rest on? And then they say nothing.
Bro. I feel it in my balls, bro. That's all the certification I need, man.
Is there any counter narrative?
So that there's little bits. Like I say, there is this theory of if Leifei historically is a martial arts collector, it wouldn't be weird for him to come in with a different style. I think it would be weird for him to come in with a style and we would only see that style. And again, maybe Sega have been really clever and only shown the moves that he does in that move set that are hung up, which would be really smart if they did. Some other things, so like these claw hands, this is a tiger claw. Like you don't need to know much about Kung Fu before looking at that going, this person's probably doing something quite tiger themed. And again, Loud does have tiger claw hand shapes that are quite prominent in his koke stance and in his win poses as well. It's not only Hungar that has that, and it's not only Tiger Swallow that has that. So the thing with hand shapes, and this is a cool thing about Kung Fu in general, is the stuff that works tends to stick around. And also the stuff that works, you'll tend to see in other martial arts from different countries as well. So you'll actually see in Japan, they have what's called hikite, which means like the sort of raking and grabbing hand and things like that. And it's a similar shape to this as well. So like a lot of people developed similar styles that look very similar. Baji Shen, again, looks a lot like Silat from Indonesia, although the two have never met. You know, there's things like that where there are just commonalities across different martial arts. So sometimes it's unfortunate. And again, I think Sega have been really clever in showing this, and they've clearly zoomed in on these shots, right, in the trailer, because they want you to look at that and go, oh yeah, that's Lao, right?
One thing about Lao, though, because I don't know how much, maybe supernatural stuff or something is in the VF lore, because until recently, actually, people told me, oh, the lore is like minimal. Like when it comes to like story modes, VF never featured that much. But there is obviously bits and pieces where, you can draw from, because when it concerns the age of Lao, like how realistic is it that he's like still alive, in your opinion?
Dead,
and what would be...
So, Lau is literally coughing up blood in Virtua Fighter 5. Like, he's struggling and he's running out of options, and they really make that quite clear. There's, like you said, there's not a lot of lore in Virtua Fighter, and traditionally to learn the lore in Virtua Fighter, so to find out who won Virtua Fighter 1, you had to buy Virtua Fighter 2, and then when you opened up the manual, it said, after Virtua Fighter 1, Lao Chan wins, he won the first Virtua Fighter. So, like, that's where a lot of the lore comes from. There's a couple of cutscenes in some of the later games and things like that. One cutscene in Virtua Fighter 2 that alludes to Kage's, Dural's identity, and things. But yeah,
how old is he, by the way? Is this something where he doesn't look insanely old, but then he's like 103?
He's born in 1940, and if the games were canonically kind of running from the 90s. And maybe we're a little further ahead in real life, you could go, okay, so maybe he's like in his 80s.
It's not supernatural age, though. It's not super. He's old, but he's not supernatural age.
And Crossroads canonically is supposed to take between 10 and 20 years gap between Virtua Fighter 5 and Crossroads.
If he's not dead, I'm pissed. He's not dead, I'm pissed.
So,
and also Shundi, he needs to be there too.
Yeah. So again, it would fit with Pi's "How could this be possible?" But if she saw her dad, who again canonically she doesn't really get along with, like would that have been the reaction on her face?
There's also one thing I want to throw out, right? Like because Finn was asking, like, why are people being like, this is Lei Fei? I'm 100% convinced it's Lei Fei, and if it's not Lei Fei, would not be surprised. Don't ask me how, but like for me. It's the case of they have demonstrated that they're basically taking the spirit of every character, or not say every character, but I suspect they're going to take any character. They're going to like almost completely go to the drawing board, like nothing, and then add the elements that they think are needed to go back. I think when you look at what they've done for Wolf is a great example. Wolf is kind of a blank canvas for wrestler. You can do anything, and they've kind of gone heel wrestler, aging wrestler. They've done that. And so my point for Lei Fei, I feel like they've kind of gone, okay, if we were going to take the story of Lei Fei, someone who goes out and collects martial arts from people, potentially even kills them to keep them a secret, we probably would give them more of a vigilante aesthetic, right? They strike in the middle of the night. People don't know them because he's not sticking around for fucking interviews. He comes in, fucks you up with moves you've never seen before, and leaves, and just leaves a corpse. And also the idea that he's at the tournament, but he's not in the tournament, suggests that he's working, right? He's not here to win the money or whatever. It's like, no. I'm just trying to take people out. But again, this is me coming out of my ass. If they go, oh, actually, it's some new dude, I'd be like, okay, fine, fair enough. But I could totally see them reinventing this as Lei Fei, even though they changed.
But from Pi, right, the reaction, it was a bit emotional and a bit personal, right? It sounded personal. So did they meet? Do they know each other?
Pi intercepts. So Lei Fei, he's trying to steal the Tiger Swallow Fist style from Lao, and between Virtua Fighter 4 and Virtua Fighter 5, he gets close and Pi intercepts him and actually stops him. So even though she doesn't like her dad, she's not going to let him get murdered, right? So like she steps in and saves his life. And it's shown in the cutscene to vanilla Virtua Fighter 5, if I remember rightly. You see this moment where she
do they have a positive or very negative? Like if it was Lei Fei, do they like each other?
They don't like each other, but at the same time, like I say, I think she just saw someone trying to kill her dad and stopped it more than anything. So she wouldn't like him. Again, she'd probably be angry to see him. So again, that facial expression doesn't fully track. But she would be surprised to see him.
I hear what you're picking up, Finn, and I think you're right. Like her reaction almost seems too strong for it to be Lei Fei, right? Because her reaction almost seems more intimate. Like, oh, I thought you were dead. Like I knew you. And you're right. In canon, I don't think Lei Fei and Pai have that kind of relationship. But again, even the details of their relationship can kind of be retconned in this new game. But you're right. It would be a leap from what was previously established. They have to be like, oh, actually, I did know you. And if I remember correctly, Wireman, Lei Fei did consensually train under Lao for a while before trying to kill him. It's not like he just showed up out of nowhere and tried to kill him, right? Or am I misremembering that?
No, that's correct. So in Virtua Fighter 4, or between 4 and 5, Lao is teaching him Kung Fu. He's not teaching him Tiger Swallow Fists. And I think this is the thing. And this
he's actively refusing to teach him this, right?
That's really normal in Kung Fu. And this is important to point out is there's these tests, and you'll have seen it in every movie ever. It's even in like Doctor Strange and stuff, right? Where he's like outside that that temple and she keeps slamming the door in his face and he's got to wait. There's a big waiting game. Yep. When I was studying Baji-Chuan,
Kill Bill as well, with like, what's his name? Pai Mei does not teach the exploding heart technique to anyone until she does, right? Yeah. Until he does. Sorry. Yeah.
That is based in reality. And in my Wutan school, I went to learn Baji-Chuan. Everyone wants to learn Baji-Chuan. And they go, great, welcome in. Firstly, you can't come in until you've really got some credentials, right? What else have you done? Do you have a recommendation from a different teacher, or what? You know, there was like a survey that you had to fill in originally to say what you'd done, and so you had that. Then finally, you make the cut. You're in the school. Welcome to the school. We're going to teach you Zhongyi Chen, completely different martial art. And then it's like, right, once you've done that for 3-4 months, we're going to teach you some of the basic exercises that a Baji-Chuan practitioner would do. We're not going to teach you Baji-Chuan, but we'll teach you what they exercise, how they work out. And then we'll teach you a different martial art. And you do this for about a year, you don't learn any Baji-Chuan. And they want you to see if you stick around and you want to learn it. And that's clearly what Lao was doing with Lei Fei. Mm-hmm. One of the main reasons you do this is, again, in ancient China, if you taught someone a martial art and then they committed a crime with that martial art, they didn't just punish that person, they punished the teacher as well, and quite often punished the family and things as well. So teachers really chose their students carefully, and that's why you see that in so many movies of making someone face a wall or stand on top of a pole for a bunch of days and things like that. Like all of that stuff is that test of can you stick around? Yeah. Lei got impatient and tried to just deal with them.
Yeah. But I only bring this up, Finn, to say that you could retcon it, but it wouldn't be that much of a retcon because you could basically exaggerate. Like Pai could have seen this. You know what I mean? You could retcon that actually Pai did see Lei, did know Lei, they did speak somewhat. So she knew him as a talented but perhaps impatient student, and then the big happened. So my point is it would require some sort of emotional expansion of their story to justify that reaction that we've seen, but it wouldn't be that far outside of what has already been established in law, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that was my big.
You know, one crazy thing, I don't know much about like Dural, right? But could you Dural Lao? Could you just Dural him? Is that because you just make him like he's just a Dural form, like, or like, you know, he gets younger, or like maybe I don't know. Dural is like, as far as I understand, is you turn woman into this cyborg thing, right?
Yeah, it's kind of Armokujin in a way. So but yeah, they absorb different styles. So in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5, Dural feels a lot more Vanessa-like in their size and in the fact that they've got stances and things like that. So yeah, you could have.
I mean, I don't know if this is mad crazy because like Dural is part of like almost every like game's lore, right? Like as a side note, like there is the organization, they try to make the perfect fighter or something like that.
Yeah, they've explicitly said Judgment 6, the organization, has gone in this game. That in itself is it's a plot hole if Virtua Quest, the PlayStation 2 game, is canon, because Virtua Quest takes place long in the future after the Virtua Fighters have all gone and Judgment 6 is still around. So
shit out the window, bro. They don't care. They're gonna just like, nah, we're redoing that shit. If we like it, it stays. If we don't like it, they're gonna throw the. Don't talk to me about fucking what's it, Virtua Quest. Fuck that shit. They'll throw that shit in the bin. I don't care.
Only me and Guile Wyncourt have finished that game
exactly.
and know that story. So like, yeah, they don't have to stick to that one.
Go back to the retirement home, old man. Like we're changing this.
But yeah, it does feel like that it's a potential plot hole, or Judgment 6 has just been pushed underground, and at somewhere in this game we'll see them come back out.
Even if J6 is done, you could bring back Dural. Like Dural could have survived, but at the same time, I do think tonally they will probably want to move away from that supernatural stuff, or it's like a post-credit stinger, like that level, because what they have shown so far is so grounded. If they put in some fucking liquid metal lady, I think they actually shoot the aesthetic they've established so far in the head, like almost instantly. Like,
well, definitely. But no, great questions though, and you can see it. As much as there's not a lot of lore, like the stuff that is there is like it's enough to get invested. But it's classic fighting game family stuff, and again, they have said in the new game it's not going to be family stuff. Or something they said. Maybe again that's just to distract us from the Bakunawa stuff. I don't know, but the producers have spoken quite a lot about what this game's going to be about.
Yeah.
Aye. Right, so shall I zoom out? So after all of this, like I say, more people sort of disagreeing with us and all the rest of it. I added a bunch, mainly because people were saying like, "Oh, this is Lei. He finally killed Lao. He's picked up the Tiger Swallow Fist style. This is Tiger Swallow Fist." And again, I'm like, it's not. It's Tiger Crane Hungar specifically. And these red pictures here are actually taken from someone demonstrating the Tiger Crane Hungar form, and it's just like I was like, I'm so certain that that's Tiger Crane Hungar. I'm not a Southern martial artist, so I was like, I can't guarantee that. But what I've done since is I went through the entire Tiger Crane Taolu, the full sequence, and I married up every single move that the Bakunawa Killer
motherfucker
in the entire trailer, and then cross-examined it and cross-referred it to part of the actual Tiger Crane Taolu. So it is specifically not only Hungar, but it is the Tiger Crane elements. You can tell that one of their designers has sat at some point and had these same videos up that I've had up and went, right, how do we make the Bakunawa Killer do this stuff?
It's not actually the style these people thought that it disagreed with you, huh?
No.
They thought it was the fictional style that is kind of legendary in Virtua Fighter lore, like Lao's iconic style, but actually it's way more mapped onto this style that we're looking at now.
And it's
did you already knew this from just watching it, and now just did this to like show the uneducated ones, like, look guys, like come on, like.
Oh yeah, this is the classic conspiracy theorist thing of the more people disagree with me, the more I entrench myself. But these screenshots that we're done before it was challenged, these are the same guy.
This is your first 24 hours. This is instant. And you're like, all right, cool. You want more notes? You want more receipts?
So I was like, fine, I'll do the full form. And I did not only the full form of Tiger Crane, but the Bakunawa Killer's full set of moves as well. There's a couple of places where it doesn't line up, which I've marked in red here. There is this series of kicks, which are part of the famous 8 kicks of Wing Chun. So again, I've cross-referred them to Ip Man in the Grandmaster here, doing those same kicks, the sort of backwards mule kick, and then a side kick, and then this low sort of cutting, scrubbing kick. And then obviously
the hand behind the back with those.
Wait, guys, shall we watch the trailer and like jump from trailer to image? And would that be a good idea?
We can do that. So what I can do actually. So I'll bring up the Bakunawa Killer trailer.
I mean, if you need it, would be like sick to see it again because the moves look so cool, right? Like,
yeah, sure. But the hand behind the back kicking stuff, I'm like, why you didn't have to? Like, we see the fit Bakunawa. Yeah. Like, you didn't have to aura farm that hard.
I don't know if do you get audio off me?
I can pull it up. I can share another screen as well.
Oh, nice. So I'll drop the link in Discord if you want to save time. But I'll drop that. But I'll also drop a scene that demonstrates the 8 kicks of Wing Chun as well.
Red Gunner, the Grandmaster. Honestly, watching the Bakunawa Killer trailer, I legit like that weekend. I had to go watch the Grandmaster again.
Oh, the Grandmaster, yeah.
The Grandmaster. That film is so fucking stylish, bro.
Oh,
that film is so good. That scene when they're fighting.
I'm
at
honestly
the
not the
station,
biggest kung fu fan, but that movie I really liked.
No, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's on a cinematography level. It's incredible, and then it's so good.
So Wong Kar-wai that directed that, I was talking to the Archives at Midnight guys. I don't know if you know them. Really cool bunch. Again, super into martial arts movies and martial arts and fighting games. But yeah, they were pointing out a different Wong Kar-wai movie, which is Fallen Angels from like 1995. The aesthetic of this game with the red backgrounds and everything. If you watch Fallen Angels by Wong Kar-wai,
I've seen Fallen Angels a long time ago.
I've not seen this at all. I've not even heard of this.
It fits this game's aesthetic pretty much like bang on. It's really good.
I guess I'm watching that on Twitch this weekend, I guess. Now we know what's up.
But yeah, I've shared 2 videos with you there if you want to put those up. But yeah, that one's the Bakunawa Killer trailer, and then one is that scene in the Grandmaster where he says there's 8 kicks and he beats up a bunch of guys exclusively just using each of the 8 kicks once, which is super sick.
Oh, did you send to me on Discord?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, in the group chat.
Okay, yeah, I'll pull it up.
But yeah, there's Wing Chun moves in here are the only exceptions, and then the 1-inch punch. I've used the Bruce Lee sort of OG example there.
Is this common? That you sometimes have techniques that maybe a school or actually like you said, like another discipline discovered, and then it also gets used by like this completely different discipline, like even like a continent away. Is this very common, or is this like rather rare?
Extremely common. Like you just get so used to seeing it. Like, you'll watch Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and you'll see stuff in there and go, oh yeah, that's Mongolian wrestling, and it's just that is the case. Like certain things
because it makes sense, right? Because it makes sense to do that, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly that.
And the masters would have done from other masters, right?
You want me to play this clip?
Yeah, you can start with this one. But yeah, so this is the 8 kicks of Wing Chun. And yeah, you'll see that scrubbing kick, you'll see the side kick, you'll see the mule kick. They're all flying kicks that are most likely Southern Shaolin. So like, yeah, there's 3 styles really that this Bakunawa Killer does. Southern Shaolin, which makes a lot of sense again. And then you've got Hungar, which is the core one. And that's quite normal as well, as to have a core style and then augment that with other styles that you learn. So my Baji Chuan is a really stiff style. So I'll practice Tai Chi because that loosens it up again. So I don't just become hunched over and wiry from just doing elbows all the time. They teach you Tai Chi and Pigua and things like that so that you open up your muscles and keep yourself sort of a bit more supple, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of these moves here, these are all Hungar, where you see his hands coming across and his claws and following one with the other hand straight after and stuff. Like it's very undeniably Hungar. And like I say, in Chad's reaction video, seconds in, you went, this is Hungar, 5 animals. That was like the first things out your mouth, you know. So
gotta be. It's like
martial arts.
I'll be honest, I'm just coming at it from Hollywood, so I haven't practiced it like you. But it's just like, but yeah, it's iconic. It's an iconic style.
Yeah. And that's how is this possible? And then he does a Taolu here, so he does a form. And again, this is where the bridge hands come out.
Look at him, he's so sick. It's my main. Don't talk to me. I'm maining this guy. Don't fucking talk to me, bro. I don't care where he's in a tier list. I don't care if you tell me he's fucking trash tier. I'm playing him. Okay, could you pause it quickly like this? I remember, so I recognize a lot of the martial arts you talked about, but this one, I know it's in your original thing, but could you expound on this a little bit? Like this sort of like, it looks like a relaxed style, and I remember you saying that Genfu kind of had this. Like, what was this style again?
So this hand shape is quite rare. I have found it in that Tiger Crane Hungar, but this hand shape is really, really best known in another northern style called Shinyi Ryohochen, which means the 6 harmony loyal fist or something like that. I can't fully remember off the top of my head, but yeah, but Ryoho is the 6 harmonies part of that. It's a bodyguard style like Baji Chen, so it's not self-defense, I'm defending someone else. So it's very important that I get in the middle and I move forwards no matter what, so I create space so that person can get away. Which really cool styles usually have spear involved and things like that. So you can kind of see he's holding a spear there in his hands to a degree. But yeah, this type of thing, sometimes called an eagle catch, is a non-committal hand. So Wing Chun people have things like I mentioned Tan Sao, where they use the back of their hand to like pull out the way. Other martial arts do it. The Tanglan Shen, so the Mantis style does it with its shofar hand. Again, you can hook and do things like that. But yeah, this is the eagle catch, and if you grab someone's hand with this, you're only really grabbing with these two fingers. So if they do something unexpected, you can release. They can't, then they're less likely to trap your hand. Sometimes call it a chump check in Wing Chun and things. If someone like packs out and puts their hand on your hand, you just put your hand on top of their hand, and then they're going wherever you're going, you know? So to avoid that, this is a mature style. This hand position is something that someone who's done many years and has made mistakes chooses this kind of thing, because this manages the unexpected. I'm going to grab you. If you go the way I want you to, I can continue with this. If you do something unexpected, I can let go of you very quickly as well. It was interesting to see that, and like that was the only hint of Northern style I saw in here. But now that I've gone back and frame by frame to see Hungar does have this thing where they actually, in the Tiger Crane style, they walk forwards, doing this as they walk forwards, which again is what you'd call a different type of tan. That's
no, this blew me away, because I completely ignored this. I didn't notice it, but then you showed like Gen kind of, or like the older martial artists often have, like you say, it's a mature style. Oh, that's actually a good. Once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it.
I didn't notice it myself, but he actually does it there. If you that exact throw, he does use the hand exactly like I said he would, where it just pulls with the two finger there.
Yeah, it grabs you like a light grab into, just like pulling you into momentum to do whatever, setting you up for whatever he wants to do.
Someone called me out on the Virtua Fighter Discord. They were like, you were so focused on everything you knew, you didn't even see it in the trailer. I was like, thanks. There's that 1-inch punch, which again, explicitly Wing Chun. That butterfly kick, again, everyone's went, oh, this is Lau's overhead throw. That looks nothing like Lau's overhead throw.
Yeah, people are reaching. Once you have a theory, everything becomes to confirm the theory. I know what you mean.
If you abstract it, if you take a screenshot of him standing like that, you go, yeah, of course it is. But when you see the movement, and that's what I was saying the whole time, they knew that we would react by sticking stills up on Twitter and all the rest of it. When you look at the moves actually in action, this is Hungar. Even the palms, slightly different in that he's got very flat palms. So if you remember the scene with Landy in Shenmue, his hands are more relaxed. They're like this, and that's deliberate. Again, that's a Northern style. If you take the shape of the bottom of the rib cage, you want to hit the liver. You want to actually break, or depending on the side, the liver or the spleen. You want to actually break an internal organ. So you take the shape of the rib cage so that you hit that as hard as possible, whereas he's doing just
said take the shape of the rib cage. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, listen, all right, slight tangent, yeah. I know you like back of the grappler. I get it, yeah. But this is real martial arts shit. We're talking about biomechanics. Like, that's taking the shape of the rib cage. That's the level of depth I want. That's the level of depth I want.
I think you need to watch Baki though, because they do go into a lot of detail on like how they want to break their opponents down. I think what Chad's seen, he's seen Yujiro, he's the embodiment of violence. So he's not looking to break you down. He's just stronger than you. So he's
just better than you. What martial art does he do? All of them. I'm like, cool.
But he's not that different from like what we're talking about here, where the Bakunawa Killer is going around taking styles. Yujiro is just much better than everybody else at it. He fights people. Yeah, he's built different, and he takes styles. So he's taken every style he's ever come into contact with. But in Baki, they do go into detail on how they're going to break you down. Like 90% of the characters do that, which is why I was saying I think you would enjoy it. But you've seen Yujiro standing in front of an army and going, I'm just going to crush all of you. And I'm like, yeah, that's Yujiro. It's not the whole anime, though.
He defeated the U.S. Army at age 15, bro. He's the best. He's the best because he's just built different. I'm like, cool martial arts anime you got here, bro. Cool. No, but I'm just triggering you. I actually do need to watch some.
I want to pause it here because, like, isn't this is Lao's choke slam, isn't it?
So this is another one of those things where, as a still, yes. The actual choke slam, no. Lao in Virtua Fighter 3 could do what's called a 3-point throw, where you put a leg past someone and you hit past them, and then he would throw with this part of his hand. This part of his hand, where you put that under their neck and he would throw them, which is kind of what's happening here. But in his very famous throw, where he lifts them, he grabs the face, and this guy doesn't grab the face; he grabs the neck. So even calling it a choke slam means that you've seen that it's not land. It's not Lao's face grab, basically. But this is the whole point. Like those hands there, everyone's going, that's Lao. He's leaning forwards, which is what you do in Hung Gar when you take in that stance. It's an aggressive stance. Koke's stance, where he does that, is a defensive stance. He leans back. There is no moment in Lao's moveset where he's leaning forwards with tiger claws in that sort of porcupine stance. Like, that's not a thing. Yeah. So it's easy to look at the hands, but when you look at the whole thing holistically, and this is that Phoenix light flickering out, which is so cool, and it feels like it's trying to say something there. Mm-hmm. But yeah, when you look at the whole thing together, you get a different, as a martial artist, you get a different reaction. And like I say, I think SIG have done that on purpose. They knew we were going to share stills on Twitter and talk about it, and it means as long as we just did that and didn't do what I've done, we'd all go up in 1,000 directions, and none of us would be right. I still think
you know what I'm saying.
Oh, we lost.
I'm hoping that somewhere in the Sega offices, your video is up, and they're watching it with like fucking Japanese translations, and they're like, "We got him, we got him, we got just like we fucking got him." They're watching and smiling. I'm like, "Oh, he's pretty good. Oh, he's way off on this one." Or like, I'm hoping they're just doing that, just to be like, "Yeah, we got him. Good job, team."
What I think is like super impressive when I watch the trailer again is just the way clothes, like how the way clothes behave and how they modeled them to the body. Like the fabric, it looks like this. Oh man, the clothes, it looks so good, because in Tekken, you know it as well, Chad. Like a lot of sometimes it looks it looks very static still, even in UE5, and here. The fabric texture work and stuff, it really sells. Like it really sells the bodies and stuff. It's like super good.
It's even bigger than that. A large part of fighting games used to, especially the 3D ones, used to really push what graphics could do. They were often like really just like blowing you away. And it's been a long time, I think, since a fighting game ever really done that. And like low key, I see stills in VF6 that give me that same feeling of like, oh, we're really are entering a new generation of the thing. I think a lot of people feel that way. Like it's been a long time since a fighting game has been able to evoke the same awe that they could have done maybe in the early 2000s. And this is the first one in a long time that's maybe go, oh yeah, we are here. We are like, this is it's super silent.
And I love the dynamic camera shots that I've also seen with when what was it called again, the move that Wolf does, like the switch, what was it called, Switchblade or something, where he just
or like Hidden Blade or something like that.
It looks like mad sick. And because also in Tekken, it's obviously disgusting how Tekken 8 obscures all of the animation work with these effects, because when the game goes like into slow-mo, or there's a dynamic camera angle and you can really take the animation work in, then you realize how much detail is actually there. In hand dynamic and stuff, how they move, how much animation is actually there. And in VF, they still preserve that, which is like mad. Like you see it with the hit effects, right? That's like actual combat footage or like round footage. And this is also something about the game. Yeah, the hit spark there is just literally like Tekken 6 hit spark. Which
I was about to say,
it's exactly what Eris went on about, right? Like the Tekken 6, the kind of minimal hit spark that lets you appreciate the animation work and the hit. So really love that.
Look at the screen. I literally, as you were speaking, I knew
this is this is it. Like, look at the screen. Like this is it. Yeah.
100%. Oh man, good shit. No,
but
I'm loving it. Go on, continue.
So, let's say narrowing this down to definitely Hung Gar, definitely Tiger Crane form, which you can see why that would get mixed up with Tiger Swallow, right? That's sure. There's
he would have a hard time spotting this in Tekken 8, by the way. Just saying, because of all the
So I do have a Twitter reaction series called Baji Chen or Baji Trent, where I look at different Baji Chen characters and I review how accurate their Baji Chen is. And I did comment on when I first reacted to Leo. When they were first announced, and it was so hard in the indoor scenes of that first trailer to actually go, what is Leo doing here? Because it's just red smoke everywhere. And it's such a shame, because they have done a good job of modeling them.
Leo and Tekken 6 is like
looks amazing, right?
Baji Chuan I've seen. I love stuff.
It's accurate Baji-chan to the point that some of the move names are like quite deep cuts. Like they've studied this, like they've read the books to get there, you know. So like
And
really
then
cool
his
stuff.
the Rachel is just a grappling hook.
And that was confusing. That was very confusing.
Hey, shut up! Everyone knows that the grappling hook is a key part of the Baji-chuan. It's the Western style. You wouldn't understand.
I've not reached that level.
You've not reached that level. You've not demonstrated enough character to be taught the grappling hook techniques.
No, man.
By the way, one question, one like martial arts question, right? I'm actually right now. I'm playing Fang again a bit in like Tekken and stuff in Tekken 6. Like how common are like shoulder checks like that? Like how common is that?
So again, in northern styles vary, and when you think about a battlefield, and this is how Baji-chen actually works as well. All of the strikes in Baji-chen kind of apply with all different moves. So if you look at Akira's like Chong-Chue, I don't know the Japanese or the Virtua Fighter names. I only know the Kung Fu names for them. But it's Chong-Chue is sort of batter and ram punch, where he punches like this, and then you look at his elbow, and then you look at his shoulder. His stance is the same, his motion is the same. And the whole point is, if I'm on a battlefield and there's 10 of us and there's 10 of you and we're going at each other, and I strike like that and we're still moving forwards, my next only option is to strike like that. And then my next only option is to strike like that. So if I've hit you a bunch of times and I've not won, you're still standing for whatever reason. Baji-chen as a bodyguard style, and again, as Feng Wei's northern Shaolin styles and things like that, they've really thought about it and they've really looked into it. And you can tell that these people had to fight because at some point they hit someone 5 or 6 times, they ended up this close to them and went, now what? What do I do? And that's where shoulders and hips and throws, like shui jiao techniques, that's where they come from. Is you can tell someone's really had to fight. They haven't just, this isn't just like a dance and they've shown this off to each other and went, oh, I'm a kung fu master. Like to think about it that deeply as, okay, I've got no limbs left now. What do I do to fight? So yeah, really realistic.
And it's especially apparent, at least with the Baji-chuan, when you realize like it was like it's a spear style, right? Like, and so it's like, okay, what do I do if I'm fighting someone but they're within range of my spear, or like they're inside I can't use the tip of my spear, they're too close. So it's like actually being able to shoulder check effectively and like professionally is a very important skill if you're fighting with such a long range weapon, because when you're in, I don't just want to be like, well, I'm dead now. Like, no, I need to be able to. So yeah, it totally makes sense. I love that.
The other big thing, and Feng Wei is a great example of this, as much as he's not necessarily a Baji practitioner, is some of the secrets of Kung Fu aren't really secret, right? I'm bigger than you, I've worked out more than you, I'm better fed than you, I've had a better night's sleep than you. They're normally fighting bandits and people like that, right? Like, if you came up against a Feng, he's winning, right? So he can shoulder check you. Again, it might not look realistic if you put those two people in the octagon, because dodging a shoulder, again, one thing you do learn when you start trying to fight with this stuff, to dodge an elbow or to dodge a shoulder, you only have to move that much, like not a lot at all. And that whole shoulder is useless. But yeah, if you're two armies being pushed into each other, that's when it matters. So, and yeah, being that big guy. So, yeah, it feels really fitting for Feng as well. It's not just that it's accurate. I think it's a good choice for his character.
And conversely, it almost, like we were saying earlier, it would make sense for Southern styles to have far fewer of that, because they're, of course, training to deal with individual, like you said, fighting raiders, fighting people on a boat. So it's less. So yeah, it'll make sense when you trace it back historically, which is why I thought this conversation, both the original video and this, was so useful. Because when you pin it back to the problem that the original masters were trying to solve, you're like, wow, it actually all makes sense. Like the flowery nature of it starts to become more concrete. Like, oh yeah, totally makes sense. Why the North has shoulder techniques, the South doesn't. The South is more focused on planting your feet and then doing the thing than the North. It all makes sense.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, the only martial artist I've ever seen in the octagon and in the UFC win using like a shoulder check or something similar to that is Conor McGregor when he fought Donald Cerrone, and they were up close like that. And he started going like this in his face.
Oh, on the cage, it's legal as well. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
But you can do it. Yeah.
It looked so painful. Like I was watching him do it, and I was like, "Oh my god, why haven't more people done this?"
No, it's like you don't need it until you do.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, go on, Wireman.
Oh yeah, so just so looking at every single move and cataloging them, and like I say, putting them like for like, every single one tracks to one of 3 styles. It tracks to either Hung Gar, Southern Shaolin, and like I said, the two that I haven't got pictures, the three, sorry, that I haven't got a like for like yet, I'm pretty confident I could find a Southern Shaolin practitioner at the Southern Shaolin Temple doing a flying kick like that. That's pretty much the poster for the Southern Shaolin Temple. I just don't know what videos to search for, and I didn't have a lot of time, so I've not got them. But Southern Shaolin, Wing Chun, Hung Gar. So if we go back to our handy dandy map from the original video, I've marked in green here some stuff that we'll look at in a second, but in blue, Southern Shaolin, Hung Gar, Wing Chun all come from Fujian province. So if these are the selection of styles that I think they are, and they've given them to the Bakunawa Killer, again, it makes a huge amount of sense to have that synergy of those three styles, all from the same place, all geographically very close to the Philippines again as well. Whereas again, the northern styles of Leifei, so you've got Leifei here, most likely from Henan, and northern Shaolin also from Henan province. So like, it's very clear, just mapping out what where these characters are from and what styles they do. You know how this stuff differs. But yeah, those three styles that we see in the Bakunawa Killer all come from one place, which is very cool as well, I think, and just kind of helps with my batshit theories.
Nah, bad.
So from there, and breaking down all of that, the next thing I wanted to do was break down the whole Tiger Swallow Fist thing. So if you're still seeing all of this and you're still going, nah, it's Tiger Swallow Fist, it's Tiger Swallow Fist, I was like, what I'll do is I'll look at every single move that Lau has ever done, and break those down. I'll tell you what Tiger Swallow Fist is, and then we'll go from there. I take
Man said, all right, let's look at every move Lau's ever done. Yeah, that seems like the next logical step. Yeah, you're right.
You know, if Wireman ever became like a private detective and on his radar, I would be shitting myself.
This is the best episode of CSI ever. Like, we're gonna find out who killed this person. All right, let's break it down. It's all good.
Yeah, so I did the same for Landy, obviously, as well. So that's all over here as well. But we'll focus on that. But like, there's three main people who do Tiger Swallow Fist in the sort of Sega universe, which is Lao Chan, Landy, and then a guy called Master Baihu. If you've played Shenmue 2 and you find yourself in this sort of basement, and interestingly, when we talk about monkey style, he is dressed like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King.
Yes.
But he does it as well. But they're both quite well, especially him. He's modeled off of Lau. Not aesthetically, but the moveset he has. If you've played Shenmue 2, there's a street fight that you have with someone who's got Wolf's moveset. There's someone who's got Sarah's moveset and things like that in that game as well. So like, it was quite clear what they were doing there. But yeah, going through Lau's stuff in Virtua Fighter 1 and Virtua Fighter 2, it was quite easy. The different combinations of punches and kicks, there's actually only 17 unique punch and kick animations in the whole game. They just put them in different orders to give you the illusion of lots of moves. So that was quite easy to do. Lau's moveset expands a bit in 3. Everyone's movesets expand a bit in 3. And I think that's when they started to make a couple of mistakes, and we'll get onto that in a little bit. But even with them, you can put them like for like with the Virtua Fighter 1 and 2 moves. And then if you want to say, well, what is Tiger Swallow Fist? It's a fictitious style, but what are the standout traits of it? And you can see there's a bunch of long fists. That's Changchen is the style. So this is a real style. There's a bunch of stuff in here that's used from Changchen. Changchen's really well known. It's quite a large umbrella term for a few different types of martial art, but it's a really popular style in Hong Kong cinema because it's quite easy to teach. It looks very stylish. It is long punches. It's flying and spinning kicks and things like that. So when you see Lau's big sort of vortex kicks and his long punches and his long palms, that's all from Long Fist. And it makes a lot of sense to have a kung fu villain kind of character, which he is, doing Long Fist. So
looks good on camera too, because it's very
cool. Right.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense that he's got a lot of Long Fist in there. He's got these knife hands, which also come from Long Fist. So again, you'll see him jump and he kind of strikes with a knife hand. And again, that's just Long Fist has a lot of these like full arm moving motions with your hand like that. A lot of stomps, they can come from anywhere. That's just kind of a functional thing. It makes sense for a bad guy to stomp on you. And then, yeah, we've got some, if I find them, here we are. And then we've got these crescent kicks, which again come from long fist, heel kicks that come from long fist, and backflips that also weirdly come from long fist. If you look on the wiki page for Chang Chen, the first picture is someone doing a backflip. So
hold on, can I not to preempt you, but also to preempt you. Listening to what you're saying, taking it all in, it seems to me that we have identified several types of things that are iconic and like are indicative of Tiger Swallow, and we have seen none of them in the trailer we just watched. Right? That seems to be because listening to what you've explained, I'm like, oh yeah, this totally isn't Tiger Swallow. Like before you started speaking, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know it well enough. But listening to your description so far, I'm like, oh, actually, from what Wireman has described to us, we've not seen any Tiger Swallow techniques at all.
No northern long fist. Maybe the start of that little sort of 1-2 punch combo because punches are punches, right? But that's about as far as you can take it. But yeah, there's a huge amount of long fist in there. There is a little bit of Mizhongi, a little bit of Tai Chi, because they're classic styles. And again, when you talk about like Hong Kong cinema and things like that, you're going to see that stuff in. Technically, Mizhongi, which is Pai's style, is a form of long fist, like in the same way that like judo is a form of jiu-jitsu, right? Like they kind of sit in that kind of nomenclature. But yeah, Virtua Fighter 2 especially, loads of long fist. It's almost exclusively long fist. And you can tell as they've made the move list larger in 3 and 4 and 5, and that you're trying to still keep this mystique of what Tiger Swallow is. You can't just keep adding long fist, because if you just keep adding long fists, everyone's just going to go, oh, Tiger Swallow's just long fist, because then people like me start turning up, right? So they had to think of what else to do here. And this is where I think it gets really interesting. So that's all going on. There's a few other moves that I've not mentioned there. You'll go, oh, well, what about his roundhouse kicks? What about his low kicks? I put them all in a circle here. This is something I learned from the Tekken community, actually, when I was talking about when I was talking about that sort of Leo has a lot of generic kickboxing moves. And I was like, that's where I mocked Leo down on Baji-Chen, was like, there's a lot of generic kickboxing stuff in there. Why do they have a roundhouse kick? That makes no sense. In Baji-Chen, you don't kick higher than the knee, or especially not the hip. But all of Baji-Chen's kicks are pretty much low, except the iconic twin kicks that you've seen Akira do. And yes, the Tekken fans replied and went, yeah, well, you've got a track, right? You've got to
it's a mechanical concern. Yeah, it's still a game at the end of the day. Yeah.
So everything in this yellow circle is stuff that Lau does that isn't long fist that you kind of need in order to have a fighting game character. Low punches, low kicks, roundhouse kicks. Right? We're just going to accept that some of this stuff is quite generic. Yes. The classic elbow that every Virtua Fighter character had in Virtua Fighter 1 and 2, right? Like there's stuff like that we're just going to have to accept, and that's fine. But yeah, that stuff's in here as well. But yeah, in 3, they start to add more moves, and they start adding moves to everyone, and they start making some mistakes. And I noticed this as a Baji-Chen practitioner because Akira Yuki has a really clear lineage of Baji-Chen. He is a Wu family Baji-Chen practitioner. And we know that because there's documentaries where they visit the Wu family. There are pictures of Yu Suzuki getting the shit kicked out of him by the Wu family. Like, that's just known. They modeled, like, Akira's sort of mocap equivalent at the time was based off of Wu Lianji, who's the actual sort of the head guy of Wu family Baji-Chen. But suddenly he's got Wu-Tan lineage Baji-Chen moves. And that lineage broke off before those moves would have developed in that style. So his in 3, it's called Bung, which means Bung Che, which means bursting fist. It's his attack where he gets his arm up against you and then like lifts you up like that, and you go flying into the air. Julia Chang's got it as well. That launcher.
Oh yeah,
that's from a different lineage of Baji-Chen, but he's got that, and it's like you can kind of put logic in your own head and go, well, maybe Akira's traveling and he's trying different things and he's applying other flavors of Baji-Chen to his Baji-Chen. That's acceptable. But yeah, they start making these mistakes and they start adding other styles. And with Lau, there's a little bit in there, mainly around his throws and stuff. Because again, early Lau was doing DDTs, early Jackie's doing power bombs. Like they just threw a load of wrestling moves into everyone's moveset for throws because they didn't really know what to do.
Yeah.
Once it went into 4 and 5, they add a bunch of moves, and I've not included them here because there's an umbrella of where these moves all come from. But the best clue is actually in his visual design, which is this Lao here. So he stops wearing his red and green. So he's wearing red and green or green and red in Virtua Fighters 1, 2, and 3. And he starts wearing this long coat, which is yellow and has a blue scale dragon on it with red detail. And if you allow, and you're going to the World Fighting Tournament to have possibly fight to the death in some of these in Virtua Fighter 5, like there's not much of him left. And you're choosing what to wear that day, and you put on your, again, like we talked before, right? The Manchurian era ponytail. He's got a Manchurian era long suit. They were a bit more conservative. They wore long sleeves and long pants. They covered all of their skin up, basically. And then you choose a yellow fronted long coat with a blue scaled dragon with red detail on it. What we were talking about before is Sunday Best. Is what he's wearing is actually super indicative, which is he's wearing the Qing Dynasty flag. And the Qing Dynasty, like I say, ran until about 1910s. That was the sort of end of it. And it's really meaningful in martial arts for a bunch of reasons. But one is that there was a secret society of martial artists that knew secret styles that appeared towards the end of the Qing Dynasty. With possibly the coolest name ever, which is they were the Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fist.
That's so sick.
Not going to argue with them. Well, look, historically, people did. But yeah, there was a thing known as the Boxer Rebellion in China. It's quite well known, quite well documented. Basically, parts of China towards the end of the Qing Dynasty were sick of Western imperialism. They were sick of British and American and Italian and French and Russian soldiers. There was 8 other countries basically in China, slicing up China, deciding what happened with China and all the rest of it, while the Qing Dynasty is still in power. And out of nowhere, depending on the newspapers of the time, between 100,000 and 300,000 secret society martial artist zealots rose up around northern China and just started locking the Brits inside their own forts and just like, kind of held them up and the Americans and all the rest of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so for this guy to be born in the 1940s is a little after the Qing Dynasty collapse, which is just after, spoilers again, they lost quite horribly and the Brits and the Americans were really shitty winners and burned the villages down and all sorts of stuff.
Gunboats are OP, bro.
It was a little bit of that, but this is where it gets interesting. But yeah, the fact that he's wearing a Qing Dynasty flag is kind of like he's an old head who's like he wants to see the return of the Qing Dynasty.
100%,
right?
100%.
That makes a lot of sense. Right?
This is some make China great again shit.
Right? It kind of, right? We've got to be careful, but kind of.
100%.
But yeah, if that's what you're choosing as your battle dress, right, and potentially some of your last battles of your life, like that's a statement. So I feel like it's no coincidence that he's wearing that detail in both of those two games. And when you take a look at the boxers, these 100,000, 300,000 martial arts zealots, so like people who believe that martial arts is the answer, it is my religion, and I'm going to use this to get the means that I want out of this, which at the time was this sort of restoring the Qing Dynasty to its former glory. It's hard because it's a secret society, but some of the people that were there and some of the martial arts that came from those people, you can argue that there's 4 main styles that those boxers, as they were called, were fighting with. And those were Meihua Chen, which is, again, a northern style, often used by northern Shaolin. You've got 7-star Mantis, so Tanglan Chen. Taiju Chang Chen, which again is another long fist style. And something called Hong Chen, which is difficult because another name for Hung Gar is Hung Quen. and Hung Chen, same words. They both mean immense fist, but one's a northern style and one's a southern style. And
are they using different characters for Hong? Is it or is it the same Hong? Because like sometimes you use the same sound, but you be differentiated from writing. But obviously, as English speakers, we just say Hong 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 Hong. Hong.
Yeah, as you'll know, the word for mother and the word for horse really depends on the tone and the symbol. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. So some of this stuff gets lost to history. So Hong sometimes means red, sometimes means immense, because obviously I'm sure you're using Xiao Hongshu at the moment. If you're, so so it sometimes means red as well. So like there's things like that we have to think about. But yeah, arguably there are two styles called Hong fist in the north and in the south. But these get interesting as well, because when you look at long fist in particular, that breaks off into Pai style of Mijongyi. There is a form in Mijongyi called the Tiger Swallow form. Doesn't have any of the moves, but it's just interesting that it's there. And there is a hybrid style between Changchen and Mantis style called Xiaohuyan, which means sort of the roar of the tiger swallow. So again, you can see links to these four arts. And the reason that I'm quite invested on this idea that he's a Qing dynasty guy who is probably at least coming from the families of these people who
they had quite riz as well. Like this is something you would find on the Supreme hoodie. Like their logo design is
100%. They knew what was up.
Yeah. But yeah, if these guys lost in 1901, and then the Qing dynasty was broken down to 1910, and then Lao was born 29 years later. There's a timeline there where his parents and grandparents were probably aggressively affected by this, and he probably was quite emotional about this.
But it's also symbolic, because sometimes you can romanticize the losing side. Like obviously, I know it's politically complicated, but like you have like the South in America, right? Like there is a sense of like, we lost, we're on the losing side, but we were fighting for states' rights. We won't discuss what the states' right was, but like there is an ability to sort of romanticize the losing side in the sense of like the sort of we were on a good path and we would be taken to the other way, and so you'd be like, but imagine what would have happened if our side had won, if we had righteous. So I could totally see Lao being like, no, the chin is our way, and like now what you modern kids are doing is some new shit that's like completely whack, and I'm going to restore the old shit. Like that's actually a pretty human response a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you can see a lot of how that's happening. And then the other thing is, when you look at these four styles, I've missed out one particular style here because it's not really a style, called Chen Cheng, which means spirit boxing. So at one point, the boxers were doing so well that they believed that they were immune to Western bullets. And there's different stories in there. But again, the spirit boxers, the Shen Chen, these guys, like they tied religion to martial arts so aggressively, and they were like, I cannot be hurt by Western weapons, basically, and they were just running straight at them. But again, when you talk about
how did they fuck you?
Maybe the Brits were like shocked by this and were like surprised, and maybe they got a win.
Listen, bro, I'm sure it worked out the same way it worked out for the Zulus.
It's
go down.
it's in some of the county records going, things are going great, our guys are immune to bullets. Like
wow.
It ultimately fell apart because other parts of China didn't help. And
that's why.
Basically, I've got to be careful saying that as well, because I don't want to besmirch parts of China and go, you let yourselves down here. But it was that not everybody joined the rebels, and there was parts of the Qing dynasty that broke off and made us.
To be fair, that is a common story throughout a lot of like colonial history, where it was like a lot of the West power was just superior organization, and so it was like the power of Britain was able to take down one tribe at a time. Whereas, like, well, actually, if all the tribes had been able to mobilize, they probably could have had enough manpower to stop, but they were all fighting individually. That happens a lot.
Did they pull like a 300? Did they just go down?
Yeah. And like I say, the Americans and the Brits and everyone were really bad winners and tortured them and really bizarre torture techniques and burned their whole towns down and things. And like I say, it's really sad. And this is like it's a little over 100 years ago, this stuff. But that's also interesting, right? Is that just a little over 100 years ago, there was a secret society of 300,000 martial artists where people believed that they were immune to bullets and things like that. Like,
that's so sick.
It's super sick at the same time, but it also ties in, right, to Tiger Swallow Fist and this being a secret style that comes from a Qing dynasty and all of that side of it. And it goes, this feels really tied to Lao. And then the other place where it feels really tied to Lao is you go, well, what are the iconic things about these 4 styles? I've talked about the iconic things that Lao already has in terms of his spinning kicks and things like that. And the things that these 4 styles have in common is that they strike forward and fall back. Quick test, Chad. What's the most iconic thing about Lao if you were to talk about Lao's mechanics in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5?
This motherfucker covers space like a motherfucker.
And then falls back into Koke
and falls back, yeah, exactly.
And changes his frame data, right? Yeah. So like these 4 styles do that. When you watch I've dropped links here if you want to watch them in your own time or whatever, but like they strike and then they fall back into Koke style stances. That's a really common thing amongst these 4 styles. Yeah. These 4 styles also, especially Hong Chen on the end here, has 5 distinct different hand shapes. And this is also in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5 is where we start to see Lao using different hand shapes more and starts using that tiger style and more unique hand shapes. So to see the same hand shapes come across in Hong Chen is very interesting. Virtua Fighter, again, in terms of innovation, like even from the first Virtua Fighter, you'll remember the original trailers, like Akira's like tensing his fist and things, like even in like Virtua Fighter 1 and 2. Like as the tech got better in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5, they really wanted to show the hands doing stuff, I think. So giving Lao moves where that happened, and it just so happens that it all fits this kind of law, very convenient but very helpful.
Oh,
so like,
by the way, what Wireman's saying, that's why Shao used godlike. All right, continue. You strike, you retreat. You strike, you retreat. It's real shit.
Yeah.
Secret society shit.
It's a little coward.
You weren't saying that shit a minute ago when we were talking about our secret society. Shao used immune to bullets. Hold that. Hold that.
I need to read up on this because my first question is, why didn't you just get like a random British rifle and test that shit? Test your theory on that. But I need to read up on this, actually. It's quite fascinating. I mean, I'm sure there are also probably many movies made about this, probably, right?
There's also theories and propaganda out there going, oh, the spirit boxers were also fighting each other. Like they were demonstrating this by shooting blanks at each other. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know if they had access to blanks, but apparently they might have sent them off to battle after shooting blanks at them and going, see, you're fine, off you go.
So yeah, so it could have been an internal psyop. Just being like, see, you're fine, so fight hard.
But yeah, are you seeing this guy jumping forwards and then falling back into that stance, right? He jumps into a version of a Koke. There's your crouching K plus Gs. There's your flip kicks. And he's also doing another thing that Lao starts to do in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5, which is strike and guard at the same time. One fist out, one fist up. Perfect. Just as I'm saying it, he does it. So these 4 styles all do the new things that Lao starts doing in Virtua Fighter 4 and 5. So I think they went, what can we do that's not long fist? What fits? They pull in this Qing dynasty stuff, and then they add the styles of the boxer rebels, basically.
My knees were hurting just watching that. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
No, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so get to.
Another thing that adds credence to this part with the Tiger Swallow Fist, and is probably where they might have got this idea from, is if we go back to Lan Di and that side of things as well, you've got the Chi Yu Men, which is Lan Di he's one of these other practitioners of the Tiger Swallow Fist, has a lot of these things in common, again, fighting with his hands behind his back, double palm strikes, all of that kind of stuff. But he's a member of the Chi Yu Men. I don't know if anyone knows the Shenmue lore here, with the dragon and the phoenix and all the rest of it, but the end game of the Chi Yu Men is to restore the Qing dynasty. So it all fits. Like he's another guy with the same dragon, obviously in black and gold because it looks sick. But yeah, they're all doing this Qing dynasty level of thing here, where it's like we're strong religious martial arts zealots of the Qing dynasty is where Tiger Swallow Fist is clearly planting its roots. Mm-hmm. This is also interesting from a Hung Gar perspective and a martial arts perspective, again, because it gives another reason to not believe the Bakunawa Killer is any of these people. Could still be Lei Fei off this theory, but the Southern styles especially, and Hung Gar, like I say, is a rebel style. It was a rebel style that was in support of the Ming dynasty, which is the dynasty that came before the Qing. And they used to say, reject Qing, restore the Ming, is what they used to say. So he's part of like the Hung Gar practitioners were the other way. They were sick of the new way of the Qing, and they would get rid of that. If you've ever, you're probably seeing it every single day where you are at the moment, I presume, right?
I see it every once in a while. Yeah. Yes.
The martial arts greeting that's based off of, you can see a few versions of it there where it's this hand shape like this or hand shape like this. And you probably already know the Hansa that's next to this. This is the flag of the Ming dynasty. And what that hand shape is doing is it's showing the shape of the sun and the moon. This being the hands of the sun.
Oh shit! Gang signs? We're doing gang signs?
Hung Gar in particular quite often does fully a sun and the moon. They don't even touch their hands. They do this.
Damn, we are doing gang. I didn't know these were gang signs. These were early.
Was this originally like more of like a political thing to like load this up with, you know, nationalism, like symbolic, or like
it's like a political salute almost? Yeah.
To this day, it's a little charged, not to that extent. But yeah, like some of these things still carry a lot of meaning. But yeah, these days it's quite homogenized. That is a greeting amongst martial artists. That is a greeting amongst civilians. Quite commonly, you can still say hello and thank you like that, and you can greet a martial artist like that. In one of my schools, a martial artist was learning from a different school, and to show that they were learning from a different school, they greeted my teacher with the reverse of this, because the school that he was going to does this. I feel weird even doing that. But my teacher very politely but very sternly went, "That's disrespectful to me, because that's not how we do that here. It's disrespectful to that school because they don't know that you're doing that here. Don't do that again, and I don't want to see anyone else in here doing that again."
Why did he do that in a different school?
He wanted to show that he'd been putting in the work and he'd been learning stuff online elsewhere, I think, more than anything.
Right.
And it was like, you've not got permission to do that, and it's disrespectful to come into our school and do that, basically. So even to this day, you shouldn't really do these things unless you fully understand them. Jeet Kune Do is another great example. You know, when Jackie steps up and he does this kind of punch thing from his hip and then puts it back again. Again, really, that is an old rebel greeting, and it's based off of a poem, but there's a whole story to that thing that he does where he walks forwards and walks back again. But yeah, there's a lot of meaning behind a lot of the ways martial artists greet each other. The greeting sometimes changes based off if you are brothers, like from the same school, versus just two fellow martial artists who both like martial arts and things like that. And again, some fighting games have figured that out and have shown it off. Like the way Yin and Yang greet each other in Third Strike is different to the way they greet the other people, because they practice from the same school and stuff. So that stuff still exists very much as well. But it's interesting that Hung Gar, which was a rebel Ming style, is also this character's style, because that is a very clear. This was a style that was very anti-Qing. So Landy probably would, if he's willing to wear the Qing flag, probably not learning the Ming style.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Lei Fei, maybe not so much. He's clearly, so Lei Fei's backstory is that he was hired by, or his organization was founded by an ancient emperor, probably a Ming emperor, going off of the same kind of ideas, or earlier. So yeah, maybe Lei Fei could still fit in amongst all of that.
I have to say, I don't want to interrupt you, but when I hear you talk, right, it's really wonderful just listening to you, and I hope that with VF6 that you get, I don't know, man, I hope there is like an extensive making of behind the scenes, because like I really want to see videos from you, like breaking maybe some the new character designs, right, where they originate from, what's the legend, right, where like maybe out of a complete different usually we associate with like Asia and stuff, right, but like another country where you break it down or something would be cool if they 100%. Have it now, like, because these assets are cool, right, to see the flag, to see the pictures, that's like super cool. And I hope they have extensive like making of, or like, here are our assets that we used in the research process, in the origins of making of a character design or something.
And it's one that cool. I actually want to add on top of that. So on one level, hopefully everyone now who's in the chat can understand why I'm a fucking Wireman shill. So fucking get in here on this shit, because this shit's crazy, right? Like, everyone needs to be hearing this shit. And secondly, seriously, go follow now. But secondly, like, what's interesting is that everyone here watching this, even if you don't know this history, you can the authenticity comes across, right? Like you can see, like it feels cohesive. Even if you don't understand the signs of it, you recognize this stuff, right? And again, not to be too much of a hater on, like, say, Tekken, because it's more than just Tekken. It's like modern fighting games. It's like it's kind of moving away from that, like the sort of love of the history. So even if you don't know this stuff, it kind of makes sense. Like, oh, that's why they do this. That's why there is a consistency in martial arts language that is kind of, we're losing fluency in that in our martial arts media, both in like action movies and in, like, say, video games. And what's really interesting is that it sounds like a weird tangent, but like I remember John Wick. I don't know if you've seen the John Wick films. They kind of keep some of this alive, of the idea of a secret society of like expert murderers who know each other. They have their own codes, their own culture, their own customs. They have their own currency in these gold coins that are known and can only be exchanged. Like that, there is something so romantic, like big R romantic about that. That's so interesting. And like, I really hope that VF6 kind of leans into that and less into the supernatural stuff. Lean into secret society, secret sex. And maybe Cielo at the start has no knowledge about this. I'm just a fighter. And he realizes, oh shit, there's all this depth. There's a war. There's almost like a spiritual martial arts war. It's been going on for way longer than me. And it's through them that he realizes all this kind of, romantic, not romantic as in like people having sex, romantic in the sense of like leaning into emotions and sentiment rather than just science and blah, blah, blah. Like capital R romantic. Like that sense of, mysticism is also a part of like romantic thought, and just having that part of it is so good. And part of the reason why John Wick is so interesting is it's not just a dude fighting people. It leans into a sort of a deeper ethos and mythology that a lot of other things don't care about. It's just like big dude A versus big dude B. I'm gonna take over the world. And I get it, but like the best martial arts stories go way deeper than that, and we're seeing it because real life history went way deeper than that. It's like, no, I want to restore this dynasty. I want to restore this dynasty. Okay, it's illegal to do it. Fine, then we will start a cult in secret. And like, oh, you committed a crime. We don't just kill you. We kill your school to make sure that no one like you that was taught by whoever. You are a reflection of your failed master, right? So we have to get rid of that whole intellectual line to make sure that this behavior doesn't repeat. That is such a far removed, like cultural, like, you know what I mean, hubris, and to see that explored is so fascinating. John Wick kind of does that, and I hope more media does it, because when you see, you just kind of go, "Fucking, this is dope." So weird tangent, but just like, I'm loving. I'm sure everyone here has also just been like, "This is fascinating. I want to see more of this, not just the punches and kicks, but what they represent and who they're doing it for." That's what it's about, man.
And I'm getting that flavor, yeah.
Can I? Like I don't want to. Can I? Because we are at the topic of these greetings, right? Just for short. But I want to improvise a question I have. I don't know who has control about what can be shown. Like Mike, I have a question about a greeting that happens in Tekken 8. I put a video link in the Discord in the group chat. Could you quickly pull this up and go to minute 2? Because I would you see it, and then I need like an explanation of like, if that is like just karate and whatever Ling is doing.
Okay.
Ling will be interested.
This is Xiao Yu and Leroy, right?
Jin.
Oh, and Jin.
Because
okay.
He does
right.
Here, this.
Yeah, they both do their own salutes. Yeah.
Is there any like significance to these when?
So what's interesting actually is that Xiao Yu does do what I'd call a Ming salute, which is those Ming hands that we've just talked about, right? It's important to know which hand is the sort of energized, the moon hand, or which hand is the sun hand. It looks like the left hand is the moon, which is correct. That would be a correct, most common way to do things. Sometimes the other way around, it can mean wishing death on your opponent and things like that. But it looks like she's doing the normal one, which is just greeting. The one that you're seeing there from Jin is quite commonly seen in like Kyokushin karate and things like that. Often met with the word us, OSU. There's loads of arguments about what us means, but one of the most common theories is that they've said it so many times that it's just shrunk itself down, but it was originally onegaishimasu, meaning if you please. And that's them going, can I please have this fight more than anything? And that they do this. But you'll see this very commonly in karate, especially in the likes of Kyokushin karate, that they go us and throw their fists down like that, and it's a please. It's a very respectful thing of, if I'm fortunate, I'm going to learn something from you right now, right? Like that's kind of what they're saying.
So if two like different disciplines, like would they do like they would just do their greetings?
Yeah, there's a really cool documentary series that became like a different thing on. It's a Korean reality show. So let me try to find this. But there's a guy called Master Yang. I'll find him on YouTube. But he did 2 series on YouTube called like the Ultimate Martial Artist or something like that. Is it called Master? Oh, Director Yang. Sorry, Yang Kamdok in Korean.
Sorry, I didn't want to derail this, but I'm just interested.
No, this is what it's at.
No. But yeah, in the original series that Director Yang did of martial artists, he pits a Jeet Kune Do guy, a Kyokushin karateka, a Korean Taekwondo fighter. I'm not finding it. But yeah, he pictures, I think, 6 martial artists against each other that all fight different martial arts, and they do their greeting against their opponents. It's what you know, and you want to show respect. It's not necessarily that important that they understand it. It's important that you do it. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of where that's coming from. But yeah, really, really good series to see actual this martial art versus that martial art. Because everyone, Theory Fighter talked about this recently, but like everyone hoped that MMA was going to be that, right? And it wasn't in the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, this I can't find. I'll have to type it in Korean, so I'll use my phone instead. But
while you're searching, that totally makes sense. And I remember this is how I'm definitely an old man, because I talked to people about this. I was like, people need to understand that there was once a time where we would just be sitting in coffee shops arguing, I wonder who would win between a karateka and a taekwondo, because mixed martial arts wasn't a thing. So everyone could theorize that this style was the best, and MMA was like this dream match. But then over time, they've all sort of coalesced around those 4 main styles, right? Of like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Western boxing, Western wrestling, Muay Thai, right? But like historically, there was just a great appeal in watching completely different styles go at it, and that's kind of faded away with the rise of MMA, and fighting games have kind of struggled to find a new fantasy to fulfill, so they've kind of moved towards anime, whereas once upon a time the fantasy was just, hey, play our game so you can watch a karate guy go against a taekwondo girl, go against a fucking Baji Chuan person, and that was the appeal. And I'm still there. I still just want to see cool person from one style against cool person from another style and watch them clash.
That link I've dropped in the chat, and I've dropped it in Discord as well. There's 2 seasons of this. The second season, he brings in like a lucha fighter and all kinds. It goes Virtua Fighter in season 2, but it's not as good in my opinion as season 1 in terms of it's not as compact. But yeah, this was the series, and I think this is towards the end. But yeah, this is Taekyon, which is the sort of original Korean martial art before Taekwondo, really, versus Jeet Kune Do. And again, you'll see them do their salutes and things like that and greet each other. It might have already happened because normally you do it before you step on the mat.
Okay.
So that's the Jeet Kune Do. No, that's the Taekyon fighter. Sorry, that's the Taekyon fighter. And like I say, Taekyon is kind of early Taekwondo in a way. Well, perhaps not, but no, I promise they do it.
I'm sure.
But yeah, it is quite common to see though, and yeah, there is a Kyokushin karateka in this, and he osses frequently. Os, yeah. But yeah,
Lydia does that too, right? Because she too is a Kyokushin, so like at this point it has become part of the Kyokushin language, I suppose.
Os. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm kind of jealous about is in Tekken we don't have many of those character designs where you can look at the clothes and you can tell a whole story just by the clothes they are wearing. Like if you look at Jin's outfit in Tekken 8, it's a disgusting piece of dog shit because it's like a motorcycle. Like it's like, you know, it's something you would win on a circus. But the only one we have is like Feng, right? And Feng has that shit, right? Feng's outfit is like sick in Tekken 8, where I don't even know what it means, right? Because I'm like really now I'm actually interested. Now listening to Wireman, I want to know, like, the shit he's wearing, is he maybe arrogant, right? Like he has dragons all over. He has like dragon, like gold and shit. Like, is that maybe like arrogant to do that? You know?
But that's the thing. That's the thing, Finn. You say that you don't know, but you can feel it. That's what I'm trying to say. When there's meaning behind it, even if you're not fluent in it, it's like when you listen to a song in a foreign language. Okay, I don't know what's being said, but I can feel it. Do you know what I mean? And like, whereas a lot of it's like, no, there's nothing behind this biker jacket. The biker jacket is the message. Like, there's nothing else.
I was talking to Nibs, the other commentator of Versus Fighting, about this, about the design of the Virtua Fighter characters. Go Hinagami. He's a judoka.
Yeah.
I could possibly even grab a judo gi if you want to entertain us for a second. Shall I go grab one? So,
yeah, sure, go for it.
Right.
This is educational. Make it happen. Make it happen.
Right, 1 sec.
No, but what you're saying, like no one else can. Yeah, why Wireman goes find that? Like you're saying that no one has that. But again, and I'm not just shilling. Shall you kind of keep some of that? She's still
some have that.
She's a real mom, but you're right. A lot have lost it. It's true.
Yeah, I want more of that. Also, like when I want way more of that. Like this is kind of sick. Like I don't know. It's not every character needs that, right? If you like Street Fighter 6, if you look at like Manon, like what the fuck, right? She's just a supermodel that happens to be
a wrestler.
I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe not everyone needs that, but I really enjoy that, and I just really enjoy that.
No, I'm with you.
Before Wireman comes back, I'll quickly just read these out. YouTuber Spada, thank you for the $5. How would you feel, Mike, if you got to voice act or be a character in an episode of Baki and you got to fight Yujiro with Baki in the show? I mean, I've heard my voice. I don't think I can ever be a voice actor, but it would be super cool.
It'd be fun.
Don't know.
What if you're a voice actor? What if you're a voice actor for like a random citizen who just gets like shot? That'd be fun too. Actually,
maximum we can do is put him in Street Fighter movie as a prisoner, like and shit.
That would do. I don't think I want to hear my voice in Baki.
I mean, he would make a good prisoner with the tats and stuff. Like, I would buy it.
No. You know who Mike's gonna be? Mike's gonna be the guy who's like, I ain't scared of you, man. What you got? And just gets fucking kicked into the dust.
Black Phantom, thank you for the 1 month. Appreciate you, bro. And looking forward to this new Taekwondo character. Oh yeah, we'll speak about that in a bit. Actually, I wanted to ask why.
We've only seen their toe shoes.
And lastly, Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $5. I think J6 or a new subsidiary will be revealed in the story as some plot twist, just like Bleach Japan and Yakuza Infinite Wealth.
I don't know, man. I think the story so far. I don't know if the story so far. I like it. It's a bit. The dialogue is a bit. Well, the dialogue in the restaurant with the four friends there is a bit millennial. But I really like the story because like it's some bit of a like sometimes a bit trashy kung fu movie. Like it's sick.
Yeah, I'm with you.
The thing is, Wireman, how much of Yakuza have you played?
So I've played. I have a gap. So I've played all of the HD remakes. So I've like Yakuza's and the like Zero and Kiwami and things like that. And then from 6 Song of Life through and all the Judgments. But there's this weird gap of like 3, 4, 5 in the middle.
Okay. Fair enough. But like you would know, then RGG loves their twists.
Oh yeah,
they love twists.
It's a good team to have for this kind of stuff, like definitely.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you. Sorry, go on, Chad.
No. I wanted to see the gi, but no, Mike.
Yeah, we'll get to the gi just a second. I had one question. Just because like I'm a big fan of how you do your videos, and since you have played Yakuza and like I know that like Virtua Fighter, Yakuza, and Shenmue exist in this weird triangle where they've all like borrowed from each other. I don't know if a Yakuza character will ever show up in a Virtua Fighter game. But given that RGG's now at the head of it, I can see it happening. But would you ever do a board presentation like this, breaking down fighting styles in Yakuza and where they come from?
Yeah, so one of the interesting conversations that comes up is that there is an explicit Tiger style and an explicit Crane style, isn't there, that you can switch between in the Judgment games and stuff that. So like animal styles are clearly a thing in those games. There is some areas where other people have pointed this out before. Jean Cujo's combos. Some of the bad guys have them and things. So there is a little bit of crossover where they've clearly used the models like they did in Shenmue 2 as well. But yeah, that would be interesting. And again, I think there's clearly people in RGG and in Sega that are super into this stuff. And even if it's not their job to like get the martial arts in, they get it in because they're into it, you know. And,
because Yagami, he's got snake style, he's got boxing, and then obviously like Kiryu's got his own like more street brawler styles, but he's got wrestling as well. I think it'd be really cool if he took all of like the main players in Yakuza and then broke down their styles and where they might have been from, and then see if it's something that could fit into Virtua Fighter. Because I know that Shenmue was originally meant to be an Akira game where like I guess you just follow Akira around, and then it switched into what it is now. And I know that Yakuza borrowed a lot from that as well.
Yeah, it did. I think the thing it misses, it's touched on quite aggressively in Shenmue 2, is the concept.
Oh, your mic's gone.
Oh, your mic's gone. There, you're back. You're back. You disappeared.
Sorry about that. Yeah, something just auto-played in the background. I don't know why. I don't even. Yeah. But in Shenmue 2, you're chasing down. It's often called the Four Wood in English. It's Wuda, which means martial ethics. And that's one thing I think that's kind of not missing from Yakuza, but not as exemplified, right? Like Kiryu's clearly trying to be a good guy, even if he's a bad guy. He's got ethics and he follows like a martial code and a law and things. But I do think that's different from how Ryo Hazuki does that, and I think that's slightly missing. And I think it's the one place that they haven't sort of scratched that itch. But yeah, a lot of it, the open world side of it, and the millions of subquests and stories, and just hanging out in an arcade, that stuff they've got really, really down. I would like to see a little bit more of that kind of let's test Kiryu's moral code and actually see if he can fall back on the martial ethics to like, you know, do the right thing and stuff. But yeah, he is that guy. But I'd like to see them talk about that a bit more in the games, you know. Yeah,
that would be cool. I mean, did you finish Infinite Wealth?
No, I haven't actually. No, someone spoiled it for me at the time. I can't remember what the spoiler was, so I could probably go back and play it now. But I remember on stream someone spoiling it, and I didn't go back and finish it.
I would strongly recommend finishing it, because I think that game really showed you how far Kiryu is willing to go to do the right thing. So obviously he exists in the underworld, but he's always trying to set the Yakuza straight. And there's a really important piece of dialogue at the end of the game. I won't spoil how they get there, but it was like, it's one of those moments where you sit there and you go, man, they really know how to write a good story.
Oh, right. Oh, nice one. Well, yeah, you'll see that on my Discord soon enough. Then I'll be reinstalling that.
And I also recommend doing all the side story. I 100%ed basically everything. The only stuff I didn't do was the Sujimon stuff, because I was like, I'm already playing Pokemon Champions. I don't need Pokemon in Yakuza. It's fine. But yeah, it's really good.
Oh, fair. That makes sense. But yeah, I'll pick that up again. But yeah, great games though. I do enjoy them.
Yeah, but sorry, you put your gi on and we went off.
Yeah, it's getting warm. So if you jump back to the board, I've dropped a picture up there of Go Hinagami, who's like the judoka, and judo is kind of known as the gentle way in general, right? Like people talk about that. It's not a gentle martial art. I have many bruises and damage to prove it, but yeah, it is known as that, and they created. He's kind of our Jin. Like they went for like the edgelord thing. He sometimes wears a hoodie and has like lightning bolts and flames up his legs and things like that. Like, they do that stuff with them, but they still managed to keep his design intact in terms of being a judo guy and being a bad guy as well. So like Yugi's really like, they're very strict on the size of it. Like this huge sleeve I've got here is this huge because that's how huge they've got to be. It's got to be fair enough that they can get a good grab on it and things like that. He's got shorter pants, shorter sleeves. He's not passing.
He's skirting. Exactly. He's like, I'm breaking the rules just in the fit. Yeah.
But the interesting bit is that the back's tucked into the belt and the front's not. And then tying and retying your belt during a competition is really important in order to keep this all together. But one of the big reasons is to stop you from cheating. And a guy called Teddy, who's a French judoka, was quite well known for not being too enthusiastic about tying his belt properly and always letting the front of it hang out. And one of the reasons you do that is if you're trying to grab me, you want to grab behind my elbow so you can control this arm, for example. Now, if it's untied like that, and I'm coming up against you, and I'm going to do a little shrug and a little jump, I'll do this a couple of times. What I've just done is I've dropped this side of it, and I've lifted that side of it. So this sleeve's now shorter than that one. And if you try to grab behind my sleeve now here, I just need to shrug, and now your hand's on the wrong side of my elbow again. It was there, and then I shrugged, and it's there. So he's doing dirty judo, just in the way you
dirty judo. I love it, dirty bull.
And it's quite iconic because if you do judo, you see this stuff happen, and you see the guy going, "Oh, it's fine. We don't need to stop and play with belts. Let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling." And you go, "I know why you're not tying belt. Like the front's hanging out and the back's in. Like the judges can see your belt, but I can't, right?" And it's like, so he's doing stuff like that. It's in his design. And then the way he actually fights is very judo as well, in that you often have like a three-way guess and stuff like that, with the way you set up how you want to trip someone and things, and how you feint plays into it and things. But yeah, it's very interesting that they have kept that kind of stuff in the game. Like the characters do feel authentic.
I'm gonna have to play more Go, I'm gonna have to play more Go. That's dirty bull. I like that shit. That shit's so sick.
That is really cool though, because where people criticize VF for not having a strong story, there's so much like story and character in the way they present the martial arts.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They put all that. They put all their points not in the cutscenes, but in just like animations and like costume design and little detail like that. That's so sick.
I felt stupid a week ago not realizing that he's wearing a Qing Dynasty flag. Lao going out to battle in a Qing Dynasty flag feels like the most story you could possibly say without saying something,
Yeah.
They're too subtle. They're assuming a level of media literacy that we don't have.
No, it shows it's there, right? It's cooked in, which is really cool. But there'll be so much more in this new game for sure.
Do you reckon he will come back?
I like to think they keep talking about realism. They keep talking about it in the interviews and things. I like to think they're trying to not just be different from other fighting games, but I think they are trying to be different from themselves as well. And Chad touched on it a little bit before. Like, I think they're trying to make this a departure from even the few bits of magic that we do see in Virtua Fighter. Kage can occasionally like teleport in his wings and things like that. And Dural can fly. Like, I think they are going, we want more realism. Numbered Virtua Fighters famously always do push the envelope from a technology standpoint and a realism standpoint. Like, the first game was obviously like one of the first sort of 3D anythings of its kind. And then they brought in 3D movement in Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter 4. They brought in this whole, we're going to make you competitive. The whole dojo and world tours and everything that they've brought in there as well. They're always trying to innovate. I think Crossroads is going to be one of those where, what do you do now? Now that anyone can make really realistic looking graphics and things, what is realism? And I think for them now it is cutting away some of the launchers we've talked about and things like that.
Or the moon jumps, right?
Yeah, right.
Like the moon jumps.
That's
actually a question I actually wrote something I wanted to ask you about. 2P is an important aspect of Virtua Fighter, but it also looks bad. It looks gamey to casuals, right? Or to people looking at it as a spectator. But mathematically, the moment you put in real time into Virtua Fighter, the 2P is a key element. What do you think they're going to do? Like, do you think like something has to give? Because if you want realism, you're probably going to have to get rid of 2P. But 2P is so important to like the triangle and stuff. What are you going to do? Do you know what I mean? So do you have any thoughts as to how they'll do it? Will they move away from that frame data triangle that they have in order to make it realistic? Or will they do something to perhaps hide the goofiness of 2P?
I am hearing that, especially from outside Virtua Fighter. There are people saying like the triangle even needs to go. And
oh, no.
I kind of like it. I
love the triangle.
I like how absolute Virtua Fighter can be, and I think it is that makes it what it's always been. It would be hard. I'd be interested to see what they can do. It would have to be brilliant though, whatever they did to do it. In terms of 2P, the reason 2P is what it is, the reason it works is obviously it can get away from every throw, just about. It can get away from every high, just about. It does have some special properties that make it not perfect, for sure, and obviously the frame data matches that as well. But it is a very strong tool. One person I did see in the comments of, I think it was the Theory Fighter video, was at least make like a bunch of different animations and a bunch of different reaction animations to it.
Yeah.
Just we're gonna see it a lot. Let's just accept that and make it.
That's my hope. My hope. Everyone has a 12 frame high crushing strike option, but it isn't always a 2P. That would be my solution. But it still has the frame. It still plays the role it does in the frame data triangle. But yeah, they have to do
and to be fair, like Tekken. I mean, no one is kind of bothered in Tekken, right? Even though in Tekken 8 not, but in Tekken 7 and before, generic down 4 was like the thing. Like you need to have, you need to use generic down 4 to keep people in check. So, and everyone did it. Everyone who had it, almost like 90% of the cast had it. So, but I know what you mean. 2P, I think the animation thing is probably a good one. Yeah, because when people notice that, like, my friends. Like Obelion, for example, we played, right? We played like a shit ton of like first to tens and stuff. And he's like, bro, and he watched tournaments, right? And he watched like a bit of, and he's like, bro, like 2P, isn't that like a bit much? Like, isn't it a bit unattractive? Yes. It's not that he had a problem with, like, he's a fighting game player, right? So he doesn't have a problem with it mechanically or function-wise, but he's like, in terms of like aesthetics, doesn't that look a bit wet?
Yes.
Like, because if you don't know what's going on, right?
It's true. Because it is a fundamental pillar and it looks like clunky. Like, so it's like, so if it's going to be a fundamental pillar, it should look cooler. Like, it is what it is, right? So that totally makes it. Because like, in Tekken, it's similar to, like, say, the down forward 1. The down forward 1 is like a pillar move, but it just works, right? It kind of blends into all the other punches, but the dick jab looks just awkward, and the uniformity of it looks awkward too. Because I'm a Northern Shaolin practitioner. I'm a wrestler. I'm a Taekwondo person.
But I do this awkward.
We're all dick punching. We're all dick punching. So it's like
Mike, I dropped a video in the group chat again there. If you jump to the 56, 57 second mark of that. So the guy in white there, before you do, sorry, that was me. The guy in white, that's Wulanje. So he is the guy that Akira was modeled off of. So the original moves that he did. And then the guy in the green jacket is his son. They've currently got 3 active generations of Baji Chen practitioners in their family, which is super cool. But yeah, if you jump to the 57 second mark, this is something called Baji Xiao Jia, the small form. Here, there's your low punch. And it looks exactly
like I recognize that. Down forward 2, 3, let's go.
So anyone telling me that that's unrealistic, that exists in a 400-year-old Kung Fu form. So someone was doing it somewhere. 2P was happening on the battlefield.
That's actually, you're right, Chad. That is actually the literally one-to-one.
Yeah,
that is literally the move.
That is literally 1-to-1.
-12, I can see it. It's -12. Doesn't track. I see it.
Counter hit launching.
I see this is the counter hit launch. Yeah, I see it.
I love that shit. That's so. But to be fair, even that animation is more distinct.
He high crushed
generic 2P because that animation we just saw. Obviously, the non-punching hand is coming up in an interesting way above the head. Do you know what I mean? Like that is actually more descript and cool looking than a generic 2P. So if that we just saw was Akira's 2P, but then Sarah has a 2P that's actually like a low kick that has the same frame data. It could, but she has to press the kick button, obviously. Like you can make that work and still look cool because that is way cooler looking than a generic 2P. Look at this shit. Damn, counter hit launch. Get fucked. We're taking you to the wall now. Hold that.
It's crazy how many animations I recognize just because of VF.
Yeah, well, you'll see Leo. You do Leah's in there, and there's a bunch of stuff. Again, Leo
chain coming on the same
styles. It might not necessarily be Wu family that he does, but from the same county.
What is the with Leo? Right, he has these famously, like in Tekken 6 in his launch outfit, the metal balls that he wears do you know what I mean? These weights or what
I don't know.
Is that a weapon or like what is that?
There is a
anime shit. Is there any traditional grounding in there?
There's a martial arts weapon that does exist in northern kung fu styles that does sometimes come into Bajishen called the meteor hammer, but they are way smaller than that. They
Meteor
are
hammer.
meteor hammer. Oh, if you do a YouTube search for a meteor hammer form, you'll probably find.
Sounds sick.
Yeah,
someone said in this you get to see 2P.
Yeah.
That one. That was
the same one, right?
We just saw it. Yeah.
That was bang on.
Well, but I don't know if that's the 2P, but that would be cool if it was the 2P animation. And I think that is the ideal solution for me. Every character has their own 2P animation.
You're right. I just googled Meteor Hammer and I think this like Ling Xun Xie, which is like I don't know what like I found the thing. That's sick.
Yeah, so it's not quite as sort of bombastic as Leo's one, but yeah, double-sided meteor hammers do exist. They are really hard to use. I've never used them myself. I've seen people hurt themselves with them.
So it is a weapon. It's not. I thought it was like weights or like. But okay, it is just literally a weapon. Okay.
Yeah, there are some weights called mud balls that Bajishen's practitioners in some lineages use, which are literally balls of mud. But yeah, you just hold them there for like again sort of tiger grip, sort of strength training more than anything. But yeah, the meteor hammer is a real thing though. So yeah, it'd be quite cool to see that actually come into effect.
Actually,
not quite a grappling.
Yes.
Yeah, there's.
You should have used that, right? Should have used that in the rage art.
No. Slingshot's way cooler, bro. Fucking grappling hook way cooler, bro. The kids Gen Z won't understand.
Well, I would kill myself, right? If you tell me to do this now, I would literally kill myself. Kill myself.
Bro, you'd have no balls. You'd have no balls. You'd dislodge something forever. 100%.
Yeah, quite common. Yeah. Popular weapon again in the days when you had to hide your martial arts and sort of behave well, right? Like that goes in your pocket, So don't try that at home.
100%. So sick though, very sick. Leo's Tekken 7 had these balls. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But the Leo costume that I live for, I'm not going to pay any money to Tekken 8.
Wait, why did
white suit was sick.
Did you add the Go picture in just in the middle of nowhere there? Did you
add
that? Or like wait?
Just wanted to talk about the gi. This is how my streams go. If I'm on a just chatting mode, there's going to be a board open and we talk through a bunch of stuff. I've got boards where it's like just like what records we're playing at the moment and all kinds of stuff.
Bro, I need a board like this when I destroy like some fucking idiot with his Discord messages.
You do.
I need a board like this.
I made a board for you. Here's the Jason Montoya board.
Yes, exactly.
all this shit. No, that's good. No, because as yappers, we typically do need some sort of thing to like give us some structure to our yapping. I used to use like PowerPoint,
and I just make folders. I make folders for the videos I did, where I put like all the images and stuff, and then I put them in OBS. But I'm like, a board like this would be way better.
What the fuck is this?
So this is my stream board. So at the moment, we're trying to play every Yu Suzuki game ever, and these are the ones we've played. These are the ones we've got left. These are the ones I've managed to get working on like emulators or get a build working.
How many games did this guy do?
About 70 at this point. This is the second time I've done this. I did this about 10 years ago. I played every game before Shenmue 3. I played all of his games. So yeah, we're at 52 out of 69 so far.
Could you share? Would you be able to share this link? Just because I like collecting stuff. And I've got quite a lot of his games, but I'm probably missing a fair amount.
Oh, I've got a Google sheet that also has every platform that they're on. That'll probably be better for you, so I'll share that with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we were doing that. We've got a Resident Evil tier list up here.
Okay, wait. Let me quickly check. Wait. Just very quickly. Just 1 minute. Let me just take it in.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Wait. So what's that? Is that Resident Evil 2, the original?
That's remake GameCube.
Okay. Zoom in a little bit more, so I can't.
Sorry.
Remake.
Okay.
The new one.
It tells you what kind of Resident Evil person I am. But yeah.
Where's i3 remake? Oh, it's in B tier. i3 remake. It makes B. Whoa.
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna say i3 remake over 5. I mean, okay.
Resident Evil 5.
It's close.
If you've run out of RE games, these exist is wild. That is so dislike, bro. I guess if you must play one and you've played all the others, I guess you could play 5.
I had a good
where's
time with
Outbreak?
5-0 back in the day. Outbreak's up here in B.
Okay, Outbreaks. I really like Outbreak. I think that the idea behind Outbreak was so cool.
Where's Raccoon City Stories or whatever it was?
Oh, I
It's
think
the gun down in the.
It's in the gutter.
Yeah, it has to be in the gutter. Like, you mean
That
like
was
also?
the-
Yeah, there it is. Umbrella Corps and Operation
Yeah,
Raccoon City.
that
like,
was the only one I
Jesus
played
Christ.
because I'm a coward and I can't play real horror games. So I was like, "This is
Fan game is a
this
good
is already
fan
something.
game is a good bracket. Fan game, yeah, that's a good
Oh,
bracket.
I wanna ask Wireman actually,
Canada.
since you're clearly a Resident Evil fan. What do you make of the new Resident Evil movie trailer?
I'm interested. I like the look of it. I like that they're not trying to tell the same story again. We've heard that story at this point. I'm keen to see what happens in it. Yeah, I'm open-minded. I'm a bit rattled after obviously the last Silent Hill movie, but we'll see how that goes.
Jesus Christ, yeah, true. Oh my god.
That was awful. That was
But the
really
one
bad.
before that was actually even worse. So
Yeah.
The good
like
letters,
for
probably.
real.
But yeah, these boards are great though. Like, so this was a little. We were playing a bunch of Sega Saturn games, and this was like a request catalog, and then we did the same for PS2.
I see
so
Killer
like-
7, God Hand.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
fucking go.
Well, Gotham is sick, bro.
God
I
hand
took
it.
Wireman, tell me, my pitch for Tekken 8 guest character, just out of is Jean from God Hand. Like that would he has heat. He has heat with the glove when the glove
Six
goes
of us,
off. Like he has
six
heat.
of us would get so hyped, and everyone else would be like, "Who the fuck?"
That's the
is
thing, right? I know, but it's just perfect, right? Only 6 people would be like, "Wow, that's perfect." But he has even a move list in game. Like, doesn't matter.
Let me tell you something. How about we don't put in Gene and we instead put in either the wrestling gorillas? No, we put in the gay wrestlers.
Yeah.
We put in the gay wrestlers. How about that? Now we're talking.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Last side note question, Wireman. I'm just curious because like you seem to have a very similar interest. Are you a Kamen Rider fan?
I used to watch Masked Rider as a kid. I've not
Okay.
watched Kamen Rider as,
You're not
as
going
an
to
adult,
set
but I'd
two
love to.
face. Nah, we'll get
You know, I was because I watched Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider recently, but I was like I want to watch some more live action Kamen Rider. I never got to watch Kabuto, and I
Right.
started looking for it, and apparently they started uploading it on YouTube, but they're missing like 10 episodes. So like I'm like, oh, I'll watch episode 1 to 10, and it skips to 30, and then I'm like, oh,
that's right.
I know, but their stunt guys are all big martial arts guys as well, aren't they? So yeah.
I was talking to Mike. I was just like, well, I remember when I had no idea that you like tokusatsu stuff because it's a niche within a niche within a niche, and then I was like, nah, Mike knows both. Once he was talking about Kamen Rider, I was like, he knows both. Like, he knows.
yeah. I'm going with my mates to Japan next year, and I said to them that I don't care what we do. We can go wherever you want, but it's non-negotiable. We're going to the Kamen Rider store, and you guys are gonna wait whilst I clear the store out.
Are you aware of the live tokusatsu in Japan?
Yeah, but it's in Osaka, right?
Oh, right. So yeah. Oh, so you're only doing Tokyo? Or...
You're being Tokyo.
No, we're going to a couple of places actually, but our main bases are going to be Tokyo and Osaka, but we're going to be traveling out a lot.
Yeah.
I know that they've got some tokusatsu stuff in Okinawa, near the military base. So like, I haven't told my boys yet because they're not interested. But when they want to go out drinking, I'm just gonna quietly disappear and go watch the tokusatsu stuff.
Let's fucking go.
I've seen people like watch the live action Super Sentai and things, and like they're in tears. Like it's that like.
No, I would be in because we grew up with this stuff. So seeing it in person, yeah, it would absolutely strike a nerve. That's just dope. I love those guys. I love those costumes and stuff. And I'm upset that Super Sentai is over / on a break because it will come back. I'm praying it'll come back.
It'll come back. Yeah, those things are timeless.
Yeah, 100%.
There's 3 things you can't get rid of in Japan: Dragon Ball Z, Godzilla, and Kamen Rider. Anything associated to tokusatsu.
Yeah, I hear it. Good shit. You know what I want? You know, again, I keep talking about, I want Tekken to be more gritty, more realistic. But seeing as we're going into super shit, where's my tokusatsu character, bro? Let me henshin. Let me actually legit henshin. Like, we're here now. The edgy boys get their devil Jin shit. Why can't I henshin?
Yeah, I said put Kamen Rider Black in.
Content.
in
with you.
Tekken. It would fit. I don't think he'd fit Virtua Fighter, but he'd fit Tekken.
No, of course not. But Tekken, at this point, it's just like whatever. Fight is Mega Mix. So yeah, fuck it. Just give me the Green Ranger. Give me the Green Ranger. Let me go and summon a Megazord. You can't tell me that's out of place in Tekken, bro. These motherfuckers fighting on meteors. Why can't I summon the Dragon Sword? Why?
Virtua Fighter gets Guyver, I reckon. I think that's
Guyver. That'd be pretty good.
I'd be down with that, 100%.
Space Ranger Gavan. Like, we're just doing the classics out. Let's fucking go.
Was there any parts of your board that we missed out?
I think I'm running out of things to talk about. I think there was one quick picture on the different hand shapes that I was talking about, but like we've kind of covered all that stuff off. But yeah, like just to show as an example, like there's a lot of weird hand styles. Sometimes fighting games get this wrong, and the recent Avatar game gets this wrong. Like I was saying before, with the waterbender that walks around in single whip, she walks around like this.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these hands, you see them in the Taolu, you see them in the forms, and they are code. Not always for the same thing, but sometimes they are code. Sometimes doing this, like a forward-facing palm, means elbow them. Because again, when you were practicing this stuff, you weren't giving away all your secrets in case people were watching and stuff. And sometimes I think video game designers look at these hand symbols and go, "Oh, that's really cool. How do we hit someone with that?" And it's like, no, that probably meant something, and that was passed on only verbally, only behind closed doors with like master student kind of thing, right? So look out for that kind of thing, because sometimes stuff does look weird when you see kung fu characters, and it's because it wasn't supposed to be there. That go there, that usually is hook a leg or something like that. You don't strike someone with that, you know.
Yeah. Do you have, I don't know if you saw the Taekwondo character they teased in the Discord. I think we spoke about it briefly.
Oh yes, yeah.
They only showed her feet, which I thought was funny.
It's perfect. They know what they're doing. They know what's up.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. But do you know much about Taekwondo?
I did a really small amount as a kid. The big things with Taekwondo, I did a video on Archives at Midnight. It's not on anymore. They need to re-upload it. But on the history of Sarah Bryant, who obviously does Taekwondo. The big things to know about Taekwondo are, we talked about Taekyon before, like the old school Korean fighting style. When Japan was occupying Korea, they wanted to sort of break their spirits and break away their ability to fight back. And one of the things that they did was they gave them karate in fragmented forms. So Hapkido, really oversimplifying it, Hapkido is just the punches, Taekwondo is just the kicks. It's like a really aggressively, unfair way to break them both down. But that's kind of where Taekwondo came from. It killed some of the culture, which is what imperialists do when they invade countries, right? You try to kill the culture. So they try to kill Taekyon by replacing it with Taekwondo. And then they also, like I say, they made it ineffective. So any of the stuff that they thought was too good in karate, they got rid of, which is why, and this is no disrespect to Taekwondo, if anyone does it, they're an athlete. But it's why a lot of it is tricking kicks and a lot of it is point fighting. It is stuff that you couldn't use to overthrow a government. You know what I mean?
It's not a total combat style because it was never meant to be. Yeah.
You can take aspects of it and apply it when you're fighting, right? Because I've seen like cage fights, and I know that Joe Rogan was like quite famous for his Taekwondo, that specific kick from it.
Their spacing and their leg power is some of the best, absolutely. And yeah, it takes being that specialist to get good at that kind of stuff. So yeah, like I say, it's not to take anything away from those guys. It is that it was never a martial style, you know.
She literally kick. You only get a side kick from a Taekwondo master. You're going down, bro.
Yeah.
But this is what I wanted to ask you. That like Sarah's the Taekwondo character in the game, and I guess Stella's gonna fill that spot. So this new girl that's coming in, they're not gonna have two Taekwondo characters in the game, right?
It's a good point, actually. It's a good question.
So Sarah's style is called martial arts on the character selection. And this is something that I did break down in that Archives at Midnight video. Is she is martial arts. She does a few different things. So she does that. She also does the French style of savate, which is another kicking style. She has got some little bits of karate and things in there as well, where you see a certain kick and you go, oh, actually no, they took that off before they gave it to Korea. They didn't do that kick. There's stuff like that in there. So she does do lots of different martial arts. And originally she was listed as a Jeet Kune Do character, the same as Jackie. And obviously she's got the big coin kick and things like that. So I think depending on what happens with Stella, and we have seen Stella do Jeet Kune Do moves, she might actually be a Jeet Kune Do fighter or something like that instead. Really, hopefully, I would love to see this new Taekwondo character be a Taekyon character. I don't think it's going to happen because all of the sort of black and white and the sports gear really is pointing towards like point Taekwondo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if they did that, they would pull from Stella's other martial arts more than anything.
Can I float another idea as well? The more I think about it, obviously I know I'm being like, oh, Bakunawa Killer is definitely Lei Fei, but I can absolutely see a future where the only 3 returning characters are Wolf, Sarah, and Akira, and everyone else is new Third Strike style. And that would, what do you mean? Oh, sorry, Akira, Pi. I meant Pi. Pi, Akira, and everyone else is new. And it would allow. I could see them. Same with Jackie. Same with Vanessa. Same with Lei Fei. I could see all the old, but I could see their styles coming back and being mixed up.
I just thought that Jackie would be in it because he's on the mural. And
he's loved. Yeah, no, I get it. He's loved, and I imagine they'll almost only be in the story. Right? I think they'll all be in the story, but in terms of playable characters, I could see. I'm not saying it will be, but I could see a future where it's like, actually, we pay homage to the 3, we pay homage to them in the storylines, we're not disrespecting them, but at the same time, because we're going in a new direction, because we're telling new stories with new people and trying to bring a whole new generation into this, we're actually taking a big leap forward, Third Strike style. I could see them actually doing that. And because I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if, Bakunawa Killer isn't Lei Fei, and there isn't, what's his name? There isn't Jeffrey, but the new black dude, Idris Elba, as I keep calling him, he is that style. And like you say, okay, Sarah, because there's no Jackie, all of a sudden we can actually put Jackie's most iconic moves on Stella. We have the room to do that, right? And then I actually think it gives them more design room. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I think that's where they're going to go.
I have this theory I came up with the other day because I played Infinite Wealth, and I do think RGG is gonna. I don't know if they're gonna have a Yakuza character in the game, but I do think that they're gonna reference it just the same way they reference Virtua Fighter in Yakuza, or that you can play the games. And towards the end of Yakuza, there's a boss fight that takes place with a monstrous, gigantic shark, and you beat the shark. You beat the devil shark, and in my mind, I was like, what if the excuse for not putting Jeffrey in the lineup and just have him as a background character is that somebody else beat the shark that he was on?
Oh no! He'd drink himself to death, bro.
Yeah, like anyone that's played Infinite Wealth, you know what I'm talking about when they're going to Nele Island. That there's a monstrous shark that tries to get on board, and everyone's like trying to push it back. And the way they beat it looks like they killed it. And I was like, what if that was Jeffrey Shark and he's just lost his purpose now?
He's done, bro. He's done. But yeah, there's a lot of, because you think about it, we know Lau can't come back. We know Shun can't come back. Eileen is probably aged out of the archetype. So even if you wanted to bring back monkey style kung fu, she is a 30-year-old Eileen really gonna be like at a certain point you're gonna be like, let's just do new generation, like it just tracks. Like it just makes but then you just give love by you put them in story. Someone's in the chat being like, I think you sell them as DLC or just sell them as a skin. Like if you could just be like, hey, you can play as Cielo, but we have a Vanessa skin. Like you can just like you can waifu them up. So I was saying for years in Tekken, I'm like, bro, if you can let me have a waifu Lei Fei, I'm playing the fuck out of this game. Like why not? Because they're just models, right? Like it's obviously there's hitbox issues, but so long as the hitbox tracks, you do what you want, right? And people will pay money for it, so why not? So long as it doesn't affect the competitive integrity, it'd be fine. I could totally see that happening, and it would satisfy both needs. Because I think it's just gonna be a nightmare. Like, okay, are we gonna contrive a reason why Jeffrey's back? Contrive a reason why Eileen's still doing this at 30, whatever. Contrive a reason why there's just new characters.
New martial arts as well. I think it's such an opportunity to bring it, like I say, a Filipino style if we're in the Philippines, or other island styles as well. Like I say, like it'd be cool to see Salat and things like that come.
Is there a particular style that you want to see put in the game, Wireman?
No, thank you. I'm sorry. That's literally what I was about to ask you. People keep asking me that, and I'm like, I'm not an expert in martial arts. I can't really be thinking about that. But people do ask me that, and I'm going to ask you, like, what martial art would you want to see? I don't have a good answer.
Yeah, and I specifically wants to ask you because I could name you 10 very obvious ones that were like, oh, okay, like Krav Maga or whatever, but you know really niche ones, and you know certain areas of China that practice different ones.
I feel like there's a couple of really ancient styles that are at the source of like all martial arts, and it feels like we sometimes get those characters. And again, when you're talking about Baki, like Pickles, right? He is just raw animal incarnate and things. Like I'd love to see a really ancient style come through where it is just this person is violent. I know Tekken's kind of done that before, I suppose, with
what's the oldest stuff that we know of? Is it like Roman or Greek or something?
That's what I was getting at, really. So the oldest kung fu is called Shui Jiao, which is still practiced and is essentially Chinese wrestling. You've got Mongolian wrestling, Bok, which is really well known and is, again, quite prolific still. Bok guys are like super strong, terrifying guys. Sambo from the chat there is a great idea as well, because Sambo is like a modernized, really aggressive, the best of bits of judo, best of bits of striking and things like that. So that would be cool.
Isn't Dragunov supposed to be a bit of that?
Yeah, they are.
I don't know how accurate that is, like how much there is actually in him.
Yeah, I don't actually know, but there's other things similar to that style as well. But the oldest style, a lot of places claim to be the oldest style, but I think the oldest is considered a South Asian style called Kalari Piatu, which is Indian kickboxing. Arguably, they also had some knife fighting and things like that. And again, if we're going up against Filipino martial arts and things like that, I think an ancient knife fighting style would actually fit really nicely, as would some of the lesser known like Thai stick fighting styles and things like that. But yeah, there's lots of these older styles that I think are getting forgotten. I feel like fighting games are going in that other direction of modernizing more MMA fighters and things. But yeah, Kalari feels like really lacking in all fighting games. Like, it just feels like that's, if we're going to choose the original fighting style and never feature it in a fighting game, that feels like a miss, you know?
Do you think that there would be backlash for having a fighting style in the game that uses a weapon?
I think so.
So Kalari can be open hand and it can be with a knife.
Okay.
And yeah, a lot of them are like that. So Arnis is like that as well. Like you can fight with a stick, but if you're fighting with a stick, it's very similar to fighting with an open hand and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, how you do it. So yeah, but yeah, Kalari, lots of flips and kicks, and it looks quite stylish. It is quite, it looks a little bit like, what do you call it? Eddie Gordo's style. What have I forgotten?
Capoeira.
Capoeira. It's similar to capoeira in a way that's like it's a folk art with a lot of kicks and things.
Yeah, and VF doesn't have a capoeira fighter. I just realized.
No.
Never had. Yeah, that would be a good one too.
The modernization stuff, the MMA stuff that you mentioned is like really, I really don't like it. They did this with Luke in Street Fighter, where Street Fighter is a bit more fantasy, right? But so Luke is the MMA guy, and this cello guy. Bro, he's like a bland, like he's like a piece of toast. It's like, I don't know, man. I mean, come on. Like, he does MMA shit and has the flame pants and like,
But he's doing offensive stance finesse, though. He's doing bunker buster. He's doing ground pound. Like, I think you need one of those. Like, I actually think every fighting game needs one of those. And if Cielo's for one, fine. Do you know what I mean? I think it's when because styles makes fights. Like, I'm okay with it being there. It's when everyone's like that or half the cast like that, it becomes a problem. But if you have one guy who's the MMA guy and then everyone else is doing the cool traditional shit, I'm all right with that.
I would like to see them do an ancient Greek fighting style. I know that there was one called Pancration or something like that.
Oh, that's Jeffrey's style. Jeffrey is a pancreatist. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just thought Jeffrey was doing like wrestling because I saw the GTS and I was like, this is a WWE guy.
I mean, it's a stylized version of it, but at least on paper, it says Pancration. Yeah, they're way ahead of you, man. But you're right; it is a cool style. Seeing more of the ancient Western styles would be interesting too.
Someone in chat said German, but I think German. The only thing German has that's like really old is like in the Middle Ages, like wrestling, which is like very old. I mean, that's the only. And I think the Germans were pretty good. I think that also translated. I think Germans are also in modern age like pretty good at judo. I think.
Oh, interesting. That'd be cool.
Some of the best recorded sword fighting techniques and things all come from German books.
That was what I was about to say. I feel like German martial excellence came with the age of weapons. I think that's the issue. So they came later and then they fucking dominate. Like Prussia was famous for this. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how much of Germanic history has open hand martial excellence. I think it typically came late when the weapons came in. Like, oh, we're good at this shit. This is how we'll dominate the land. But yeah, I don't know that many European open hand styles. I think motherfuckers got good with swords.
Yeah, I mean, I know you and Chad were limited on. I know we've done 3 hours now. So if anybody wants to ask any questions, now would be the opportunity before we wrap this up.
Yeah, I have something.
Finn.
Yeah, I upload the picture. I put it into the. There it is, because. This is Feng Wei's render. That's his design in Tekken 8. And I looked at it because I was like, okay, I need to look at this with like Wireman glasses. And I immediately noticed something I never noticed. Bro, this game is out for more than 2 years. I never noticed this. What's up with him wearing 2 different boots?
I think this is more of a visual design thing. You saw this in like
is it just okay, so we need to distinguish between like fantasy and like what is like actually and style and what is like actually what has a use here, right?
What is this what does the black belt say in the? It's got the Chinese writing there.
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
I can't see this. The last one looks like Wang, like King, but I don't know what the others are. I can't see the angle.
And he also has like these gold, like I don't know why he has that, like the gold. What's the characters on his like super big on his belly?
They are characters. I didn't even realize.
Yeah. I didn't realize it as well, that he has like golden characters there.
I didn't notice that either.
They're super stylized. I can't make it out.
I should call my friend's girlfriend. She reads all this.
Make it
but
happen.
Wireman, what do we have here that's actually like, for example, the spikes on his shoes? Is that something?
Or is it fake? Is it all fake?
I don't know about the spikes on the shoes. The claw thing, there are examples of that in China, and some of them are from strange places. So when Aki came out in Street Fighter 6, I talked about it because Aki has them as well.
Yeah, the poison claw thingy, right?
So sometimes it was poison, sometimes it was to show you are also aristocracy. So like it would protect the length of your nails, and it's quite well known that Chinese aristocracy, the longer your nails were, the less hard you had to work. Similar to even now in China, like the paler your skin is, the less likely you have to work and things, and messed up stuff. But like that kind of thing does exist in design. But yeah, so quite often, at least with Aki, it implied that she probably comes from wealth. I don't know with Feng whether that's the case or if he just likes it as a weapon. But yeah, stuff like that definitely in there. The bracers, you do see bracers quite often. So that one large bracer that he's got on his forearm. They can be for a bunch of different reasons, but with Shaolin, it quite often is simply support because they do spend a lot of time putting stress on their forearms and things, and it just spreads it out. I've actually got, probably in this drawer, a set of wrist wraps, which does a very similar kind of thing. Obviously not to the same degree, but yeah, you would tie these up around your wrists, and it just gives you a little bit more strength. I've done that the wrong way. But yeah, you tie them up around your wrist like this, and it lets you do more acrobatic stuff if you're doing handstand push-ups and that kind of thing. I'm knocking on 40, so I'm not doing that kind of stuff anymore. But yeah, if you tie it up,
I ain't got time for that.
Like that.
No, but this shit seems so cool. But like I suspect, and again, maybe it's just me being a hater on Tekken 8, but for me, this seems like it doesn't seem the same as Virtua Fighter, where the choices seem to be signaling something deeper. For me, maybe I'm being cynical, but it just seems like that shit looks cool. Put it on him. You know what I mean? And that happens sometimes. That shit looks cool. Put a dragon on him. He has 2 shoes. I'm like, too basic. Make them 2 different colors. I bet.
So Virtua Fighter had that problem though, right? Which is you do want to determine the difference between the left side and the right side, open stance, closed stance, especially in Virtua Fighter and things. And they solved that with those awful like LED hand and foot things, so you can tell which side's striking you. I personally rather a gold boot and a black boot than them awful lights to look at. But I think it's trying to do a similar thing here. Let's distinguish what's each side so that you can,
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's with the at the end of his hair? The like, did people do this? Like the golden kind of metal, whatever this is called?
I don't know about the metal. They would sometimes dip their cue in tar, I believe, and that was to stop a sword coming across the back of your neck. And that was a thing. So sometimes the plaited cue, as much as it was there for that Manchurian stuff that I was talking about before, I believe it was sometimes also defensive. It would stop you being beheaded in a battle.
Here's a question though, more important to the design. Okay, regardless of how cool this looks, should Fang's character be wearing this? Because like, what's Fang's story, right? Fang's story is he's a monk pursuing excellence, right? Like trying to, he was deemed unworthy, similar to Lei Fei. In a moment of revenge, destroyed his whole dojo, right? Proving he was the best. Went around beating everyone's ass until he found Leroy, who had, more qigong, put him down, and now he's out he's found a worthy challenger he wants to take down, right? That's the story. So what's all this gold shit? Again, he does have a suit in 5. I get it, but like, what are we doing?
Yeah, every martial art has its own martial ethics, but quite often putting your country first or putting your people first, you put yourself last generally. I think wrapping yourself in gold and all this sort of decoration, it's not very Wuda. It's not very martial ethics, I would say.
Yeah. Feng always struck me as the kind of guy that he thought of himself as like a godly being. The way they present him, so like that dragon on his shoulder, and him trying to understand the dragon scroll. I guess he's trying to embody what he's living a life. It looks like he's trying to embody what he's trying to become.
I could say it. I think you're right to say, like, they're saying in the chat, like, super egotistical. I think you're right. That's sort of like, I want it to be the best, and it's maybe driven and kind of insane. So it's like, no, I want to be the best. I want to defeat anyone better than me. Or you're better than me. So I can see that aspect of it, but there's a part of me that associates a departure from material things in that pursuit of excellence. Do you know what I mean? Like, and so when I see all this, I'm kind of like, I don't get it. But don't get me wrong, that you could have story reasons that, okay, in order to get to where I have to get to, I have to wear clothes. So fine, I'll wear. I can see that. But this to me, on a superficial level, I could be like, this looks cool. But then when you actually try and deep it, like we were earlier with, okay, what's the significance of this? What's the significance of this gear? I kind of be like, oh no, I don't think there is significance beyond it. It just looks cool because it doesn't seem to be aiding the story of Fang, a man searching for martial excellence. But again, I could just be cynical. Maybe I feel differently if I like Tekken 8 more. But yeah.
Apparently that says Ghost God.
Which fits with the egotistical thing. Because again, if you've ever seen those YouTube videos of like Chinese people reacting to white people with Chinese tattoos and things like that, and whenever you put that kind of stuff, they're like, how full of yourself do you have to be to put that on your body? Because we think it's cool and all the rest of it, but Chinese people look at that and go, that says more about you than you realize it says about you. It feels like that.
Ghost God, Gui Shen? Really? Gui Shen? Like Shun is
Shen's
like
that spirit
Shun, yeah, exactly. Like Shun's spirit Shun, but like ghost. I mean, there's multiple words for the same thing, so maybe it's not Gui, but it doesn't seem like Gui.
I'm gonna have to dip, but I'll leave you with a one last Virtua Fighter fact that fits with all of this, which is my favorite title in Virtua Fighter 5.
Oh, okay, Gui Shun.
Sorry, you got it. But yeah, you've got the different titles like you do in Tekken that you can put under your name. But my favorite one in Virtua Fighter is Bodhisattva.
I know about that one. Yeah,
Bodhisattva. Yeah, good shit. I like that.
So you got to lose 2,000 times to get Bodhisattva.
That's
and in terms of in pursuit of perfection, a Bodhisattva is basically a Buddha that was good enough to achieve enlightenment, but put other people first and got them to enlightenment instead, and then you become like a sub-deity on Earth. But yeah, to lose 2,000, you've obviously had to give up a lot of your rank points and all the rest of it.
But can we stop and appreciate again? Yeah, it's the best because VF is like, yeah, you have ranks, you have Tekken God, blah blah blah. We have an achievement for losing 2,000 because the path to excellence demands that you lose 2,000. Like that is actually that's actually wise as fuck to have something like that, a decoration for because. Knee has lost over 2,000 games. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, to become excellent, you must. I'm like, I just love everything about the episode.
It's very cool. But yeah, if you come up across someone and you see that title, they've played, right? They've put in.
Yeah, they played so much.
You know
they played
that,
so much. Yeah.
That is really cool. That's I mean, some people might see it as like a wooden spoon sort of thing, but when it's got like religious meaning to it,
Right.
I think that's really sick. I mean, still, we live in the West. Telling someone, "Oh, I lost 2,000 times, so I got this," you're gonna get mocked. But I think people that are tapped in are gonna be like, "Oh, that's really cool."
They know what's up. They know what's up. Yeah.
It's funny. VF also has some pretty cool achievements. I think it also had like an achievement that popped up when Oberlani played, which said like maybe next time I should try blocking. Like literally, like, there's some good stuff in there. It's like actually good.
Yeah, that is really sick. But yeah, I know we said we'll do 3 hours. We've gone slightly over, so I know Chad's like in a different. What is it, like 7 a.m. for you or something?
It's 6:30, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. Hanging out with you guys, it's a blast. I'm happy. I honestly, a good conversation will wake you up even when you're tired. You know this. Like you've had like 8-9 hour chats and be like, well, it wasn't a plan. So
6:30. Oh fuck, bro, your time zone is really messed up now for us. Like,
oh yeah, hella. Our conversation started at 3 a.m. for me. For sure.
Fuck it, jeez. Oh, we'll try and pick and choose when we do these.
No worries. I might be a bit more judicious, and especially the Friday ones. Naturally, I could do a lot better. But at the same time, I start work later. So if it's a juicy conversation, Mike, don't hesitate to invite me. I might show up for the first 2 hours and then dip.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I've still got. I want to set up a stream to help Chad get his shit together. Like your
shit. I've been trying to get my shit together for 35 years, Mike.
I'm trying to think of something that we can do that's fun for everyone instead of just being like, here's a link, can you guys donate to help Chad get it set up? I'm trying to think of something really cool. I think I've got an idea in my head, and we might need Wireman there as well for it. But when I put it all together, I'll let you guys know.
No worries. Sounds like
well, I'm glad you pulled us together, Mike. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah,
it was, dude. That video you did was excellent. If you want to, I don't know if you're streaming right now, but if you want to take this and just slap it on your channel as well, then feel free.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it back actually because
I'm gonna watch the OG video in bed.
Yeah, definitely go watch the OG video as well.
Yeah, I want to watch the OG video as well because I really like just the narration. It's really good. Like you're a really good talker. Like the voice is good and you have no M's and erms. Like it's like really good.
You see why?
Like, did you train this? Like, did you train this?
Again, you've got to get reps, right? Doing the Virtua Fighter A to Z series and things like that. Like, it's all practice, you know. So.
Because it's not easy. Like, it's not easy. No. Like, I know this from like. I mean, although, unless you are an expert about what you're speaking on,
yes,
then it's not easy. So.
Yeah. Oh well, Chad's in the right place for that. So in Taiwan, they speak like a very traditional Mandarin, and amongst some martial artists, you still do this thing where you've got to space. It's not just about getting the tones right; you've also got to evenly space it. So, Wohan Gaoxing Renshini, is that about right there? So yeah.
Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would make sure it was Wohan, and then Gaoxing Renshini. So 2 syllables, 3 syllables, 2 syllables. And if it's evenly spaced like that, that shows that you thought about what you said before you said it and you're not full of shit. And amongst old school martial artists, like evenly spacing your sentence syllables is like a thing in old Mandarin. And yeah, you'll still hear it amongst martial artists in Taiwan and in old kung fu movies and things. So yeah, in terms of not hesitating, there is this skill where you speak without hesitating, but also showing that you've thought. And that's a proper kung fu thing. I'm not great at that, but that's
I love that. But I also like, and I think this is one of the things where the West and the East completely disagree. But I side with the East because obviously the West prioritizes self-expression. Express yourself. If your feelings, if your desires and the demands of your duty come into conflict, be true to yourself. That's what like the West constantly says, right? And the East is like, no, your responsibilities to your neighbors, your tribe, your nation is higher. And now obviously there's a problematic aspect to both of these things. Neither of them are perfect, right? But I also like the sense of like the East is like, no, there is a correct way to do all things. And the West like, no, do it your own individual way. And it's like, no, there is a correct way to eat rice. There's a correct way to cross the street. There's a correct way to wash your balls. There's a correct way to do anything, and you are you're a better person the better you are at doing things the correct way. And again, it's problematic, but there's a part of you that can kind of admire people who are just everything they do is so practiced. They are honed, and we might complain about it on the superficial level of, oh, you're restricting me. But then when you go to Japan and you watch a ticket teller handing out tickets with the efficiency of an ancient calligrapher, because there's a correct way to do all things, including handing out tickets at the subway, you go, okay, no, I actually see the wisdom of this regimented way, because it produces excellence, but it also produces a lot of pressure. Like there are always trade-offs, and it's good to see the positive sides of each cultural trade-off.
So for the future, now we still don't yet know when the game is gonna, like, the next Virtua Fighter is gonna come out, but they're probably gonna keep the trailers up. We don't yet know in you know what kind of time frames they're gonna release them. But do you plan on for the characters to maybe do some analysis videos on the trailers?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, looking forward to doing it. I still need to get some more tutorial stuff out. I want more people to enjoy and learn Virtua Fighter. That's definitely the first thing. But yeah, as long as these things keep coming out, I'll keep making them, man.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you being here, bro. Hopefully we can help blow up your channel, because you definitely deserve it. And yeah, we'll 100% get you back on whenever you're free.
Oh, nice one. But yeah, like I say, thank you for pulling us together. This has been good, and I'm sure we'll keep chatting in the group chat.
No, definitely, man, 100%.
Nice one. Right, catch us in a bit.
All right, man. Take care of yourself.
And a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. But before I go, I want to ask a question. What are y'all thinking about Tokon? Any interest in Tokon, Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Tokon. Like I was honest. I don't know. I think Lexi misinterpreted what I said. I'm gonna play it. I've got no. I'm not delusional enough to think that I'm gonna be sick at it. But I'll play it. I'll host some streams for it. I know we've got something in the works between C4 and Shinblade. So there'll be some fun stuff around it. I think the game is a ton of fun. It's the most fun that I've had on one of those 2D anime tag fighter games. Usually I stray away from them. I think it's a very beautiful looking game. The soundtrack is sick. Lobby system was good. You know, I know the beta kind of messed up, but it was a beta. It's fine. It's whatever. As long as it works, like you can actually just get into matches, there doesn't seem to be a problem with it. As someone that has enjoyed Marvel growing up, the episodic features that they've got for their own universe I'm really interested to see what they do there. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna buy it. I'll stream it. It's gonna be probably featured on this channel from now up until whenever VF6 drops, and then that will be the main feature here, or when Yujiro's out. So it'll be a nice chunk of filler for Tokon on this channel.
All right. What about you, Finn? You looking in? Or
yeah, I mean, so for me, unfortunately, my experience was actually good, apart from that I had the huge problem with one-sided rollback, where it's now figured out it's because one player just hasn't, like, literally one player is below 60 frames, and for him it's playable, but for you it's like you're literally on like 8-9 rollback frames and have actual lag. For the game itself, the game itself is like crazy, like fucked up in terms of how deep this shit is. And this sounds really weird, but like Tekken will kind of always be for the foreseeable future, unless like VF6 like really blows me the fuck away, will be like my main game. And when I get a new fighting game, this sounds really weird because it's a bit German. Oh, I can't enjoy things unless I do them proper, right? I can't just enjoy them for fun. I want to be good at that. And the game is so deep and so complicated once you like really realize how unique they made every one of your characters, and you have 4 on your team that you can fully realize if you want and switch out mid-match. Yes, you can play one character and, you know, play with your assist. You can do that and be decent, right? But if you want to be really good, you know how to play all 4, and you can switch. I mean, think about it. Like, you can on the fly literally play matchups, like in one game, 8 characters in one round. And
he pulled out Wolverine. I pull out my character.
Exactly.
My player is good against Wolverine.
Yeah, he pulled out Wolverine. So I find an opportunity. I need also now to build an opportunity to safely tag my other character in, right? The other thing is, bro, The combos, yeah. The combos are really fucking long. And you get a bunch of meter, right? And the combos are really long. Like, really long. And honestly, I would rather play Avatar because it is one-on-one, has a smaller cast. The problem with Avatar is obviously it doesn't have actual full-on functional lobbies, and it doesn't have a ranked mode. And literally, the game came out actually unfinished. Where I don't know if you have seen this, that some characters are literally, when they jump or in the air, it is literally one frame of the season 3 of One Punch Man, where Garu goes down the. Do you remember that? Where Garu goes down the ravine, and it's just one frame of him sliding down. That's literally an Avatar on multiple characters. The game came out unfinished, and I was so fed up. Sorry, it's not about Avatar, but I would rather play actually Avatar instead of Tokon. Not because I dislike Tokon, just because
it has more
the game. Yeah, first of all, the game is like $70, and the game is. So I would need to main it to get actually good at it. I would need to actually main that game because it's so complicated.
No, I have the same.
Just before Chad goes, I just want to say that Avatar is one of the most embarrassing products that I've seen released in a long time.
What? Okay. So now hold on. I've not, obviously, past few weeks, I've not done any fighting game stuff because I've just been focusing on settling in Taiwan. So I'm actually relatively new. I want to hear this because I hear mixed things about Avatar. Avatar Yaya, who's in the name, he's enjoying it, but he recognizes it. Leave him alone. But you are, you're being like one of the most embarrassing products. That is big talk. Why?
Well, launching. So it's one thing to launch with no spectator and no ranked and no functioning lobbies.
Okay.
It's another thing to launch a fighting game with characters that are unfinished. You are mad if you think that I'll ever buy that game. Like it is. I've never seen that before. In the modern, at least in the modern era, I'm sure it probably happened way back in fighting game infancy. Yeah. But I think Capcom Fighting Jam, I know the game was like hated, but Morrigan seemed like she shouldn't have been there, if I'm remembering correctly. The sprite was like fucked up or whatever. But in this modern age, to release a game in that state, because remember, Rebirth of Souls, the Bleach fighting game, came out and it didn't have ranked or spectator. We were all like, what the fuck is this? Avatar went one step further, doesn't even have functioning lobbies, and doesn't have finished characters. Like, I'm sorry, that is a garbage product that deserves no money. I don't care how much fun people are having on it. You cannot launch a fighting game with an unfinished character, and apparently there's more than one.
There's more than one, yes. It's 3 characters.
So I'm sorry, throw it in the bin. I don't want to hear the indie game excuse. There are loads of indie games that understand that you don't do this, and I understand that Paramount probably pushed it out to meet the demands of whatever media Avatar had coming out. I'm not blaming the devs entirely because I know that parent companies do this to developers. But at the end of the day, as a consumer,
the product.
I don't care. I don't really care. I'm not gonna particularly flame any of them. I'm just looking at the product. The product you've given me is literally 50% done. So respectfully, you can shove it.
That's right.
You're right. It's like in the restaurant, right? Only because your fish supplier made a mistake, it doesn't fucking matter. Like the fucking whatever, the molded fish ended up on my plate. I don't give a fuck if your supplier made a mistake. And I think even this was actually jaw dropping for me because I've never seen this before in any game. Just hours before the game launched, they literally made an announcement hours before the game launched and said, yo, by the way, the game is about to launch in 6 hours. It's not going to launch on Xbox. It's going to launch like 2 months later. Hours before. And this is insane.
God.
I've never seen this happen. No one talks about this. This is actually insane that this happened with an actual like.
Product. Yeah, that's crazy.
Look,
that's crazy.
it's fucked up. To me, I can look past this, right? To me, it's just it's literally just I don't have ranked. That is shitty because I don't want to play in quick match against either a total newbie or a tournament player. Like I don't. This is dumb. Like this is dumb. Like bro, this is dumb. And I want to stream the game, and I don't have functioning modern lobbies. Like that is to me like what the fuck.
No, I hear.
Look, what is so. The question was sorry, Mike. The initial question was about Token, but what is so sad about this is the game had a fantastic start, right? They had like a peak of like 11 or 12,000 players on Steam, which is insane, which is fantastic, right? For a game like this, and like super good. And it's sad because how much could it have been, or how fast now is the game going to drop off? Which it wouldn't have been if they delayed the game by like 3 months. You know what I mean?
Sure,
and it's like, to me, I don't know, man. It's to me, it's sad because the game has such a good launch. The game, 11,000 people, and now you could have carried this with like TNS and tournaments, right? Like the online tournaments today, it's not like 10 years ago. People now, they watch this. Like, this is big. Like, oh, there's a new TNS for this game. Like, let's watch this. And they have to improvise some shit with like Discord streams of players and stuff. And only
there's no spectator.
TNS is not even going to bother. So
I see it.
I feel for this game in the sense of what this game and the developers that put so much love in that game. Like, there are things in this game which is like so cool. Like, where did I hear this today? Did anyone of you say that? Where there's a character in the game where like Toph is like blind, right? But she can sense shit with like seismic whatever.
Yeah, I heard about this.
And there's one character who can make himself invisible, but it doesn't work against Toph.
Because she's blind.
Because she can sense him through the ground, right? So there's so much love and shit put in the game that I'm really upset that whoever signed off on this, like
I know where you heard that actually. I think were you watching Woolly Versus when they were talking to that game developer?
Yes.
And
It was Keith.
We watched the same shit.
It was Keith.
Yeah, it's Keith 2.0. They were just
True.
That's good. Yeah,
Chet, you are bro. It was Keith. Yeah, you're right. It was so I think whoever signed off on this shit literally like rammed a 2-meter dagger into the back of this game and
the depths. Shipped the depths.
It's super shitty. It's super shitty that whoever signed off on this should be actually this. I don't know. I hope this is almost grounds for a class action lawsuit. It probably isn't because all of that shit is like in the fine print. But I hate to see it because again, so much hype. Even if Mike probably never really cared that much for the game, right? I think like he was also like blah, 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 I don't really care that much. But when you followed the FGC around, right? Like Sagem, Brian F, Diaphone, everyone was like, I played this game and I am thinking about in my sleep. I am thinking about this game. I'm thinking about what's possible. Yeah. You hear this left and right, and bro, that the game has so much love, had so much love going into the launch, and that it now launched like this is. I hate it, man. I fucking hate it because what this game could have been, we will now never know. What it really could have been with a proper good launch. You know. Sorry, that's my.
No, it's good to hear. I appreciate
my statement on this.
I've been out of the loop, so I actually do want to hear your opinion. Basically, this part of the conversation is just me catching up with you guys for the past month because I've been on a bunch of shit. I've been out of the gaming loop, and it's a bummer. But the thing is, I also have like a space in my life now because I'm like, okay, I do want to come back to streaming and doing stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to fucking play Tekken. Like, not playing Tekken for a month, I've been like, I don't feel like I've missed anything. If anything, I feel better. And like watching, every time I watch Tekken, I'm just like, this is disgusting. Like, I just feel like this. Like, at my first stream back, I was watching Virtua Fighting. Like the top 8, and I'm like, this is gross. I'm happy he won, you know, but I'm like, this is just. Ugh. I'm actually done with that. I know people say that, and I always say that, but I'm like, as you've noticed, the gaps of time between my playing Tekken gets broader and broader and broader, and I was like, there's going to reach a point where I might not ever come back, and I probably will play stuff with the stream and stuff, but I'm so done. I'm waiting. I'm trying to find what I'm going to fill the gap before Virtua Fighter comes out, and I'm like, I probably will play some Tokon.
I mean, Avatar is good. They said they're going to add ranked and the lobbies and shit. But I mean, whatever. But Chad, let me ask you a question. Just what would you say to some? Because I know what we kind of think equally about this or about like Tekken 8. It's still the state of Tekken 8. But what would you say to people? You know, recently Kazuya won like major tournament, right? And people say, oh, that means neutral is super good and nice in Tekken 8. If like, what do you say to these people?
You're trying to trigger me on purpose. Listen to you. Listen. Okay, so the main man. I'm starting with the main man, right? I have a lot of respect for the main man. I adore the main man. That's a lie. I don't adore the main man, but I respect him. Right? Let me not lie. I respect him. Right?
No,
because I don't want to lie to the people. If you watch me, you know that's not true. But I respect him. He's been in the scene for a long time. He seems like a decent man. I disagree with his takes, but he does what he does. He made a video before I go into Taiwan where he's been like, yeah, I may be. First of all, first video he said is like, I've been acting a bit like a baby, and I'm a leader. In the community. I'm a leader in the community. I should conduct myself better. So already, I actually like him a lot more now. Like that's a big man move. So genuinely respect to that. It takes a lot for a man to be like, hey, I've kind of been acting beneath my station.
I always told people he is like that.
I respect. 100%. I respect that. So let me say that, right? And then he started doing videos, kind of going through all the characters, being super respectful. And then he made a video, which was also respectful, being like, hey, Kazuya's strong. I know I've been saying Kazuya's not strong. Kazuya's strong. And what pissed me off in that video is that everything he pointed to is shit that's been in the game since season 1. Like, you'd be like, hey, the mix-up's pretty goddamn strong. Whilst, like, being +5, giving Kazuya +5 mix out of wave dash is actually extremely powerful in a way that should not be underestimated. Like, his 50-50 at the wall is kind of crazy, and he can set up another one at the wall. I'm like, okay, it's been like this since season 1, though.
To be fair, yes, but what I would say in defense is that since then and through season 2, he is like one of those characters that kind of has kept these strengths intact.
Exactly. And then everyone else has come down. Right. I agree. Right. But the point I'm trying to make is that the argument I've been making against the Kazuya boys from the jump has never been that he's top 1. It's never been that he's easy to play. It's always been that this character is degenerate. And while if you're going to complain about everyone else's degenerate shit, that's fine. Acknowledge your own. And they never did. And it's only now that they've been like, okay, our character is also toxic. I'm like, bro, thank you. That's all I've ever said. And now that the main man is saying it, people are finally slow.
It's worse. It's actually not like that. It's actually worse. Did you read the comments under that video? Bro, the Kazuya down players, the actual hardcores, were like saying, bro, who paid you? Like you're lying.
Really?
Like, you're lying on. Bro, I am not kidding. They told him. I read those comments like, who paid you? You're literally lying about this now. To like, they were saying you are lying about your opinion on Kazuya now, because you want to seem honest to your community. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding.
It sounds like a cult.
Yes, we've been saying this. Mike, I've been saying this for as long as I've known you. They are a cult. This is why I make fun of them. They're not people, bro. They're NPCs, bro. These people are a cult, and I've been trying to tell them.
That's mad. The man said that you're lying. You're lying. How dare you talk about King Kazuya?
He is the voice of like Western Kazuya. He's not the best Kazuya player. Even he wouldn't say this, but like he is the voice, right? He's one of the biggest content creators. He's been that, and he's often been, I would argue, the vanguard of the persecuted Kazuya main. We're struggling so hard, and he has had a come to Jesus moment where he's been like, all right, can we be honest? Yeah, there's characters in this game that are bullshit, but we have to be honest about that bullshit. It's the most honest thing. And now they're going to throw him to the fucking stones. You cannot be part of the cult unless you pretend that Kazuya is this super honest character. The second you even imply that he has degenerate horseshit, bro, you're out of the cult. It's crazy.
To be fair, that's because, I mean, Mayman kind of bred his own demise, his demise, but his own. He bred his own antagonists in this moment because he also, unfortunately, I mean, he knows that. If I were in private with him, if I were in private with him, he would say, yeah, you're right. Like, he kind of became the king of what I call like the Bushin Kazuya or like the Tech King Kazuya, like the bad player who needs an excuse for his skill issue, and they need that excuse. They need that, right? Their psyche needs that.
And that's why I've always had an issue with the main man, because it's not him. I've often said this on my stream. People heard me say it. My issue is not the main man. It's his fans, and the audience that he's cultivated. And so now that he's kind of sort of been like, actually, I should be better than this. And if I want to go to the next level, I have to kind of throw away the scrum mentality, which is true. That's such a grown man response to recognize that and to make. He didn't have to make a video. He could have had that realization and kept it to himself. He said that in the hopes of encouraging other people to make that step. I have so much respect for that. And to watch his fan base being like, "What do you mean I have to take accountability for my own actions?" Instead of just blaming the rest of the player base. Fuck that. Fuck you. I'm like, that's crazy. It's so funny. It's so funny. But good shit to him though.
They called him a turncoat, boy. That's crazy.
That's honestly, it's so funny. Casual players are the worst, bro.
They are really serious.
And what's funny is like, again, I could do this all day. I'm animated now. I was gonna go to bed, but I got another 5 hours in me now. I could go on these motherfuckers all day. I swear to God, because remember when like fucking 2 or 3 Asuka players won tournaments back to back? Asuka showed up. They were like, these characters busted. We gotta rein them in. Now we got some Kazu's doing some work in top 8. Doing some fucking work, winning 2 majors back to back, and we were like, "Okay, you need to get work." Like, it's different. This is honest neutral though. Okay, I see what it is. You motherfuckers, you're the worst. You're actually the worst.
Really honest about this. This is where I'm getting really, like, actually for real agitated, like for real, because this stuff, when an Asuka player, and you remember in season 1 when people were like, "Oh, but the only people who are like good with Jin are like loyalists, people who played the character for like 20 years." And then all of these Asuka players, by the way, as well, right? They as well. Tibetano played Asuka all the time. Fergus, I don't need to say. Fergus, I don't even need to mention. Kingway Jr. has a fucking Asuka jacket in real life.
So, character's busted. Sorry.
Yeah, for them. Busted. Yeah, exactly. For them, it doesn't count. When they win, it's just gimmick bullshit. And then Kazuya wins. But here it's the skill of the player.
Superior player skill.
Yeah, it's the player skill. This is so disgusting. Bro, this is so disgusting to me. I hate this shit. About any fighting in community, I hate this. I hate when it happens in Street Fighter, where they do it with Blanca and Mena. I fucking hate it.
Yeah. Finn, can I make a request then?
Yes,
Did you do an exterminatus of the Kazuya community?
I will join you in this crusade. I will join you in your Yellow Turban rebellion against the machine of my Batsu. I will join you.
I mean, the problem is honestly, these are all these comments. Like, there is not really the guy I can like, because Buff Guy Buff Guy isn't that unreasonable, and neither is actually Meduse or like, who else do we have? Duelist, for example. Duelist is not at all. Duelist is an educator, right? He's like perfectly aware that Kazuya's strength is like, he always laughs at the Kazuya players because he's like, guys, you should not study the electric, you should study the knockdown, you idiots. You don't know how to play your own character.
It's a situation that's fucked. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like I don't even know where to eliminate all of them, because Mike, they are growing like apples on trees. It's like Kazuya is the most popular character in ranked, right? And the most popular ranked region is Tekken King to whatever, God Vanilla or some dog shit. So, and these are you need to eliminate all of them. Yeah, like you need to literally put, I don't know, I need to build camps for this shit. Like old school.
Yes.
Anyone can do it, finish you. I will watch that.
One could say we need to find a final solution for these casual players.
Yes, someone could say that. Someone could say we need to.
One could phrase it that way.
I mean, we still have some old like railways. Like, I mean, I need to make use of that. And
what are you doing at midnight?
Yeah. But all right. Chat, it was really fun. It was really fun hanging out with you again. Do you think we can do this? Like your time schedule and stuff, like you said, on Fridays and weekends,
No. My plan. So obviously, I had to set up my routine before I could figure out my plan. My plan is to stream at late hours in Taiwan time. So my plan is to be streaming like about my time, 11 p.m., 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m. because I only have to start work in like around like 1 o'clock ish, right? In the afternoon, so I can sleep in, if that makes sense. So the point I'm trying to make is that I will be around, right, in the late hours for me, which is perfect time for you. So for example, this started at 8 o'clock UK time. That was 3 a.m. for me. So that will be on the later. That will be on the later end of my usual pattern. Does that make sense? So what you do normally, I'll be around, but I might only be around for a couple of hours, right? If it's on a weekday, I might only be around for 2 hours and I have to dip. If it was on a weekend like this, I'd be like, sure, I'll stay up till 7. Does that make sense? But the point is, I am around. So if there is something going on, absolutely invite me and I'll make the time. And then it won't be that much of a stretch for me because I plan to have my sleep schedule be shifted in this direction anyway, because it seems to be the best time for me to work and stream, which is the plan.
No, that's good that we can still link up and do stuff.
For sure.
Because you've definitely been missed around the stream.
I missed you guys too.
And we haven't done the second part of the philosophy exam, and we haven't done the final part, the unconventionals.
We'll get there. We need to get Finn on the unconventionals too. Like, give me some time. That might take some more time because obviously I have to write shit for the unconventional. The unconventional has to wait. But the philosophy exam, sure, where the fuck no, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And in fact, now that I think about it, I was starting to. I had so yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I streamed. I was watching this relationship advice podcast, and we were just talking shit. And I'm like, you know what? I need to make a second channel where I do all my non-gaming shit, the philosophy stuff and the relationship advice stuff. Because C4 was in the chat, and it was really funny us giving advice. Because obviously he's a married man, I'm a reformed fuckboy. It was fun exchanging. It was fun telling all the stories, and it was just so great. We need to get you on. We need to get you, both of you, on that shit. It would be that's the shit I want to do because that shit is funny. And no worry, we're not on some hateful red pill shit. We're just trying to give advice because we were listening to them give really shitty advice. We're like, okay, let's actually break this down.
Wait, who was giving the advice?
So there's a podcast. It's a black podcast. It's called Tonight's Conversation. You might have seen clips of it, right? So it's one of those ones where there's a panel of 4 people on the front. And they're like, okay, what's your name? What's your question? And then some lady will come up and be like, blah, 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 blah. And then the 4 of them will talk about it, right? But the thing is, those 4 people always give shitty fucking advice. So I would listen to their question. I would pause it. And I'd just be like, all right, look, what are we thinking, chat? And I would just say, I would give my advice and would have that obviously.
That is kind of funny, actually. That is, is it always like relationship stuff? Because
it's always relationship. It might be,
I don't know
it might be marriage, it might be sex,
I don't,
it might be whatever.
I mean, I would need to. We can do I can do a test episode because maybe what I say is like mentally ill because I'm like.
Yeah, but that's important. That's important. No, because the thing is, the spread of opinions is what matters, right? Because the thing is, I have a lot of opinions about dating and casual stuff because I was very good in that arena, right? But I've never had a long-term romantic relationship that's like marriage material, right? So I have a clear blind spot, which is why I really valued C4's situation. Because G4 has been married for a long time. So he has taken, it's them, exactly. Right?
Is it
so,
these guys?
These motherfuckers, yeah. But the panel changes all the time, but it's them, yeah. So they'll just be doing stuff, and I would just be like, okay, what's your name, what's your question? And I've been watching, Mike, I've been addicted to this shit, because I've had nothing but time, right? So I'm just in my room watching this shit. And they give such terrible advice. Usually there'll be 1 or 2 people on the panel that's really good, and the rest will just be giving shit advice. So it's just fun pausing and being like, fellas, don't listen to what the fuck they just said. This is terrible advice. And it'll be a lot of fun. So yeah, I want to do a second channel and just that's where my philosophy stuff's gonna go. Because I don't obviously people would follow me for FGT shit. But there's a lot of people who want to hear my other shit. So I'm like, okay, channel 2, this is where the philosophy stuff goes, this is where the relationship advice stuff goes. Just talking and shit, it's a lot of fun. And so
I'd be happy to do something like that. I think that would be sick. That would be really funny actually. It'd be really fun. It'd be interesting to hear what the chat. Would you do it live or would you do it as a video?
No, you do it live. I want to hear what the chat says. I argue with the chat and everything. It's great. But the thing is, last time it was just me, only my voice, and them. But I was like, actually, I want C4 on the mic. I'd like to have you on the mic. I'd like to have it on the mic. It would be fun. But also, you're interacting with the chat because the chat will have takes too. Because none of us have sold romance. It's a complex thing, right? So hearing people talk about it, you're being like, yeah, it's good. You gotta have it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I think I've got it pretty down. I think I've got enough experience now to know. Do you know what? We'll save it for this.
We'll save it, man. We'll save it. Because
I've got a couple of days free next week. I know Tom Brady's going to be on. Dell's going to be on. I think C4 is going to be on with Shinblade. So we can do next week. If you pick like a bunch of episodes, then we can.
I'll have them ready. But look at the Cartel. I had to leave UK. My reputation was very ahead of you. Yo, Cartel, you got some stories? We can exchange some stories, bro. I was in the chat. I was telling people about. I was using FGC terms. I was like, listen, you know that awkward situation when you're on a date and you don't know whether like the kiss. You don't know whether you can hit confirm the kiss. You don't know if the kiss can lock in. I actually came up with a setup. I actually straight up came up with set play, 100% hit rate on the kiss at the end of the night, and I was letting the chat know. Keep your eyes posted, and then I'll give you the information. But I was like, no, the kiss is confirmed, bro. The kiss it was so much fun. Yeah, it's fun experience. We have to use our unk status to help these young kids because it's hard out here for these youngins. I'll tell you this right now.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, did you know I've got a couple of things that I could definitely contribute to that 100%.
100%. I knew you would. And it was, but even just with C4, it was just really funny because obviously we agreed on a lot of things. As is always the case between me and C4, we agreed on a lot of things and disagreed on a lot of things. But his take was really useful. And my TikTok were useful too, and exchanging stories, it's great. So yeah, definitely at some point, let me know when it's best to have it, because I would love to have you guys on, and it's great. It's great. But it's important to exchange. Yeah, but it's also important to exchange stories about failures too. Because don't get it twisted. I had some rejections, boy. I had some blow-ups, and it's important. And I think not enough men talk about that either. It's been like, no, it's hard out here. It's hard out here for a pimp. It is what it is, right? Yeah. And so and what I like about their podcast is people will come up and talk about. They'll give really vulnerable situations. Like, hey, I was crazy about this girl. I thought I was doing everything right. She fucking left me. I don't know how to get over it. That's a legit thing, right? But then if I say give, it would always be shit. And it's always, because their audience is female skewed, it's always the answers are always female led. And I'm always like, you're pandering. And there's a place for it. There's a place for sympathy towards women, because it is hard to be a woman. It is. But then there's like, but you're not acknowledging how difficult it is to be a guy right now either. Like, you're being a bit unreasonable. So yeah, it's good shit. Good shit.
I think what we should do is, if you gather your favorite, I'm sure you've seen a bunch of them now. If you gather your favorite ones, we can do like maybe we can do 10. I assume that would fill up enough hours.
Bro, one question, if it's a good question, will take us like half an hour. Like it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
We'll have a backlog just in case. But yeah, I'm happy to. It'll be interesting to see what these guys have to say as well to what we're saying, because they probably haven't seen that side of us.
Well, look at this. Hold on. What about in bed Oki setup, Shad? Yo, listen. You don't want to talk about my bedroom set play. My bedroom set play is pretty good. It's pretty good. But you gotta know the matchup. That's the thing. I'll hook you guys up.
Definitely matchup based.
It's matchup based, bro. Let me tell you my favorite. Okay, let me give you a taste of why this conversation was so fun. I'm gonna give you the story that came up. It actually didn't come up in this, but it's a story I've had in my mind for years. Here's the situation, right? This is an argument that me and C4 ended up having. So we're in a situation. There's a woman. She's in love with this man. She's been in love with him for 3 years. They get married. They go on their honeymoon. They come back from their honeymoon. They're living together. He is having a Zoom call with a bunch of his friends. She knows his friends, so it's all good. He has, I'm going to work. Bye, guys. Bye. She goes. She realizes, shit, I forgot my phone. She comes back in to grab her phone, but she overhears the conversation. And she overhears the friend on Skype or on Zoom say, hey, I know that before you got married, you were a little bit concerned because you didn't really find her that attractive. How are things now? And he's like, yeah, I know, but I love her, and she's good. She's a good woman, right? And she overhears this, and he doesn't know that she overhears this, and she's just like, what the fuck did I just overhear? So she grabs her phone and leaves, and she's just calling like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And I'm like, that is a fucked up situation, right? And then everyone in the chat was like, yo, divorce, just divorce, right? And I was like, okay, I understand that impulse. But like, if you marry this person, first of all, marriage means different things to different people, right? And clearly, you do love him, and he does love you, right? But the ego, it's hard to hear that you don't find me attractive, or I don't find you particularly attractive, right? So really, it's like it's an ego thing. It's a heart thing. But running to the GG, your response was my response. Like, what, divorce, really? But yeah, they were like, really? But I understand it. I'm not dismissing that feeling, but I think they were too quick to jump on the divorce bandwagon, right? And none of us know how we would react if we were in that situation. But it's a fun. You get what I'm saying? It's a fun thing to talk about. Like, what would you do? How do you handle that? And then we got talking, and we were like, okay, what would you do if you were with someone? And she's like, Chad, I love you. You're funny. You're smart. You take good care of me. You're great. But I'm gonna keep it a buck, Chad. The dick ain't dicking. Like, I need more than you've got. I'd be like, how do you recover from that? Yeah. You know, most of your life tells you the dick ain't dicking. What am I supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Like, you might never get over it. And it was just a fun conversation. Like, what do you do? The dick ain't dicking, Chad. I'm like,
I have an answer. I actually have an answer, but you know what? I think this would be better discussed on this whenever we decide to do this. Sure. I think I have a good answer. And I have an answer based on, I saw someone say something and it really resonated with me, but I'd like to hear what you guys think. But I'm going to save it. Leave it as a cliffhanger for these guys to come check out.
It's good. But yeah, if you're interested in that, if you're interested to know how to handle that situation, and same with you, Finn, like, again, it's just fun to think about what you would do in that situation or similar situations in the past. Because a lot of people will be like, oh, that's just your ego. But it's like, but my ego is part of me, though. Like, there's plenty of things about my partner that I wouldn't say precisely because I know it would hurt their feelings. Their feelings are part of my job. Do you know what I mean? So you can't just dismiss it. But at the same time, if your partner, or worse, if you overheard them tell someone else that your dick weren't dicking, bro. Like,
one thing I will say though is that, like, I know some people might, I know GGB was being like, "Oh, divorce, really?" But you can sit and talk about it, but ultimately, only bad things are going to follow here.
Yeah, you might not. Yeah, exactly. You might not.
You ain't recovering from that. If I turned around and if my girl heard me saying to my boys, "Yeah, that pussy ain't pussying," like, it's cooked. How do you recover from something like that?
100%. No, but I'm sympathetic to both sides. Exactly. Gigi, you and I, we have Old Testament views of marriage, right? So it's like we're kind of like, it's messy, but I don't know that I'm going to leave. But a lot of other people who are equally intelligent as us, equally reasonable, might be like, no, we're going to get divorced. So I totally get it, and it's worth discussing. But yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess.
There's got to be dialogue. 100%. I understand that, but I'm old enough now, and I've seen enough relationships play out in front of me to know when I understand the Old Testament look at marriage and relationships, but you also have to understand that in order for the Old Testament style of marriage to exist, there has to be certain foundations, and when you shape one of those pillars, whether you want that type of marriage or not, it's not. Your man's going to Thailand.
No, but here's the thing though. What if it's like, no, I chose you. I don't want anyone else. There is no one who's perfect. No. You have everything that I want that's on the highest level. This is just the one area. But there's no one. This is my point. You're
the thing is that there are areas that you can compromise. But waking up to somebody that you don't find attractive, cheating is going to follow. That is going to follow. The human urge to be with somebody that they find attractive is going to follow. You need to be with somebody that you're like, wow. Like when I wake up in the morning, I'm happy to be here.
I don't think there are people for whom that is true. And you and or your partner may indeed be that kind of person. But there are other people for whom actually in the hierarchy of things that really matter to me, like looks are minimal. And there are other people where it's like, no, it actually really does matter to me. And it's important that you both know where you are in the hierarchy. Because I'm with you. There are some people who would be like, if you told me that, there are some women who'd be like, if you told me that I wasn't the most attractive woman you've been with, that would break their hearts. And there are other women who've been like, yeah, I kind of figured I know you've been with a bunch of other women. I figured I was probably middle of the pack. The same truth could destroy one relationship and be a footnote in another, right? This is the thing. People are different. And a lot of people.
No, I think that's that shit.
I hear it, but I know a lot of people. And I've spoken to, I know we both do. I've spoken to a lot of people. And there is a norm, of course, but there are people on the tails who are just like, actually, this isn't a big deal to me. I mean, there are cucks for God's sake. There are people who, like, the sight of their partner having sex with someone else is the end of it. And there are other people whom that actually gets them off.
Yeah. No,
People are weird. People are weird.
People are definitely weird. I think that
one thing
I think initial attraction is what'd you say, Finn?
I need to go now. I need to go to bed because I need to go super early.
Okay.
But I leave you to your cuck talk if that's
fine. hey, come on now, Finn. We're not going to categorize what just happened.
It's the last thing I heard. Like
cocktails. Woo!
I'm just describing.
Yeah, that's all right, Finn. Well, I mean, you can come to this podcast when we decide to do it.
Yeah, we're ending here. It's all good.
It was, by the way, Mike. It was super fun. Like I obviously didn't watch the Wireman video on purpose, but I honestly didn't expect it to be like that much fun, and him like he's such a good like deliverer. Like I didn't expect this. Like you had the good read. You had a good read.
It wasn't my read. It was Chad's.
I literally before I left, I literally went to Mike. I was like, listen, there's a guy called Wireman FGC. His shit is godlike. You need to put him in he needs to join the mafia. We need to bring him into I literally was like, bring him into the family. He's good.
You know what, Chad? I read that message at 8 a.m, yeah, and he was like, watch Wireman's videos. I went to his channel. The video was like 2 hours long. I was like, I got work to do, man. But then for some reason, I went back to it. There was something that drew me to the video. And I was like, okay, do you know what? Chad's never reached out to me and said, hey, bring this guy into the fold. So I was like, okay, I'll go on there. Bro, I got no work. I got no work. I was like, yeah. I'd been messaging him. I messaged him and I was like, I don't know if he's going to want to come on because obviously my podcast has a reputation for sometimes being nutty. And I don't know if he knew about it. But he was like super polite and easy to chat to. And I was like, yeah, man, this guy needs way more subs and way more attention. And when I said that to him, he was like, nah, I'm okay having 1,000 subs. That's cool. And I was like, now you definitely need it. You're like,
no, he's 100%. You see why it shows so hard because I'm like, there's no justice in the world, but he only has 1,000, and he's like super chill, super knowledgeable. Meanwhile, motherfuckers who don't know nothing, but they can make a good thumbnail, and they out here with like tons of shit. I'm like, this ain't right, bro. This ain't right.
You need to do TikTok edits, bro. Like TikTok edits, sound effects, stupid like
shit.
meme shit,
Exactly.
and put this in and so, also what I really fucking hate. I will literally murder you in real life in Minecraft. You're a fucking Glock 17 if you ever fucking do this shit, which is like these funny sound effects still in like videos. I will skin your parents alive.
Shimblade does it. It's funny.
It depends.
No, it's not fucking funny. It's not fucking funny.
Well, you mean the
Yeah, this shit, bro.
It's funny.
No,
It's
not.
It depends on who's doing it.
No, it's not funny. It's never funny.
No, it does depend on who's doing it. Someone like Shimblade.
That's my line.
If I did it,
That's my line.
if I did it, it wouldn't be funny. But if Shimblade did it,
I'm gonna start adding fast. Just the way you reacted. Yeah, that shit I did.
No, that's the line. That's the Berlin Wall for me. Like you're not crossing that shit.
Do you know what? Like, do you know what?
I'm gonna keep it up. I'm a sucker for a good.
Yeah,
Oh my
if
God.
they're
Oh
delivered
my
properly. But do you know what?
When
You know
it's
what
well
sound used to
placed?
make me
Oh
laugh?
my god.
It was. You ever hear that sound where it sounds like someone's getting slapped and the song goes, "Oh," like they get slapped really hard.
Oh,
Like
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Every time I
god.
heard that, I would crack up. Now, Finn, do you know what? This is your German sense of humor. You're not.
No, it's not. It's I really need to. I need to really think over our social relationship here because this is unbelievable.
I'm so weak to that shit.
It's
And like
funny.
these something.
What are the other ones? There's so
Or they
many
show
that-
this like clap sound when they show something that's like unexpected and dramatic. This like the kind. I don't know. I can't make the sound.
And it's a quick zoom in that happens.
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, are you retarded? Do you think why do you think I need like musical guidance here? Why are you telling me what to? No, it's so retarded. It's like it's the 20 IQ slop retarded version of a director in a movie. Uwe Boll did this, by the way. German director, very not talented. He did this. He did. There was I always have to think of Uwe Boll, which funny enough it concerns a movie he made which is called Auschwitz, which is a concentration camp movie. Yes, because Uwe Boll doesn't understand how movies work. There is a scene where a SS officer shoots a baby, but Uwe Boll doesn't understand how this works. So he does the scene 3 times with like dynamic camera shots and like a violin, like a sad violin music, right? It's like it doesn't work. Like, what am I supposed to feel?
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean?
shot. Like
Exactly, Chet.
It's a cool moment shot, and you're using it for a tragic moment. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Like he doesn't know why Schindler's List hits you in the feelings, right? He doesn't know because it's like the officer kills the SS officer, it kills the I think the kid it is like as if he was throwing a piece of trash into the bin, like just going, it was like nothing. But it doesn't matter. It's just when you do movie, I get reminded of this because you're doing this big sound effect to tell me what I need, what I should feel right now, or what I should think right now. I can't do this.
Nah, it's
I can't
the
do
emphasis. It's like when something dumb happens, you had the oh my god. I'm just like,
No, I can't stand it. If I ever hear a far in like this, like in your video, if I ever hear Mike, I'm
downloading the fast sound effect.
No,
There's
please don't.
space. The thing is, Finn, is that I think your sense of humor is like quite sophisticated. Like when I watch your videos and your law-abiding citizen edits, your type of sense of humor is still really funny, but it's completely removed from this memey sense of humor.
Yeah,
and
that's
some
true.
of it is really annoying. Like I remember I watched a video where they kept doing it. I was like, this ain't funny. But if you deliver it properly and you do it few and far between, it can be funny.
It's a placement thing. I know what you mean, and it is. Thing is, I'm in 2 minds. That my higher mind agrees with him. I'm like, it is childish, it is unsophisticated, it is dumb as fuck. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like I have not been killed by a well-placed. I'm not gonna sit here and act like that has not happened and like made a moment that was a little bit funny, legitimately laugh out loud.
I will.
It's emphasis.
I sent you both. When we're done here, I sent you both a test video which is from a British YouTuber who made a YouTube about your home country, Britain, London, actually, Greater London, I think, concerning the trash, the bins, right? It's a very interesting video. You will watch it. It's about the bins you have there, the cool black ones with the golden stuff. You will watch this video. There's a gag like this in. This is what I actually found funny. There's a gag like that in. That's the only one I will ever tolerate. And I will send you that video. You probably know this YouTuber. It's called like I don't know. He does videos about all British. Like it's all about British things, like your mail service, your whatever. It's super interesting. I don't know why I watch this. I only watch it because we don't have a guy doing it for Germany. So I watch your British dog shit. But it's good.
British humor is great, man. You need to watch 40 Towers, Only Fools and Horses. Stuff
40
like
Towers
that.
is big in Germany, though. I hear it's surprisingly popular.
Oh, really? He does a lot of Nazi jokes in there.
Oh, Nazi jokes? Yeah, I'm on.
He did a Nazi joke, and I was like, that's not gonna fly in Germany.
I don't that whole like don't mention the war shit. Like is in Finn, did you ever have a sitcom called Allo Allo?
No,
It's like it's set in Nazi occupied like France, and it's like this shopkeeper who is posing as a collaborator, but he works with the Nazis, but he's also working with the resistance, and he's trying to sleep with everything that has legs and trying to
that sounds mad sick.
It's really funny. It's so good. You would really love it. Hello, it's so good. It's fantastic. It's fantastic because they all think that he's on their side, but he's just trying to get through the day, and it's really great. And like he has a wife who's like just really annoying, and he has like a maid who works with him. And they have a staff who he's also trying to sleep with, and there's a Nazi woman who also wants to sleep with him, and he's just like a French lover. He's trying to keep it all secret. Like he's just trying to keep multiple layers of secrets, and even the Germans are super corrupt, and they're just trying to steal like a valuable painting so they can make some money. It's so good. It's
honestly
brilliant.
Sounds really good. Like that sounds
it's really funny. And there's someone just said good moaning. There's a British intelligence officer who's posing as a French police officer, but his French is really bad. So but obviously they're all speaking English. So he keeps mispronouncing things. So he'd be like, good morning. And the whole gag is that his French is terrible. But the Germans' French is even worse. So they can't tell that he's fake. But the French all know that he's clearly in English. It's so good. And that's the whole thing. And it's multiple episodes of just this setup. It's fantastic.
I see that's actually a good question because I can't remember this. Maybe there is a German version of this, but when I see they actually use the symbols, right?
Oh yes.
So I don't know how this flies in this kind of context because usually it should be covered by freedom of art. It should be covered, but the thing is the sitcom funny context because I told you, right? When I know privately would show you a picture of Himmler or whatever, and I would not necessarily make it very, very clear to a German judge's standard that I am very much not a fan of this, then we would have a problem. Yes. So,
that's pretty good. I think it would probably pass because we are rooting for the resistance. Like it is funny, and the Germans are fools. And even the German officers don't like the officials; they're just trying to get rich. So it's like it is played for laughs. But it's I think you'd appreciate it. It's really fun. But I definitely have to leave. I've been saying this for the past hour. I'm out. It's been a pleasure.
Wait, just before you go.
That's not a bitch.
No, I just wanted to shamelessly plug my new YouTube channel. So I wanted to tell you and Finn basically is that YouTube will be on here. Basically, what I've done is I always get comments saying.
Sorry. It's up to my second channel, Holomundo. Is that Holomundo?
Yeah. I just changed the name.
Okay.
I made this channel basically because I've been getting inundated with comments on live streams or videos of. Can you cut this part out of the live stream and make it a video? My channel is obviously like talking, like we do a lot of talking on this channel and we leave the gameplay to the live streams. But there's some really funny moments in the gameplay that's like half an hour of an 8-hour stream.
Yeah, I hear. So, no, it's good to have something for that. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so like the other day, Yaya and Shinbei had like a quick beef set on Avatar, and I uploaded it, and then I put mine and Yaya's Mario Kart beef set on there. And I've got Moonsault and Deal the Way G. So basically, all the gameplay stuff that like people really like, I'm just gonna dump it all on this channel so that people.
When are we getting the? You know, you got to add the Shinblade. You and Shinblade, First to 5 that you just did the other day.
I was gonna show you guys. Wait, can I show on here? Wait, I've already got them uploaded. They're all
okay.
right now.
Scheduled. Okay, yeah.
They're private right now. I've got all 3 of them. So you didn't see it, Chad, but it's in 3 stages. So the first stage was the first to 10 that I beat him 10-3. The second one was 9 in the morning, but it must have been 3 a.m. for him.
Yeah.
He was drunk off Hennessy, and I started shit talking him on his stream.
Lol.
And he went into one, and I beat him 3-0. And he was like, "Run it back," and I was like, "No, I've got to go to breakfast with my girl. I'm out." And then the one from the other day was
Last one,
you saw, yeah.
So that one was great. That one was great. That was fun. No, I'm a fan. I see the late fade. The late fade be late fading. I see it.
You know what?
You've not had that much time, but you're putting in some work. I'm seeing it. It's coming
My
together.
late fade was better 2 weeks ago because I was playing it every day, and I stopped playing because I was trying to finish off the Yakuza games. But I know 4 out of his 7 stances now, but when I was playing, I forgot 2 of the ones that I learned recently.
Right. Yeah. No, I see. It takes a lot, and you're right. You do need to play it a lot because you need the map in your head to be high def, so you can just do it without thinking. So I know what you mean. I know it takes a bit. But that being said, last time I saw you play, you didn't know any Leifei. So you've actually made a hell of progress in no amount of time.
He's a fun character. He's fun. But you know what we'll talk about? I know you guys need to go.
Yes. Next time.
I'll message you about this other stream, and then we'll set up.
Yeah, makes sense. In a bit. Anyway, and also Mike's chat. It's good to see you again. I've missed you as well. You know what I mean. So in a bit. Please.
Take care, guys.
Bye, guys. Yeah. Goodbye, Mike. Goodbye, chat.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
take
chat.
care, bro. All right, guys. Bad timing for Pokemon. The Viridian Zaibatsu page of C4 is still active. Well, no, it's not active. Sorry. We're going to upload on it again, but obviously Tokon's out. It's a busy time for me, but we both like Pokemon. He's actually got a lot of Pokemon stuff that he should be uploading, or I think he was playing it and he hasn't been uploading. But we'll get back to the Pokemon one. But yeah, my second channel is gonna get all the stuff that people ask me to upload on the main channel is all gonna be on here. All the gameplay stuff. So there's a 3-hour ranked gameplay on Bleach. There's 40 minutes of Avatar Yaya playing Avatar Shinblade. There's 50 minutes of Mario Kart. So there's going to be daily uploads in there. I've already got 7 videos on private that I'm going to put on here as well. So any of that stuff that you guys miss because you don't watch like the 10-hour live streams, the Jason Elbow Deal the Way GB set will be on here and all that. So yeah, but when am I next streaming? Monday. Next week, Monday, we're going to be streaming every day. I know this week I only did 2 streams, but it was my anniversary. I wanted to chill with my missus. Is the Yakuza gameplay going to be no commentary? No, every single thing that goes on the other channel is going to have commentary, whether it's from me or other players. So nothing will just be gameplay. It will be gameplay with us talking shit. All the videos on there right now are me talking shit, Yaya talking shit, Shinblade. So it's never going to be just gameplay, no talking, because I think that's boring. There's no point subbing up to the channel if that's the case. But yeah, that channel will be active. It's going to be daily uploads in there because I've got like 2,000 hours worth of live streams now on YouTube that I can just pull clips from. But it'll be proper videos. It won't be like 5-minute clips. It'll be like 40-minute videos where you can sit there and enjoy it. But yeah, other than that, guys, thank you for all the donations. Thanks for coming to the stream. Make sure you go and support Wireman FGC. He's doing great work over there. Tokon next week. Yes, we're going to have a beef set on the channel. Maybe I think it's next week. I'm going to call it the Shinblade multiversal beef set. So he's beefing me on Smash Brothers. He's beefing C4 on Tokon. He's beefing Yaya on Avatar. He's going to beef Jay on Tekken. And we'll see if there's a 5th game that we can get in there. We'll make sure that Shinblade is drinking that Henny as well. We'll get him to be someone on Virtua Fighter too. All right, guys. I will see you on Monday. Take care of yourselves. Oh, Mr. Mask. I basically hit 5K today. Did it in 33 minutes, I think. Just shy of 5K. But I'm chasing your 10-mile run, bro. I'm going to get there. Anyways, guys, I'll see you later. Take care of yourselves. Have a good one, and peace.